All right, good morning, and I would like to call this meeting to order. This is a special meeting, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021. And with that, we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Kim, we probably ought to make an announcement that Supervisor Novasil will be arriving shortly, but we're going to go ahead and proceed at her request. So I think I just did that. I don't know the specifics other than she was in Pollock Pines 15 minutes ago, so we'd expect her arrival within the next 10-15 minutes, something like that, I'm guessing. So.
She has a harder commute than the rest of us.
Absolutely. Okay, with that, we will move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. So Kim, if you would please introduce that.
And just for the record, Supervisor Novosel did say she plans on not pulling anything.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay.
Are there any changes for the board?
No changes.
No changes.
No changes. Anything from the CAO or other staff? All right, then I think we can open it up for public comment on approval of the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on approval of the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken from those first participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants, taking public comment from 390.
Well, good morning. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2, and I am commenting on the, I understand that it's a special meeting, but I still do not understand why we're not having a public forum or an open forum, if you will. We are your constituents, and you deserve to hear from us whenever you meet. I also noticed that this it's a truncated agenda today, but it still has time allocations. It still has a consent calendar. It has general business of the county, and therefore, really, it should be a regular meeting. It just obviously wasn't scheduled at one point. But again, I'm disappointed that you don't want to hear from us, and that really saddens me, and I'm sure others. Plus, it should be coming up at 9 o'clock or so in the morning so that we don't have to wait and dedicate our day to the Board of Supervisors to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, does anyone on staff choose to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. I did want to, even prior to that, those comments from Mr. Greenwood, I wanted to explain to the public why today is a special meeting and what the difference is. It was a few weeks ago, the board asked for a special meeting to receive an update on the Caldor fire recovery efforts. That was the primary reason today was scheduled. Our rules require us to adopt a calendar of our regular board meetings via resolution, and that was, I believe that was done last week for 2022. When the Caldor fire update was requested, there was no need to prepare a new resolution to schedule it as today as a regular meeting. Then subsequently to that, we found out that one board member had jury duty or was on call for jury duty. And there were some other scheduling conflicts, challenges as well. So instead of, and in my opinion, I felt the remainder of the items on today's agenda deserve the attention of the full board and it would not be fair to the constituents of a specific district to not have their board member here representing them, especially when she couldn't be here for outside of her control. So that's why during agenda review, we decided to move these to today so we could have a full board and ensure adequate representation for the whole county. So that's why we're here. That's the reason why there are more agenda items than we typically prefer on a special meeting, but I believe it's warranted and there's significant policy discussions to talk about today, and we're looking forward to having those conversations.
Thank you. Do you care to comment on the open forum question of why it's not on a special meeting agenda? Maybe David can do that.
Yeah, the Brown Act does not require that you conduct a general open forum at a special meeting.
Very good.
With that, I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Very good.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that. So with that, we'll move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation item number 2. And Kim, if you'd please read that into the record.
Item number 2 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive and file an update on the recovery efforts from the Recovery Operations Center, Environmental Management, Planning and Building, Health and Human Services Agency, Assessor, Resource Conservation District, Grizzly Flats Community Service District, and the El Dorado Water Agency, and provide further direction to staff if necessary.
Very good.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. As a reminder to the board and to the public, the recovery efforts for the Caldor fire are under a unified command of myself and the sheriff. My lead on that from my office is Carla Haas. The sheriff's lead is Sergeant Awe. And I will turn it over to whoever's kicking it off from those two at this time.
Morning, board.
Morning.
Thank you for having us today. Hopefully you will find the information we provide you useful and comprehensive. Yes, you'll get this bunch of up. As far as advancing slides, do I ask you to do that? All right, so CAO Ashton said, my name is Sergeant L.Y. Sheriff's Office. I'm control, but I've been loaned back up. So, you serve at the discretion of the sheriff. So a little background, the Caldor fire started, why we're here. The Caldor fire started on August 14th, burned approximately 221,775 acres, the equivalent of 347 square miles, destroying more than 1,000 structures. Thank you. More than 1,000 structures, and wasn't fully contained until October 24th. The county's Emergency Operations Center was activated to respond to the fire on August 17th and closed on October 1st. And that's when October 1st is when the majority of the operation transitioned from a response phase into what we call the recovery phase. The Recovery Operations Center was conceived and created as a joint effort between the Sheriff's Office and the CAO's office with a representative as co-directors from each agency. But the reason these two agencies were selected were because the Sheriff's Office staff, specifically OAS, has experience with emergency response and with emergency organizational methods, and the CAO's office brings a county administration and management experience to the effort. So Carla and I as a team have a breadth of experience and knowledge that we can bring to this effort. If you can advance to the
Okay, I have one comment that I got input from Tara Stout on. There's kind of two sets of numbers in terms of the accounting of this. You know, your chart says more than 1,000 structures. That's the CAL fire based number, evidently.
That's not the exact number. It's more than 1,000, but yes, there is some discrepancy to the numbers depending on where you get your data from.
So my understanding, the difference is CAL FIRE is for structures that have been permitted by the county. They don't collect structural information that for unpermitted. So the CAL FIRE number, the CAL FIRE OES number is lower. And that's the difference, permitted versus unpermitted, which I would think would get into structures in the National Forest, US Forestry Service, cabins and those kinds of things wouldn't be included. So all I'm trying to say is there's two sets of numbers out there, one in the OES letter and one that we report. And they're not disparate. It's just how you do the counting, how you do the numbering, I guess, is what it amounts to. Because that was a little bit of a confusion factor to me, particularly with the Cal OES letter that came out. But I guess that's the explanation. So
Certainly, Supervisor, you are correct that there is criteria for what CAL FIRE considers a structure. I won't attempt to list those criteria for you. I'm not the expert in that knowledge, but you are correct that there are what maybe I would walk by and see, well, that looks like there was a structure there, but per CAL FIRE's criteria didn't meet the definition.
okay, thank you for that.
Absolutely. So what you can see on the screens right now is the org chart, and the org chart's actually for the slides purposes broken into two different slides. And the reason for that is what you see is a standard ICS structure up there with operations, planning, logistics, and finance. I'm sure you're all familiar with those functions. You see that in pretty much every ICS structure. The larger structure you're looking at here is for the broad functions of ICS. Go to the next slide, Kim. Thank you. So this is the operations section broken out, and it's broken out because of the size of it. But this is where all that the stuff happens in the operations section. So the divisions you see here with HHSA, land use, and EMD. We gave a great deal of thought to how we were going to break up these functions. The groups here are led by the agencies in the county that most closely align with the functions underneath it. And we broke it up based on the kinds of tasks to be completed in each one of those groups. And this was also based on conversations we have with other counties that have been through large fires, and how through some trial and error, like unfortunately some counties like Butte and Napa have had a great deal of experience handling these kinds of situations. So we basically broke it up with HHSA being people. If it deals with people, then it falls under that that group. Land use, if it deals with anything that's not people or not hazardous, it goes under land use. And then EMD has the hazardous stuff. All right. So unless you have any questions for me, I'll just give you a real quick rundown of what you're going to hear next. All right. So any questions? All right, you will hear from environmental management. They will describe their efforts, then planning and building, health and human services, Grizzly Flat CSD, El Dorado Water Agency, the Resource Conservation District, and the assessor's office. You will also see a test drive of the public dashboard during the EMD presentation. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Milky.
Just want to make one real quick point, and that is we're not going to hear a whole lot about Lake Tahoe in the basin per se, because that's a whole different land use situation over there. And I will make a report later of the conversations we had. We had a report out to TRPA last week about what we're hearing here on the west slope. So I'll report on that later.
Okay, before we conclude this item,
Sure,
though, kind of at the end of it. Okay, very good. Thank you for that.
Good morning, board.
Morning.
My name is Mark Moss. I am the manager overseeing the debris cleanup effort for environmental management. Also, as Moki so eloquently stated, the hazardous stuff. Slide one starts off with basically the ROE. What is the ROE? The ROE is a document contract that when signed will allow the state approved contractors to remove fire-related ash and debris, remediate the parcel, and return it back to the resident ready for permitting. The ROE is specific to the public program only. To sign up for this program, we've held 3 workshops within the county, 2 on the west slope, 1 on the east slope. We've advertised through the website, through the Caldor Fire website. We have the application you could fill out online there. You could print out, you could bring it into EMD and we'll help you. We also have the Caldor Fire ROE line. So we're making a significant effort to reach out to the public to assist with this basically daunting task. We expect that roughly 95% of the eligible property owners will utilize the ROE program. Now, if you also notice up on the slide, there's two other programs that are mentioned: the private alternate program, which I'll discuss a little bit later, and the abatement program, which is one that we're going to strive not to exercise. Some of the common questions that we've seen coming into environmental management, especially in the very beginning of this, is I submitted an ROE. Some people came in really early, they got the ROE in on time, or they got it in very early. They want to know the status of it. All those questions were forwarded to the ROE Caldor line or answered accordingly, or they are also contacted prior to their property being accessed by the state. My cabin is on Forest Service land and it's burned. This has been one of those situations that's just been really thorny, especially for the ROE process. I was not involved in a lot of the negotiations, but what it basically essentially boils down to at this point in time is the Forest Service is going to take care of their own issues. Environmental management was collecting ROEs. We have a stack of ROEs for Forest Service parcels. If the Forest Service wishes, we will gladly hand them over. But we are collecting those just in case we were handed that to deal with also. What is the difference between the public and private debris program? If nothing else comes out of this, the main difference is the private program, you have to pay for it in your own pocket. But I'll also go into a little more detail later on. Do I have to pay for this program? This is more specific to the ROE program in the state. With the ROE program, you do not have to pay for it. The caveat to that is if you have debris insurance, after this is all done, the state is going to reconcile or want to take those funds from you as a policyholder to use for the payment. However, the property owner, if it has something like a swimming pool on site that is not covered, that debris monies can be used for that and the state won't take it. Toward the end of the process, this is going to get very confusing for the funding, and EMD is looking at basically contracting out those services. Slide 2, please. So, according to the databases that we've been utilizing, which have basically been the repopulation spreadsheets, the spreadsheets from the CAL FIRE concerning disaster management, and the LAC spreadsheets, we've determined there are roughly 750 parcels that will belong into this program that need to be looked at. The Forest Service has roughly 323 parcels that are not eligible for this program. So the numbers up there are a little bit off because this slide presentation was put together on last Thursday, but the most current numbers as of yesterday, we have 571 parcels that have submitted an ROE. We have 468 parcels that have had their ROE reviewed by the El Dorado County Debris Management Program. We have 434 ROEs that have been completed and submitted to CalOES, and 399 have been approved by CalOES and will be submitted to their contractor. What that 399 means is those are 399 parcels that the state contractors can now go out and work on. So in general, the process flow for the ROE is once the ROE comes into environmental management, either through the email, through written staff, or through direct hand-in or through the mail, our staff reviews it for completeness. If it's determined to be incomplete, we'll reach back out to the resident or the parcel holder. We'll get the required information and make one complete packet. The complete packet will then be submitted to the state via a state smart sheet program in which they'll do another editing of it or auditing. And they'll come back to us and say, we need some corrections, we'll take care of them. Then that final sheet will go out to the contractor who is ECC for the cleanup. It's important to note that the deadline for the public program is November 15th. This date was not set by environmental management of the county. This date was set by the state. Next slide, please. So we now have a description of the private alternate program. The private program is for parcel owners who choose not to complete an ROE for public program. This may be for a variety of reasons. Some of the ones that we've run into is they want to take care of the property themselves. They have enough insurance to take care of the property themselves and they want to utilize this option, or they don't agree with the terms in the ROE. It is important to note that the private program is held to the exact same standards as the state program in regards to hazmat removal, asbestos abatement, sampling, and disposal and segregation of debris. It's also important to note that if somebody signs up for the alternate program, that if they get partway through it and they expend all their funds, they are still on the hook for the rest of those funds. This is why we have different due dates for different documents in the program. The alternate program has two different phases. Phase one is essentially the application. It's 3 pages that's due on or before November 5th. And what this is programmed, what this will do is it'll tell us that the property owner's been briefed on what's going to happen. They've have the appropriate contractor with the appropriate certifications to move forward in the project. Then we give them till December 31st to submit the work plan. This is the meat and potatoes of it. This is going to explain in great detail what they're going to do, where the wastes are going to go, how they're going to be handled, when the sampling is going to be done, where the sampling is going to be done. That entire process is going to be overseen by environmental management. Currently, EMB has roughly 15 private alternate applications.
Mark, before you leave that, when you say requires oversight, it's really final approval by EMD that the site is clean and ready for reconstruction or whatever the intended purpose is. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Takes a sign off. It's not just overseeing.
Oversight is a broad term for basically.
I understand, but it requires a sign off that it's been
Absolutely.
completed. And if we get to a point where people just start rebuilding without that sign off, we talked about what do we do on the enforcement side of it? Because I know behavior of people is they want to get things done quickly. So what do we do when that occurs? I mean, that's the other dilemma we always get into, right?
Those are discussions that we're currently having with OES and with our department, how we're going to handle this. Because we have to realize, these people have been through a lot.
Right.
They've lost their property, they've lost everything they have, and if they can't take care of it, we need to reach out and work with them the best we possibly can. But nevertheless, we need to ensure the property is clean and taken care of.
Mark, do we have any kind of situational response if we get a big snow up there on Echo? Because we're already getting snow up there. And as much as we're trying to clean up, it's going to be an issue at some point in time here. Days are getting numbered as far as not having snow over those areas. Have you been setting up any kind of response on how you're going to deal with, say, as we go into this next part here, unresponsive people that just don't have a cleanup and all of a sudden it's not going to be clear until spring?
At this point in time, we have not.
Okay.
The majority of the parcels up in that area, or I'd say at least it looks like roughly 70% are Forest Service.
Yeah.
We've had contact with them and had discussions about how to deal with it. We've made the suggestions such as wattles and things like that to keep the debris flows out of the major
Right.
watersheds.
Yeah.
But
Be good,
EMD is
I
not
think.
really looking at that portion of it.
Yeah, it'd be good to get some sort of program, moving forward, because it's going to happen sooner than
It's
later.
happening fast.
Time's
right?
ticking.
Daily It's happening. So yes.
Just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Well, timing couldn't be, as I was saying, we can't time these things, and nobody could also see that, we'd have 10.5 inches the first storm in October. And,
Well,
knock on synthetic
it
wood
wasn't
substance, we
September,
did relatively
frankly.
well.
But I just, again, to make my point is, I think there should be some sort of research done on how to help those that haven't cleaned up when the snow hits, because it won't go away for a while. So,
I have a question. There's been some issues. This Richard Devante has been calling a lot of the residents in Grizzly Flat, and he's a private contractor. And I just want to know if you guys checked into who he is and see if it's legit.
The name once again,
Devante, Devante.
the name
He's
is
been
not,
reaching out to a lot of people that he said he would come on the property and clean it up. Now, there's been issues before on the Paradise Fire where contractors have been coming in there and what they did is people have paid them to start and then they've never done the job. So that I'm kind of concerned about the residents out there in Grizzly Flat. And he's a private contractor, but not only that, he's got to have a hazmat license and all the other issues that go along with that before he can remove any of that debris. So I'm just wondering if you guys heard about this guy or checked into it. So,
at this point in time, I have not heard of that gentleman.
okay.
One of the throughputs of doing the review of the alternate program is verifying the contractors and the
Yeah.
subcontractors, all the proper appropriate licenses and certificates to take care of the situation.
Right. Okay.
Next slide, please. The next slide sort of goes into unresponsive parcels contact protocol.
Mark, can I interrupt for just one second?
Excuse me?
May I interrupt for a moment, please? Supervisor Turnbull, you may be having the name Richard Vitamonte confused with Richard Devante.
Yeah. maybe
Richard
that's it.
Vitamonte is with the state, with Cal
Oh, it
OES.
is with state? Okay. 'cause
Yes.
I know that's what I'm getting, what I see on Facebook, and a
Okay.
lot of the people were concerned about it because they didn't know who the person was. So,
Yes. So that's a above board person
Okay, all right.
who's contacting
Okay.
property owners. So
Has there been any other issues that have you heard about? Because I know there was something that was, I think there was another person that's made phone calls out there. Do you know anything
well, the
about that?
contractors Cal OES is making phone calls to the property owners to let them know if they've received their ROE and ECC is ready to clean
Right.
up their property. They are giving them 24 to 48 hour notice that they will be out on their property.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that was legit. Thank you.
Okay, on to, we have parcel owners in the debris program who we've not been able to get in contact with. Initially, the program had roughly 374 parcel owners that we could not get in contact with via basic emails and things like that. So we've gone through and put together a plan to try and address this situation. We've utilized data gathered from the El Dorado Sheriff's Office repopulation spreadsheet, initial damage assessments, and spreadsheets that were developed in the local assistance center to reach out to get a hold of people. We've used records from the assessor's office, the treasurer tax collector's office, and the register recorder's office to verify APN owners' mailing addresses. We've done a mass emailing on 2 different occasions to remind people that the ROEs are due and what the programs entail. And lastly, last Friday, we sent out 150 United States Postal Service certified letters to parcel owners. This is important because this is, as a county, we have to make a concerted effort to reach out to these people and cover all the bases and make sure we try and get all the, cast the net as wide as possible so these people know what their options are and we can keep them out of the abatement program. That being said, the abatement program is the last option for the debris removal program. It essentially involves getting a court order permission or getting a court order to go on the land, to clean up the land, and then invoicing and or liening the property after the fact. My goal is to have 0 of those. I don't know if it's reasonable, but that's what our goal is, 0. Slide number 5, please. Staffing update. So if you looked at the flow chart that Sergeant Aoi put up, you notice under environmental management, there's basically 3 names: myself, Kaylee Nichols, and Jeff Warren. I assure you, I'm not doing this all on my own. I wouldn't be standing here and all my hair would be gone. With the assistance of the sheriff's office, we have basically a joint operations in environmental management where they brought on 5 staff to assist with the processing of these ROEs. Environmental management has 4 different other staff members assigned to it, along with 3 specific staff members assigned to the alternate program. These people are moving around, so we just elected to keep the flow chart as is at this point in time. We have requested 5 full-time development aides to assist with this process. We had interviews on Friday last week. As far as county goes, we're moving extremely fast at this, faster than it's ever moved in my, let's see, I've been here since 2006 on something. It's very impressive to see. The activities that these people will be working with will basically be contacting private program applicants, researching public records, organizing, filing information as parcels are cleared, processing the certificates required by the private alternate program. That being said, there's been incredible collaboration between the departments that have been working on this project, and it's been inherently positive, and I'm proud to be part of it. In closing, just want to remind everybody, the due date for the ROE is on or before November 15th, and for the alternate program, November 5th. Thank you very much for your time.
Mark, I do have a question. There's been some conversation back and forth that some people who had insurance have basically gotten their insurance payment for their loss and have disappeared. They've left the state or whatever, conjecture, we don't know the statistics. In that kind of a situation where the county is left with a parcel that's been abandoned, what are we required to do for remediation? Can we can't write an ROE for them to go on, for Cal OES to go in and do the cleanup. So what happens in that kind of scenario where a person doesn't respond, and yet we know we have a responsibility to get it cleaned up somehow?
That is the abatement program.
Okay,
The timing of the abatement program is a little bit tricky because what we want to do is ensure the state contractors are still working in the county when that occurs. So we're looking at approximately roughly a 90-day window from prior to ECC leaving the county where we need to start these proceedings because they're, just correct me if I'm wrong, Sergeant, they're basically court proceedings. We're going into a court of law to a judge and saying, this is what we've done. This is where our documentation comes into play for finding these people that we have a hard time locating. We've tried to find these people. We've had no contact. We need to clean these properties up. Then there's a series of timelines that go with that, with trying to notify the people, hearings, et cetera. And then when that's done, hopefully it's adjudicated and the county is given the right to abate the property. We then essentially fill out an ROE for the county.
okay,
That goes to the state contractor gets it, they clean it up,
okay.
and then the back billing occurs after that.
Well, good, we can still use Cal OES to do the cleanup.
That is what that is our
That's an
goal.
incredible
Absolutely.
advantage over, we're stuck with how do we do the abatement on our own? So yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
Environmental management wants nothing to do with that if we can
Yeah.
avoid
I don't
it.
think any of us do, but somebody's got to clean up the mess, right? So,
That's it.
all right, very good. I'm glad to know that. And obviously there's a proceeding that goes on if they've truly abandoned the property and don't pay their property taxes. There's a whole lot of scenarios you can play out, but we're not here to discuss that today. So
Any
thank
other
you.
questions?
Any other questions from the board, from Mark?
No.
Excellent, thank you.
Great. Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Very impressive response.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, board, we're going to have Sarah show us, Sarah Doherty from GIS show us the public facing dashboard for the ROE process. And then we can move on to the next speaker.
Okay, very good.
Good morning, board and members of the public. My name is Sarah Doherty. I'm a GIS analyst with the surveyor's office. Sorry, you guys hear me now?
Yes.
My name is Sarah Doherty. I am a GIS analyst with the surveyor's office. And together with my GIS team, we have been providing mapping support and providing solutions to collect data throughout this incident and really just summarize information for the different stakeholders and the public. So now through the recovery process, we have been tasked with developing a solution that will give both the decision makers and the public kind of a broad overview of the debris removal program and progress that we've been making. So we've been collecting data related to the ROE applications received and the private applications received. And I'm just going to quickly go through the dashboard that we designed for the public and give you a rundown of what its features are. So we wanted to provide two things. We wanted to provide the scope of the program process and also the progress. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see just a broad overview of what the consolidated debris removal program involves. So it has two phases and we describe those phases here. You can scroll down on the side of the screen. We have links to the actual right of entry form that will allow you to enroll in the public or private program. And then a link to the private program documentation here, the different requirements associated with the private program versus the public.
So Sarah, real quick, can you tell us how do we get there?
Oh, yes. I don't believe have made it live yet.
It's on our Caldor recovery website.
Okay, and so in that banner at home, it'll
Yes,
probably.
either
click on that.
the top banner at edcgov.us, the red banner,
Right.
or the picture
Uh-huh.
on the rotating screens. You can click on the Caldor recovery picture and it will take you to our website,
Yeah.
and the dashboard is in big bold letters.
Okay, good.
So
Great.
it is live.
Yes, it's
Okay,
been live
okay,
for
thank
more
you.
than a week.
Oh, perfect. Great. Thanks, Sarah.
And then also, just so you know, this little link here, our county seal, will take you back to the Caldor recovery site landing page. So interactive if we end up posting the dashboard separately. Down below the section that walks through both of the phases. We have the public debris removal phases listed here, just so that people can get an idea of what those benchmarks are. And we have the ability to include data related to each of these different phases as we start to receive that from the state contractor. So some enhancements to the dashboard as we move through this process. On the map in the middle, which is our focal point, you will see, and I added just some verbiage down here so people will understand. The map is representative of the concentration of received debris removal program applications in the county. So obviously the lighter sections are going to be where we've received the highest concentration of applications. And then blue would be more dormant or lower. But if you zoom in, you can see kind of more of a detailed version of those different areas, and you can navigate and pan through the map. Also included in the map, you can click the home button to go back to the overview of the county. You can use the legend here to find a scale that will show you both the high and low concentrations that I talked about, and just give you some scope as to the roads and the Caldor fire boundary. The layers widget here will allow you to see what is turned on versus turned off. So you have the little eye. We have included the DINS information on this map. So if you would like to view more specific information, you can turn that on, and you'll see the DINS report data collected by CAL FIRE. So we have only included those damaged structures. We didn't include those not damaged. And you can turn that back off to declutter your map. You have the ability to change your base map if for some reason you don't like the topography here. And you can search for a specific location using the search function. So if you want to see a specific area, you're able to search. On the right-hand side of the dashboard, we have all of the different indicators that summarize the progress we've made in the debris removal program applications. So at the top, you'll see the total ROE applications received. These are all of the applications that have been received by environmental management to date. And I included the updates down below so you can see that this was updated 5 minutes ago. So we have received 584 to date. This is updated in real time. So as soon as somebody submits an application online, this number will change. Those approved are those that have been reviewed and we have received all of the appropriate documentation. So the difference between these two numbers is that the applications have been received here. If they don't have their insurance information, or if they didn't provide a copy of their license, or we can't confirm their ownership of the parcel, anything like that, that's what would delay this number from being updated. So once those ROEs have been approved by county staff, they are sent to the state via the smart sheet that Mark Moss talked about. And those numbers are represented at the bottom indicator here. So total ROEs referred to the state is 451. And total ROEs approved by the state is the number representative of those that have been verified and are ready for the contractor to work on that parcel. And then in the middle here, we have total private program applications received. And those are, this has some room for offering more information as we move through the private program. We've only received 16 applications to date. However, there is a work plan that's required to be received with a private program application. So once we have numbers related to work plans that have been received, we're going to add that to the dashboard as well. Are there any questions about the dashboard?
So what is a work plan exactly? Just curious what that means when you say.
Supervisor Novosel, a work plan is required for the private program
Okay.
to provide information about exactly the steps that are going to be taken
Okay.
for the remediation of the property by the private contractor.
Is that
And it
possibly?
has to be approved by EMD.
Okay, is that possibly why this is taking longer for these private applications? We have more or?
That
that
could be one of the
possibility?
reasons. And more people are selecting the public program.
Right, right.
So
That
that's
would make
where
sense.
a lot of the focus is being put at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else related to the dashboard?
What a helpful tool. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Between
Lot of
that and
discovery, yeah.
between that and redistricting, you've had your hands full. My goodness. Wow.
Well, we're using the
Impressive.
tools we have, and that's a good thing.
That
We're
is
all
a good
getting
thing.
educated on, it, right?
One point of clarification for the board and for the public. I don't want anybody to get confused that the ROE link that Sarah talked about, that actually accesses both applications for the public and private selection.
Okay,
So I don't want anybody to think that it, just because the ROE refers to the public option, that that's not also how you access the application for the private option.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building, and also representing the Land Use Group. Have many technical experts as well, in case there are some deeper dive questions that you may have going forward. Of course, I want to take the opportunity to walk the board through some of the work the Planning and Building and the Land Use Group has been doing while speaking to the significant challenge ahead. Planning and Building reacted very swiftly. As soon as we could get our building inspectors in to Grizzly Flats, they were up there. They were in the community doing assessments, making sure that we had accurate information for that community. As part of the safety assessment program, in cooperation with 8 of our mutual aid partners, our staff inspected 2,296 sites, which resulted in 3,131 placards. And placards are the green, yellow, and red placards that you're probably all familiar with at this point in time. Building staff went live with the natural disaster webpage very quickly within the first week to give more information on that safety assessment program. And concurrently, Planning and Building staff is working on the urgency ordinance that came before your board on September 10th. And of course, there are many end goals of the urgency ordinance, but including obviously expedited permitting for rebuilds, temporary mobile home permits, addressing the need for emergency housing, things of that nature. In an effort to learn about best management practices, our staff consulted with Butte County, Napa County, Sacramento County, others who have gone through similar disasters to better inform how we move forward. We went quickly to work on getting that critical information up on a webpage. We have a document on rebuilds after natural disasters, FAQs, Caldor fire rebuild estimate worksheets for folks, information on site and grading plans and permit applications, so on and so forth. Also, our staff went through some disaster response training as a result of this as well. Next slide, please. One of the key goals of Planning and Building is to front load the rebuild process. This is a key component. As phase 2 debris removal is going on, we want to make sure that we are locked and loaded and ready to go when folks begin submitting their building applications. So we're prioritizing our time and resources to achieve this goal. And one of the first steps what staff engaged in was conducting property research and scanning documents to make sure that the information we have in our Trackit software was completely up to date. That's going to help folks when they come in to get their building permits, because all that information that we have on file is already going to be there for them. We're working on all different types of permits related to Caldor. 3 main ones are disaster permits or demo permits and Caldor related building permits. Disaster permits, we already front loaded this 2,296. Those were put in the system for inspection. All the permits have already been created and there's no fee attached to those disaster permits. Demo permits, demolition permits, 762 primary and secondary demo permits were created, again, front loading that system. When inspectors identified and red tagged those homes, the demo permit was created at that point in time. So again, preloading that situation. So property owners will be required obviously to come in and get that application, the demo permit application, but that's already in our system. So there's a fee waiver upon qualification, depending on the status of your insurance based on our ordinance as well.
When you say come into your, is that coming into your office physically or are they?
They don't
able
have to come into the
I was
office.
just saying, 'cause
Yeah.
there's so many people spread out all over. I would hope this is all online.
Yeah.
Okay, just double check.
And as far as building permits, when a customer comes in or submits their building permit, that obviously that building permit will be created in the system, and we can work with them on, again, what type of, is their insurance covered all this, or they qualify for a fee waiver program. Building staff also create an application for manufactured and RV Caldor permits, and we've completed the fee waiver process. We have a fee waiver process flow chart, and the application is now complete, and all that should be going live within the next week. Next slide, please. And as part of our commitment to simplifying the permit process, I know it's hard to read on this screen. If you have, it'll be also, this will be live within the next week. So folks will be able to click on that image you see up there. That's the Caldor Fire rebuild permitting process. Our staff went through great lengths to try to simplify the process for residents that are trying to work their way through. And this is, if you've seen our regular flow chart, this is a greatly simplified version of it. What's great about it, again, it has clickable links. So as you see where you are in that process, you're able to click on one of those links and it'll take you to where you need to go for that particular item.
Is that
So-
also on this other website, the Caldor website? In there somewhere?
It will be once it's live.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So again, within probably by the end of this week at the latest, we'll have
Okay.
that up and
All right,
rolling.
perfect.
So Chris, I'm not seeing the disaster permit in this flow. Is it to the left before you start here, or is it something I'm missing?
Well, now, and of course, I don't have the flow chart in front of me, so I'm having a hard time reading it, but I think it's the
Really
second,
hard to
it's the
do.
green
It says
box.
demo permit.
Yeah, it says
Well,
demo
but we
permit
have
right there.
Disaster permit, we have demo permit. I'm just asking about the
Yeah.
disaster permit. and
Disaster
its
permits
flow.
are preloaded. Those were the
Okay.
2,296.
So
that-
really external to this flow.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, those are already created and in the system. So for the purposes of the applicant coming in, they're going to start at that starting point, and we already have them for the disaster permits in our system.
okay, thank you.
Our staff have been out in the community as much as we possibly can. We were at the local assistance center. We were at Pioneer Park a couple times, and obviously more going forward. We're in Tahoe on the 23rd. We're available for any one-on-ones, phone calls, emails. We are here for the community. I know we just had a good conversation with Mr. Magison as well with the Grizzly Flats community, and we continue to work through some of those challenges. So we've also initiated RFP process. We want to make sure that we have our plan, check, and inspection services in place to complement what we already have, because we're going to have a lot more of that type of work, as you can imagine. Next slide, please. And to paint a clearer picture of the staff time already invested in this, I had mentioned all those building inspectors going out on the initial response. 1,520 hours were the amount of hours that building inspectors have put in at this point in time. And of course, we had the support of 372 hours from our mutual aid partners as well. So a very robust response initial. And with your board's adoption of the urgency ordinance, our department was directed to give priority permitting to the Caldor rebuild. And we continue to prioritize for that. And again, all types of permits, demolition, planning, zoning, building, temporary use permits, all kinds of applications. At this point in time, we've created every type of application that is applicable to the Caldor rebuild.
So Chris, on the building inspection stuff, does that mean we've had to defer some of the planned building inspections for construction in progress in order to address this? Because I think that's the balance we have to go to. And I think I just want to make sure that we understand there's a limited staff resource. You have to do the balancing with this effort going into it. Some of the other things are going to be delayed, but it's not, you can't prevent it, right? It's just
Correct.
something that we have to all accept and understand. The Caldor has to be given some priorities in this period of time to make everything work. So
I think one of the more difficult things, and I know Chris, you'll agree, is we asked for a extension in Tahoe because by definition in Tahoe, you have to finish your grading by October 15th. And so that being that our inspectors were all busy with Caldor, they weren't able to process those. And I don't know what happened if we did get that extension after the snow we had. Obviously, all bets were off when it started to snow. But,
The TRPA.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
TRPA
yeah, there
side.
was, I'm fairly positive there was an extension, and we did some proactive outreach
Yeah,
to folks who were affected in the basin to
right,
let them know that had been extended. from
right. So
TRPA.
it just exactly as you're saying, it was just gonna initially, we were going to slow up all the other processes because
Right.
of our focus on Caldor, which needed to happen. It just was bad timing for the Tahoe Basin permits, but I think we did a good job. I know you did a good job. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, we continue to have those conversations with citizens. It's try to make it as clear as possible. We're on dual track. Obviously, we're still working through our existing, permit load and caseload. But at the same time, having to give priority, as these things continue to arise in the department. And everyone's been fantastic in understanding that, fellow residents have been going through quite a tough time across the county. So in an average year, just again, continue to paint the picture, department processes around 10,000 permits. Approximately 500 of those 10,000 are single family residents, and less than a third of those are custom or non-master planned homes. It takes on average 2 to 4 times longer to process custom homes than a master planned community. The homes within the Caldor fire burn area are non-master plan homes. They're custom homes. Currently, again, you guys know these numbers, but 782 structures or residential structures have burned, 18 commercial, 203 accessory buildings. If the department were to process all of the permits for the destroyed structures over the course of a year, which obviously we're not going to get to in 1 year, but if we did, in addition to the other activities of the department, it would represent a 700% increase in our workload, which equates to approximately 47,000 hours, which if we spread that across 3 years, that would take 9 additional FTEs to cover over a 3-year period. So again, 47,000 hours is our estimate at this point in time. Obviously, as the permits come in, I mean, some folks may choose not to rebuild, and then obviously we can factor that in. But again, just giving you those top line numbers of what we're looking at from a department
And
perspective.
I'm sorry. That's 9 additional people on top of the staff that we have?
Well, to be clear, I'm not asking.
No, I know that. No,
Yeah.
I know that. Just letting us comprehend what
yes.
this means.
Yeah. If we were
I know,
trying
I'm
to,
not talking about staffing requests. I'm
right,
talking
exactly.
just understanding that this is
Yes.
equivalent to 9 additional staff over a 3-year period on top of what we already have.
Correct.
That worked. Okay. Wow.
So of course, we may ask for 8 extra help to fill in these gaps and generously approved. And of course, there'll be a discussion later for, we asked for 3 FTEs. That's on the next item, but just putting it out there that those were our asks, given the circumstances that we're facing as a department and as a land use group.
And Chris, I was just going to say, when I spoke to a few staff members, they mentioned that it was difficult, at least in Tahoe area, as everyone else is experiencing up there. You can't get people into the positions. There's unfulfilled, although we've gone ahead and approved those extra positions, you just can't fill them.
Yeah, a lot more demand than supply in
Yeah,
terms of workforce.
Yes.
And that is an issue.
So
Yes.
it's not that we haven't approved it.
Absolutely. No, we are, the board has been fantastic in supporting the needs of the department, and it just speaks that there is a challenge right now, and it's not just unique to El Dorado County. It's
No, it's
across
not.
all employers.
Right.
And it's a challenge to hire and retain folks right now, staff. It's
Chris, one of the big concerns with the residents out there, because I get phone calls all the time, and the big thing, when they go through the cleanup process, when that's done, will they be able to park an RV on that property as they go through the building process?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
So long as they speak with our department and make sure they have their temporary use permit for their mobile home or RV, absolutely. So yes, to be clear, it's a very important point, because Cal OES is very clear that our program will kick in after phase 2 debris removal is complete. That they're not comfortable, understandably, having a temporary RV on a site that has been impacted and has an ash scar. There's a lot of, and I'm speaking kind of out of my terms, more of an EMD thing here, but but they were very clear about that. So absolutely, once debris removal is complete, that's when folks can move back on their properties with these temporary use permits.
Thanks for that update. I
Oh,
can
so
pass that along.
I think what I'm understanding is you don't have to have potable water available. You don't have to have a sewer connection if you've got a self-contained vehicle, and you don't have to have an electrical power supply. You can run off a generator. Is that what we're saying?
You are allowed to run off of a generator. That is correct. And again, I don't want to get too far out of my lane into EMD's lane, but yes, there is a lot of conversations about temporary power poles And you can get approval for that, again, working through EMD. And so long as there is a viable source, whether it's a large amount of water on site, that is permissible. I know Grizzly Flats being very creative about, working with outside entities to have them come through an empty septic, for instance, in their temporary RVs whenever they come up there.
Yeah.
So again, just coming up with creative solutions, and all that obviously would be met with approval through EMD, just to make sure that everything is going well up there.
Sounds like the right approach to me, but obviously we got to have some oversight of that too, because I know how things go sometimes.
Of course.
With self-contained vehicles and things
Yes.
get overflowing and.
Key was there is
Uh-uh,
check
yeah.
in and get a permit.
Yes. Yeah, all that will need some approval from the county.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
And then final slide is just names and everyone's rank and everyone's position in here. It's a huge team effort. As you can see, we have a lot of folks involved in this. And I also included DOT because they're part of the land use group as well, in case you had any questions on right-of-way encroachments, anything of that nature. So
Incredible effort.
Thank you,
Incredible.
Chris.
thank you.
A lot of work.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it all.
Good morning, Board. Daniel Del
Daniel.
Monte with Health and Human Services. Today, I'll be giving you an update on individual assistance programs, kind of a general overview, as well as some considerations that staff are giving us some options for this stuff. We'll also be talking about community organizations active in disaster and long-term recovery efforts. Next slide. So following a presidential declaration of a major disaster, FEMA provides three primary forms of assistance. Individual assistance, or IA, which is the focus of what I'm discussing today, provides aid to affected individuals and households. In El Dorado, the request for IA, as you know, was submitted to the federal government, was denied. However, Cal OES is appealing on our behalf with us, so we're still waiting for the results of that. But in the meantime, in a scenario where the appeal letter is denied, we've been working to understand what other options are potentially in place to help support some of these needs, and what options may be available to support some of these ongoing needs over the coming months ahead. So what you see on this slide is that 3 of the 6 areas, actually, I'll take a step back. These 6 areas represent the phase of the recovery that we're in right now. So these service areas would be addressed through an IA declaration being approved from FEMA. And what you see in front of you is that 3 of the 6 areas, we have measures in place through some alternatives. And those are the areas in green at the bottom of the slide.
Mhm.
And for the other 3 areas, there are some alternatives in place and there are others that are in development. So I'm going to start by going over the 3 that we have currently in place at the bottom, starting with disaster legal services. Legal Services of Northern California is currently providing pro bono legal advocacy, and that service is available for referrals for Caldor impacted households. Resources for legal services are already posted on the EDC website. I'm going to be saying the resources out loud today so that in case folks are listening, they're able to write it down as I'm talking. So the phone number for legal services is 800-660-3458. They can also be emailed at disasterhelp@lsnc.net, or you could visit their website at lsnc.net. The second area that an alternative is current for is disaster unemployment assistance.
Daniel, before you go to that one, you have to low-income survivors. So can you give us an idea? Is that based upon last year's IRS federal tax filings? I mean, what is the low-income qualifier? Can you give us some insight on that?
Yeah, so they have to show proof of their earnings. I don't know what documentation they provide to show legal services where they fall within that. But my understanding is it's under the 80% of the area median income.
Okay.
So yeah, when they meet with them, they'd be gathering whatever documentation is necessary to justify that.
And can I ask, what is the definition of a survivor? Is that a renter versus, does that include renters and owners? And how do they define?
Yeah.
Who is eligible?
Yes, anybody who's impacted, whose housing was impacted by the Caldor fire.
And
So it could
don't
be a
have to be an
renter,
owner,
could be a homeowner, correct?
Okay, okay. I've been asked by
Yeah.
renters and I wasn't sure of that. Okay. Thank you.
Good to know. Thank you.
So the second area that an alternative is current for is the disaster unemployment assistance. The state EDD department provides these services to individuals as well as businesses affected by the disaster. If residents lost their job or can't work, they may be eligible for unemployment insurance, disability insurance, or paid family leave. And claims can be filed online, by phone, or by fax or mail. So if you went and Googled EDD disaster unemployment assistance, the first 1 and 2 links that pop up, if you click those, you find an online means to file these claims online. That's one way to do it. The other way is to give them a call, and their phone number is 1-800-300-5616.
So a quick scenario, got a renter who was evacuated for 14 days. Didn't have the fire come into their area, but they were impacted by the fact that they were told to leave by mandatory evacuation orders. Are they eligible for monies to get back their hotels and expenses? Say, because some of these, a lot of them were not insured. They don't have renters insurance to be able to pay back.
I can't speak to what all services the state's EDD has eligible. I would just recommend that folks reach out, file a claim, and talk about whatever benefits they might be eligible for.
Do we have an ombudsman within the county that can help them? Or is that just something where they need to make phone calls to the state? Because I know how the state can be, tough to be uncomfortable for people to try to reach out.
So one of the functions that's supporting folks right now is our hubs program, which I'll talk to in more detail soon. And then the other thing I'll be talking about today is disaster case management, which really provides that level of ongoing support, developing a plan with impacted households to stick to. So maybe I'll speak to that in a few, and then it'll give a better idea.
All right, stay tuned, everybody.
Yes, you got it.
Thank you.
So Daniel, the other question with all of the phone numbers and stuff, is this part of the information that someone can get by dialing 411 and asking for referral numbers to get in contact with EDD, to get in contact with, the legal services? Is that facilitated at this point? Or are we going to facilitate that?
So if you contacted 211, yes.
211, excuse me, 211, sorry,
411's
wrong
Nevada.
on the numbers, 211, yes, thank you.
Yes, they would be referring folks to these resources as well.
Okay.
And much of these, if not all, are posted as well on the Caldor website.
Okay, because I want to make sure we got the message out. Trying to write down a bunch of phone numbers short, but if you dial 211, you should be able to talk to an operator that will give you the information as to how to get these specific services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
So the third area that we have an alternative for is the voluntary agency coordination role. And currently Valerie Mahanovich is with Cal OES. She's been fantastic. She's been attending meetings, answering questions that we might have, that community organizations might have. She's been seeking resources, looking into ways that we might be able to get some funding to support some of these efforts. So she has been phenomenal. I'm very grateful that she's supporting us in this effort. So those are the three that we have some alternatives currently in place for and providing like services to an IA declaration. Now let's discuss the other three that are in development. So the first area is the individuals and household program. And this service offers financial assistance as well as other direct services to eligible households. So as I jump into this category, I just want to start by highlighting our El Dorado Community Foundation. Due to Bill Roby and his incredible work, his staff, Hillary and Avis, every meeting that I've attended with Cal OES, every meeting that I've personally attended with community organizations who are active in disasters that serve sort of county to county as these fires are happening across the state, they've been praising our local efforts for how coordinated our boots on the ground organizations are. Mm-hmm. And that's not to say that every need's being addressed, because we're still waiting for the declarations. We're still going through the process, but they're stating that we're light years ahead of other communities at this point in the process. And I just want to sort of give that shout out to the Community Foundation, because they've really filled a gap and a void that's helped us to get to this point.
Yeah, one thing I want to interrupt a little bit, but it's also the Grizzly Flat West Slope Foundation too has done a great job. They have raised quite a bit of money right now through the Community Foundation too. There's donated money through that. So, and that is boots on the ground, especially with Grizzly Flats, the foundation there. So.
Absolutely. stealing some of the thunder to come.
Yeah, I
Yes.
guess so.
So specific to individuals and household programs, the Community Foundation recently launched a grant cycle for nonprofits to apply for funding. And the eligible funds include programming like housing, childhood development and wellness, youth development, organizational development, older adult services, mental health and wellness, environmental recovery projects, and community-based activities. And so those applications, the timeline is ending November 10th for nonprofits to apply. And so just to iterate that those services do fill a lot of the types of services that would be available through the individual and household programs. They also created the Caldor Fire Relief Fund, as I'm sure folks are aware, which was established in August and supports households who experience 25% or more damage to their household, to their primary residence due to the fire. So, as Supervisor Turnbull alerted to, their work with the Grizzly Flats West Slope Foundation has been phenomenal. Those boots on the ground, as you said, really are the key to this stuff working. They know the community. They're helping to vet households who are applying for assistance. There can be folks who come in and request assistance who aren't from the area or who weren't impacted by the fire. Their local knowledge of who lives there, their collaboration with other nonprofits, faith-based groups, and volunteers from the area is really that sort of key threshold that keeps this process moving forward. So I agree 100%. So moving on from the Community Foundation, I don't want to steal all their thunder. I'm sure they're going to be providing some comments at some point to your board, as I'm sure they have been this whole time. I want to speak to some housing assistance that HHSA is going after. We're in the process of developing 2 housing programs for eligible households. One's in partnership with our community housing and economic development staff in the county, and we're converting a state grant into a rental assistance program for eligible households. So those will be also for low-income households impacted. It can provide, at this point, we're looking at about 10 households to be supported through this effort. Depending on the duration of rental assistance they need, we might be able to serve more households. So it's all dependent upon what they need to stabilize in the housing, but it'll be somewhere between 12 and 18 months of rental assistance up to. So really excited to get that going, and staff are currently developing the policies for that program. So as we get more details and that's fleshed out, we'll of course be providing updates to you as well as to the community through the boots on the ground folks who are supporting residents.
Yeah, and the Community Foundation also has grant money for rental assistance to help people. So
you got it. And yeah, we're in communication with the Community Foundation to make sure that as these projects are developed, we're sort of meeting many needs across all of our different housing programs. It doesn't make sense to duplicate efforts. And so we're making sure to communicate that, and then that way they can help fill other voids with their grants that they're providing out to the community. So the second program is a state grant that HHSA is applying for. We're bringing it to the board on November 16th to request authorization. If awarded, the program will provide rental assistance as well as supportive services. And it also helps eligible individuals apply for disability income. So it's really a higher level of case management for folks with deeper needs. And if the grant's awarded, we'll be developing an outreach strategy in partnership with these organizations that are involved in the recovery so that we can really strategically target this higher needs programs to the residents that really would benefit most from this program. And finally, for individual and household category, a large group of local and regional service organizations have been meeting weekly, and they're coming together to really form this long-term recovery effort. And there is a more formalized structure that evolves during long-term recoveries that lasts up to 3 years or more. And I'm going to be speaking in more detail to that on the coming slides ahead. So I'll pause there as we get to that stuff soon. So the second area in development is disaster case management. Supervisor Novosel talked about ombudsman, and this is a key aspect to recovery. It helps individuals to develop a personal disaster recovery plan. It's when you're in crisis, regardless of the scenario in your life, you may not realize needs that you have until you're sort of walking down that path. And so having unmet needs meetings, discussing what the needs are coming from the community are important, but there will be additional needs identified over the next 6 to 12 months through having plans developed with individuals one-on-one. And so in a response to pending IA declaration from FEMA, we have experienced organizations. One example is the Salvation Army, who submits a letter of interest to the state that says, if El Dorado receives this declaration, we're interested in providing that disaster case management. So one option that we can consider is doing a direct contract with a service provider like this. If the FEMA declaration doesn't come, we wouldn't get the reimbursement from that, but it would allow us to provide that same level of service to folks in need. And I am communicating with our Cal OES coordinator, as I mentioned, Valerie. She's beating the bushes right now to see if there's any funding that might be available to support this need. I can't make promises, but we're really turning over every rock to see if there's something there that we could plug in. So the sixth and final area in development is crisis counseling assistance. One resource currently available is through an ongoing statewide crisis counseling program. It provides remote services. So essentially it's a call-in phone number. This service is offered through Cal Hope, which is a state entity. That phone number for folks listening is 833-317-4673. There's also a federal disaster distress helpline, which provides a like service. And that phone number is 1-800-985-5990. Beyond these call lines, we will be inquiring with Cal Hope as well with the state. Similar to disaster case management, there are entities that may have submitted letters of interest to the state to provide these services. So in a scenario where the FEMA declaration is not approved, we can see who's interested and keep in mind, again, that these are organizations that support community to community during these disasters. They know how to do this work. They're well experienced and they've sort of learned the ropes and seen what is most effective for crisis counseling, for disaster case management, et cetera. So we'll be communicating with the state to see who's expressed interest. And lastly, HHSA submitted an allocation request for a mental health worker that'll be pursued to provide emotional support. And through Cal Hope, through organizations that might be interested in providing crisis counseling, they can provide training to this worker to also then bolster additional crisis counseling for folks who might present through Health and Human Services. Next slide, Kim. So for the remaining few slides, I'm going to talk about community organizations active in disaster. These organizations activate during the long-term recovery process. As I referenced on the last slide, these organizations create a structure for meeting throughout the long-term recovery to support individual households. And generally, this work is not performed by government. It's performed by faith-based groups, volunteers, nonprofits, while being guided and structured by organizations that activate during disasters, that are experienced, that do this stuff professionally and long-term. And I want to emphasize, this isn't to say that local government isn't deeply concerned about each resident in providing these services. Typically in these sort of disaster recoveries, government's involved in the community recovery, the sort of getting infrastructure back in place, schools, restoring countywide services to that area. And again, I want to emphasize that these organizations are primed to do it because this is what they do professionally. This is what they do full time. And so tapping that expertise is a key in this process.
Yeah, they're also embedded in the community already, which is so critical.
Correct.
I can't get over. I'll just say real quickly. My daughter was in Katrina, and I evacuated from Caldor exactly 16 years after she had evacuated from Katrina. And I think it's just really important that we understand that it's important to rely a lot on our community, our community-based organizations, faith-based, whatever there is, the foundations. It's critical. So I appreciate you bringing this in because government can't do it all. We're not there. It needs to be from within our communities, and it's happening. It's really great to see because I saw that in Katrina for years. It took years to get back to normal. If there was such a thing, but this is a critical piece here.
Yeah, and also I want to thank the El Dorado County Food Bank and then the Placer Food Bank for all the help they have done for the people in Grizzly Flat and also in Tahoe. So they've done a great job.
Yeah, thank you.
to all of your points, when personal resources run out, when insurance doesn't cover it, when government grants and loans don't cover it, it's these folks that fill that void. It is a key.
Right.
This long-term recovery group is, again, as I mentioned earlier, typically in place for 1 to 3 years, but can be longer. The campfire now has been up to 5 years, but it can be often 1 to 3 years. And, as organizations come and go, as needs evolve, this structure allows this process to keep moving forward and sort of keep a foundation and a framework around this long-term recovery. Next slide. So long-term recovery groups form a cooperative body. The goal is to help affected households reach a new normal, whatever that new normal might be for them. In short, their purpose is to help match disaster COD's needs with any available resources. This slide, I want to emphasize, shows you an example of a structure for long-term recovery groups. Each disaster, each emergency in a community is unique. Therefore, the needs are unique, the needs vary. So this is intended to show you sort of a high-level framework of what this long-term recovery structure can look like, but this is not to imply what El Dorado's long-term recovery group structure will look like. So first, you have a large general membership of all involved organizations. That general membership meets monthly, sometimes twice per month, throughout the long-term recovery. Again, 1 to 3 years and longer if needed. To have expert and other key organizations working on specific areas of need, subcommittees are formed who meet more regularly. And these are the folks that are doing the ongoing work, the sort of boots on the ground work. On this slide, you see a variety of examples at the bottom, including Unmet Needs Committee, which is one that's been ongoing. And actually this morning during this item, the Community Foundation is hosting the Unmet Needs Committee meeting. So we have some of these in place, which is fantastic. Again, that's sort of ahead of where their communities are. For the larger general membership, as well as the subcommittees, there are co-chairs that sort of step up and say, we'll facilitate meetings. There's support staff who take minutes. There's a fiduciary role that takes donations and that really aligns the needs that are identified by these different groups and how those funds are being invested there. So there's also bylaws created by these groups. They have bylaws, mission, vision statement. It is a robust structure, again, so that as people come and go, we can just fill that role and that machine sort of keeps providing these valuable services in the community. It's through this recovery effort, again, that sort of keeps this foundation moving forward. And a meeting invite is going to be going out over this next week to a combined list of all organizations who've touched any ongoing community meetings to start to more formally define this structure so that we have it for the long term in El Dorado.
One thing you're talking about emotional and spiritual care, I want to thank all the churches that help with the evacuations of these people. And they set up evacuation centers at the churches and all the pastors and all the hard work they have done. So I want to thank them too.
Next slide, Kim. So the key takeaways for today that I want to leave the community with and your board with is, in the scenario where IA declaration is not approved, staff have been researching alternative options that can help provide like services. Thanks to the Community Foundation, the Grizzly Flats, West Slope Foundation, and more, our community's long-term recovery efforts for survivors is being acknowledged as ahead of nearly all communities at this point in the recovery. And by these community organizations active in this disaster now moving to fold in a common long-term recovery structure into the already outstanding work, the longer-term recovery effort will have the greatest odds of being a lasting support through the entire duration of the recovery. Any questions?
Fantastic work.
Yeah.
Just keep it coming. Keep it coming. It's all good.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate
Incredible,
all that.
incredible.
See, I have a couple maps to hand out. I can have them get those. Should we take
Jody.
Good morning.
Jody.
My name is Jody Lothar. I'm the general manager of Grizzly Flats CSD. Good to be here this morning. I'm gonna kind of zip through some slides here. Obviously, it's hard to squeeze in everything we've been doing into a few minutes, but we've been working hard in Grizzly Flats. We're probably one of the hardest hit communities from this fire. Our water district sustained a lot of damage, unfortunately. So those assessments have been ongoing. We've been working hard to restore water service in our community. We were able to restore water service to most of the remaining homes. It took us a whopping 10 days from the time we could get in full time and work full time in Grizzly to get water restored to homes that survived the fire. So it was non-potable water, but it was there and they could flush their toilets with it. So that's exciting. We have 2 intake structures for our source water. So that consists of 2 intake structures and 3 miles of pipeline that are out on National Forest Service property. So that sustained a lot of damage. If you're looking at any of the reports, that was probably one of the hardest hit burn areas. We had pipeline that were damaged and we're having to replace. Hazard trees are causing us a lot of issues. There's some overlap where funding wise, we're trying to figure out who can help us take these trees down and pay for that, whether it's Cal OES or Forest Service. So we're making our way through that process. 60% of our potable water storage is unusable at this point. We lost 2 storage tanks and our 2 main pumping stations. So we're having to rebuild those. And a lot of water meter services. 2 homes were damaged as the fire went through. A lot of melting happened, and a lot of those are unusable. So our challenges continue to be safe access, just working in the area. There've been a lot of crews up there working, tree crews taking down trees, causing a lot of just safety issues for our staff. Parts and availability have been an issue. We've all talked about COVID and the shortages and those kind of things. Trying to find these pumps to replace and parts and pipe have been a struggle for us. And operating revenue loss is probably our biggest concern at the moment. We lost 64% of our customers, and that's a huge hit to our revenue operating. And just recovery costs, we're trying to figure out how that's going to work moving forward. So water restoration, if you look at the map I gave you, this is also available on our website at grizzlyflatscsd.com. We have restored water to about 160 homes out of the 220 that are still standing in Grizzly. We have about 60 homes that have non-potable water right now. That's water just for flushing toilets. Water quality tests have been coming in good. So we're hoping to lift restrictions on those houses by the end of the week.
Awesome.
And then that just leaves us with 3 houses that don't have water. And those are issues that we're addressing. Those are maintenance issues. One is above our reservoir, so that'll require that pump we talked about replacing. Hopefully by the end of the week, we'll have everybody in water and moving forward. So that's exciting. It's been a lot of hard work and we have a small crew, but they've moved mountains for this community. So next steps, obviously we're continuing our water quality testing program. It's very important to make sure our water is safe and dependable for our community. We have a lot of concerns about our watershed and protecting our water source and making sure we have water to deliver to people through the winter. Snow's coming and storms are coming and we're expecting issues. So we're planning and taking steps to make sure our water supply is protected. Ongoing system restoration and repairs. Obviously, we have still have a lot to do, even though we get wet people in water. We have a lot of houses that burned. We'll have services that we'll need to replace as people start moving back in. We have those pumps we need to replace. We have storage tanks we have to replace. So we have a lot a lot to do moving forward. Current damage estimates are at about 13 million, and not everything has been assessed. So that's about where we stand right now, but that number could go up. Moving on.
Jody, are you anticipating having to increase the filtration properties of your system, knowing that you have waterborne contaminants that are going to be flowing into the reservoir and all those things? Because it would seem like you really have to be monitoring that and understanding.
Yes.
You may have to go to greater degrees of filtration, higher micron levels, whatever it may be, right?
Yes. So what we're looking at and hoping to get approval for is a pre-treatment tank. So we have our structures, our intake structures that'll bring water down to we have about a 10 million gallon reservoir where normally water settles out and that debris settles out. We're expecting more debris to be hitting us. So we're making plans to put in a pre-treatment tank that will help settle that out and then put that water into the reservoir, which will then go into our water plants and be treated for the community. So yeah, we obviously testing standards are huge with the state. So, we're keeping on top of all our testing and just making sure.
Jody, is there any more issues with the Forest Service? Or they've been working with you?
Forest Service has allowed us access to those intakes.
Okay.
They've allowed us we took down 226 trees at one of our diversion points just to be able to work safely in there. Unfortunately, there's no funding to us. So all this work is being done on our dime at the moment. We're asking Cal OES for funding, but they have issues, obviously, giving money to work on federal land. So we're working closely with the water agency and hopefully, trying to work through those.
Has the EPA helped out at all? I know that was kind of a workaround I'd heard from Sonoma County is they said, go call up EPA.
Yeah, I haven't heard from them, but yeah, that's, a great, we'll look into that avenue.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
look into that one.
yeah, any help we can get. We've had a lot of meetings with Paradise, and like I said, a lot of help with the water through the El Dorado Water Agency on our behalf to try to reach out to those different agencies. And get some help.
Just to let everyone know, we're passing that map around so the public has it also.
Thank you. We've had a lot of support through, as I said, the water agency with funding, administrative help, technical assistance, trying to find any kind of funding that we can find. Right now, we haven't received any assistance. Luckily, through the foresight of past boards and our staff, we have reserves that have lasted this long, but we are quickly going through those. So we put in a request to Cal OES for expedited funding. And unfortunately, that's just kind of being bounced around and we haven't received any solid answers there yet. So our next step would go to FEMA, but that's also a difficult process to start the funding through there. So, money is a huge concern to us at this point. Yeah.
Would it be of any assistance if the Board of Supervisors co-signed your letter to get it to Cal OES or somebody? Does that help?
Possibly. I think anything
we're all in
helps.
this together.
I think, we're a small voice. Grizzly Flats CSD is a small district, a small voice. So I think any kind of assistance would to help shine that light on us would be helpful.
Okay, I think we can work on that. So,
thank you.
thank you.
It's sobering to think that your customers, your consumer base is it's also not there for you, and that's what a heavy lift.
It's a lot.
Wow.
It's a lot. So, we want to do what's best for everyone, but, we also need to keep our district, operating.
Right.
So it's going to be a juggle as we go through this. Good. I also wanted to mention we had a lot of support from EID. They have been great with helping us with getting those parts maybe we couldn't get, or they sent staff up to help a few times to carry the load for us a few times. So we want to thank them too for their support. Ongoing coordination with the county. working with the county OES and Carla have been wonderful. They've been a huge support to us. County DOT, we want to coordinate with them. We'll have a challenge once people start to rebuild with the water sprinklers being required for each of the new homes. It requires us to put in a larger service line from the main to the meter. So we're coordinating. We want to minimize the impact to roads as much as we can. So we're working on plans for that. And then working with the building department as those permits are issued. They mentioned whether people are going to live in an RV or rebuild. We want to make sure we can get those people water, and stay on a timeline that's similar to those permits being issued. So we'll continue to work with them too. So that's my big presentation. I don't know if you have any questions or.
All I got to say is thank you. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
You really have. I know it's been hard.
It's been very difficult, very difficult.
And, and I know that the potable water tanks that, that I pushed the issue on that got up there for the residents that needed it, and the shower trailer, and then also the laundry trailer, which I guess Cal OES is going to be pulling that off today. I think, or yesterday they pulled it off. I'm not sure, but I heard that's going away. So.
But like I said, the end of the week, we'll have those last 60 homes, hopefully, and potable water, and we'll be doing well. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Amazing.
I think Ken's online here, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see me online or not. So.
Good morning, Ken.
Yeah, good morning,
Good
Ken.
morning.
You're coming through fine. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Didn't know if I had to wear a nice shirt or not today. So thank you for accommodating me to be online today. I'm Ken Payne, the general manager for El Dorado Water Agency, and give an update to the Board of Supervisors on our efforts. Commend Jody for her presentation. So, we've been working on two areas of coordinated efforts within the county. One is the water systems, and two is the long-term watershed management, kind of the long-term perspective of what happens after the fire. With regards to the water system, El Dorado Irrigation District, they've been handling their with their own internal resources. They were fortunate enough to have some insurance out for some of their facilities and infrastructure, and very well prepared. Commend them for that, and even have enough resources to assist Grizzly Flats on some of their needs. We did talk to South Tahoe PUD. They were in the same boat. They have quite a bit of resources, and we're handling a lot of their issues with their internal resources too. We are continuing to reach out to them to see if they need any other assistance from us, from the water agency. After we got through the two larger water purveyors, we started looking at some of the small water systems. We identified about 21 water systems within the fire perimeters. And after filtering out, 4 systems had year-round residents with them. Some additional damage and gathering for some of the remaining systems throughout the county. We were looking for a lot of the data on that. So with regard to the long-term integrated watershed management, our real focus was on the infrastructure that was at risk, particularly the post-fire for some of the debris, as you guys have mentioned earlier, some of the expected debris flows and erosion sediment that is going to flow down quicker as it goes, since there's not a lot of vegetation to capture a lot of that precipitation and snow. So we are expecting some water quality impacts. We've already been working with Forest Service, some of the other federal entities, and some of the universities on some of the modeling that's done for water quality impacts in the burn area. And we are looking at both private and federal interfaces to coordinate those efforts. The next slide, please. Drilling in on the small systems, with the 21 water systems that we were looking at, the 2 community systems were Grizzly Flats and Kybers. And then we identified one non-transient, non-community water system, which was Sierra Tahoe. And then there were 18 transient non-community systems, 2 other Sierra Tahoe systems, campground systems, and some of the other camp or vacation property type facilities. So the next slide, please. So we focused on the four, principally the communities that had residents in them. Jody's already talked about Grizzly Flats with their population. We have been providing some administration and technical support for Grizzly Flats. I won't repeat a lot of what she said. I think Jody covered that well. Khyber's mutual water system, they didn't have a lot of damage to their system, so we did check with them to make sure that they had everything in place. We are going to help them with some post-fire issues on trying to find some funding for some monitoring, so they can actually monitor the systems when things go down or whatnot. Phillips Tract Mutual Water Company, they did have a pretty substantial damage to their community. So we have been helping with them on just helping facilitate working with counties, EMD department, environmental management department with regards to water quality and whatnot. And then helping their own company, the water company staff, handle some of their coordination and directing them to the right people, both within the county and the statewide resources. Sierra Tahoe, that was I think Jeff's shop at Environmental Management went ahead and took that one. They were already working on that, so we just kind of pulled out on that. But those were the four areas, small systems that really needed some assistance during this process. I did want to reach out and thank Kevin Phillips over at Paradise. He's the town manager now and was the water utility director at the time of the fire. And he has really been proactive on assisting Grizzly Flats and the water agency in these four areas on giving some advice and attention to some of the resources and how to get some resources for small infrastructure systems for water and wastewater.
Ken, I want to just say real quick, I want to give you a big thank you for all the help. We had a lot of little infrastructures up on the top of the Echo that didn't know where to go. And I handed out your name and phone number a lot. And I really appreciated, everyone appreciated that. And I think you were very proactive and I really appreciate all the help that you could give. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, the community of El Dorado is just amazing. There's a couple of times I was just locking the door to the office at 5 o'clock and people, just somebody coming up. They must have got our name from you because they were asking for help.
I'd have to admit that, but yeah.
So thank you. So on the long-term perspective, we are looking at the water agency was already starting to look at some of the watersheds within the county, kind of a county-wide collaborative watershed program itself, building off, I think some of you are familiar with the SOFAR, South Fork of the American River collaboration effort, and kind of building off that to address some of the other watersheds and smaller watersheds within the county. So, the way we're looking at this fire, this long-term watershed recovery and protection it's very important for us to integrate to address some of the fire damages and the debris and erosion impacts that are going to happen to the various sub watersheds that are within the fire boundaries and how they integrate with the downstream areas. Water quality is one of our areas that we're supposed to be looking at on a county-wide basis. So working with the Grizzly Flats community, the planning department, environmental management, and then the state and universities to start looking at a good approach. We are also working with the American River Conservancy on outlining how to approach this so that we can maximize the resources and avoid some duplications of some of the work that's been occurring. So in that regard. So that integrated approach, I think, is critical for us. We are focusing on the West Slope. I think board members had mentioned the Tahoe Basin has been pretty well organized, and so you don't want to interrupt that process if that ship's moving. So next slide. So under development now, we are looking at, we got a grant from Reclamation for some environmental water resources that we got a watershed grant, but we're also looking at applying for a environmental water resource project grant for Grizzly Flats. to address some of the watershed protection and collaboration with the RCD, ARC, and others. And we are looking at specifically the Consumnes River watershed modeling and restoration, again, with some of the universities, ARC, RCD, and whatnot. One of the probably more important areas for us is the advocacy and innovation. You know, this issue of removal of state federal land boundaries to address these predicted erosion, debris risk, and problems that are created after these fires. Or member had hinted to that, but you know, on an advocacy level, we're working to try to frame up with some of the state entities and some of the other water purveyors on these issues. That Georgetown is probably an example case where they have local infrastructure on federal land, and these local entities can't get access or can't even access to repair what they need to do to get online, and they can't get funding assistance to get access. And you know, the federal government has one position and the state has another position, and so there's this gray line of how to provide assistance. And believe me, I think they all want to provide assistance. It's just within the boundaries of their program, it is very difficult for the local small entity to try to break that barrier. And so I think that needs to be addressed. That was also encountered with some of the other fire areas within California that were against federal lands. And so I think we would have a stronger voice of, you know, we're using our board members and also collaborating with the other water districts and counties that were impacted by other fires within the state. So that'll be a big effort beginning this month as we get into the new terms in Congress and state legislators. So we are going to be assisting Grizzly Flats on, Jody had mentioned identifying a consultant to look at some of their funding and funding structures on how they're going to transition with the decline in revenue and still operate their water district after the fire. And some of the majority of the homes have been destroyed or damaged during the fire. That is also being done in collaboration with some of the other water districts in the state that have encountered the same problem. Again, Mr. Phillips at Paradise had some good advice for us that we're working with on to follow up on a lot of that approaches and whatnot. So given that, if there's any questions, I think that was a summary of some of the activities that we had going on.
Thank you, Ken. I'm not seeing any questions from anyone at this point. So
Just want to reiterate, Ken, I know Lori and I, you know, we are on the water agency board, and just look forward to working with you to, you know, advocate for our community, for Grizzly Flats Water District, and just seeing what we can do to garner these extra funds to meet the needs of our community. Really appreciate all your work on this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mark Egbert. I'm the district manager for the El Dorado and the Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation Districts. I just wanted to start off by saying I appreciate all the support and work and leadership from Carla, Moki, and the Chief Administrator, CAO's office, Don. The unified command structure is something that's allowed us to align our work, make sure that we have progress that's consistent, and to share data and to avoid duplication and to really utilize each other's resources to the maximum benefit. So that's been really helpful. So thank you very much for all that. The role of the Resource Conservation District in this is, you know, it's variable. We've had experiences with other fires in the past. We're helping people throughout the state trying to navigate a response. We know there's a sequence of events that happen, and we try to come in where the need is. So again, with that unified command structure, it's been able to facilitate and identify where those needs are and what those sequence of events really entail. The first slide is just background information that you've already been provided. The second slide is really where we are. In January 2021, the governor's California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Action Plan included 8 actions. One of those, item 1.14, stated the establishment of an emergency forest recovery team, the EFRT. The focus of the EFRT is to provide rapid assessment of post-fire forest conditions on non-industrial private forest lands and provide funding to implement necessary forest recovery work. The Wildfire Resilience Task Force, the private landowner work group, is responsible for implementing the EFRT action item. The private landowner work group recommended and was endorsed to implement a pilot emergency forest recovery action item, or EFRT project. They identified the El Dorado, our resource conservation district, and the Caldor fire as that pilot program. So with that, those action items include removal of excess woody debris burnt by the fire and to ensure long-term fire fuels are reduced. It also establishes a plan for reforestation to restore those forests for multiple benefits. So with that, what does that mean? One, it means that we have the ability to leverage funding. CAL FIRE has already identified 1.25 million to initiate the EFRT action plan. That's provided us with, really will provide us with a technical support team comprised of foresters, environmental specialists, and others to get the actions designed and scoped. So we've got the structure and the capacity across the board to address the issues that are really unknown at this point. And it also enables us to leverage that over time. So not only the initial formation of the EFRT for Caldor, but also the identifying actions over time, because again, it's a sequence of events that need to take place. Some are emergency, phase 1, phase 2, all those different things. We're going to be coming in after all of that and doing forest recovery. I like the long-term vision that's been discussed here today, because the premise that I'll put out here is that we have not identified a project yet, because as we talk to different people, we understand what their different needs are and what their visions are for what they want to have in a recovery program. We know that the structure of the forest needs to be something that's what we call, resilient, something that's going to be functional and productive over time, and meet the multiple needs of the community and the multiple benefits that our forests provide. And we also know that the landscape is variable in its impact by the fire. There's high severity burn, complete mortality. There's low severity, moderate severity. There's different stand conditions. And so with that comes a different variable approach, variable cost associated with those approaches as well. So if we look at the Caldor map, we see that there's 14,000 acres of non-industrial private forest lands. We included lands such as the El Dorado Irrigation District and so forth, because we classify those as non-industrial and areas that were affected by the fires. So those are included into our project area. So right now, the EFRT is focused on private non-industrial forest lands. We have the Natural Resource Conservation Service issued us an initial fund to allow us to hire 3 different foresters to go out and do site reconnaissance. So we've been traveling around and looking at the watershed, evaluating existing conditions, utilizing the bear reports, developing a centralized informational hub, which is very, very tied into the county's informational hub that Sarah talked about. We have a really seamless transfer of data. So we're utilizing all the data from the bear, the wort, the county, and from what we're gathering into a single database, which has a very exact similar format that was presented earlier. So when we're out there looking at things and meeting with people, we're getting a sense of what the conditions are and what their long-term needs are. One of the things that we are also noticing and documenting is what are other people doing right now? Where are hazardous tree removal efforts underway? We're meeting with Caltrans, obviously DOT. We're looking at the phase 1, phase 2 hazardous tree removal, and we're hoping that we overlay that spatial data into these lands to identify those areas that we will not work, but also identify areas that would be complementary in those actions on a watershed scale or community recovery basis. We've met with the Grizzly Flats Fire Safe Council and many individual landowners throughout that whole area. We've met with the private landowners up along Highway 50. We've met with the recreational cabin owners. We've met with the Omo Ranch Fire Safe Council. And we've looked at just about every single piece of ground. Our foresters out Happy Valley right now. And we are developing really an evaluation documentation to evaluate what the scale and the scope of these recovery actions will be. We are evaluating some of the priority areas that Ken may have talked about and Jody may have talked about as far as those drainages that affect the valuable resources that are out there. So we have not yet established any specific criteria on where we will do work and where we will not do work. That's still to come. We're still getting the input from the community on what that criteria should be. So, but what we will be doing with this money is we're going to be removing any type of dead tree that doesn't have an ecological value to it or function. If it represents a hazard or a future fire hazard, hazard as far as strike zone or fall, or a future fuel hazard, then our initial approach is to remove that and replace it with a seedling if that's the case, or remove that and let some natural regeneration occur where there is some tree canopy cover or some seed trees present. So again, we are evaluating what we'll do, what the scale of it is and what the scope of it is. We're not limited, there's no ceiling to our evaluation right now. And so we're going to evaluate and come up with a project description to address every single acre, every 14,000 acres. And we're going to go back to the state and we're going to say, here's the cost of full recovery. And we're going to go back to Sierra Nevada Conservancy, the state, and we're going to look at a variety of different funding sources. We have a financial team on in our EFRT, and communications is part of that team. Funding is part of that team. Technical forestry is part of that team. And so we'll have a lot of aspects. But one thing I will say is that we are not limiting ourselves to just the non-industrial private forest land. We do meet with the Forest Service, and we are talking to them about actions that can be taken on federal land that protect those resource values on non-federal land as well. So the regional office, state and private forestry office out of Vallejo with the Forest Service, we believe has earmarked a quantity of money that we would be able to get into a variety of maybe a good neighbor authority agreement or some other structure of contract that we would be able to put onto federal land. And it would be the similar type of scope of work of removing hazardous trees or those trees that would affect any type of resource value that's been identified. So right now, those areas have been identified. One is Sierra at Tahoe. We've met with them. We know that there's a need there. The economic benefit of Sierra is huge for our area. And it also has, a lot of watershed values associated with that. So we are talking with them. We are talking with the recreational cabin owners. So looking at those needs, and when people say, what is the Forest Service doing? This is part of the outlet of what the Forest Service is doing. We are looking at the strike zone. Where are private lands adjacent to Forest Service lands where there is a fall or strike that could impact those private lands adjacent to Forest Service lands? And then we're also looking at a watershed delineation, like those intake structures that Jody was talking about. Where can we do work in there to improve the condition of that watershed and reduce some of that hydrologic impact within those areas? So with that, I encourage, so while we are outreaching and trying to reach out to many landowners and working with fire safe councils and so forth, we are not, collecting right of entry agreements or anything like that. It would be too complicated and too confusing for people. But eventually, all of the programs that we provide will be a voluntary program where landowners will have to sign a right of entry agreement to participate in the program. So my information is up on the screen. If anybody has any questions, they can email me or give me a phone call. And that's it.
Mark, I just want to say thank you. You've done a great job. You really have, especially around Sly Park and Iron Mountain Road, because if that wouldn't have been cleaned up, we'd have probably lost part of Pollock Pines.
Yep.
So you did an awesome job. You really have. And one of the things is that we need to concentrate in this county is some of the impacted areas like Georgetown. The area of Grizzly Flat that hasn't been burned, and some of the other areas around Omo Ranch and stuff that are high-end density homes in that area. We need to concentrate so this doesn't never happen again. So that's one of the issues. When working with you, you've done an awesome job. One of the questions I have, I know one of the biggest concerns is the trees removal up there. do you have a place to store them? Because they were looking for some property to be able to have a, a log deck that they can, because the mills right now are full from what I hear, so they can't take any more logs. So is there any area up there that you guys have looked into or found yet?
So we do have a utilization team as well. We've got SPI on the team. We've got John Romita, biomass utilization expert consultant. We've got private foresters who are actually conducting logging operations in the Caldor now. We are looking at ECC, the contractor, because they had to have disclosure of where they were going to take the logs to in their proposal to Cal Recycle. So we are evaluating those. It's a pilot program. So we're not just going to look at where can we sell a log to a local mill? Where can we export it? Where is a biomass utilization, chipboard plant? Where are those? What are some other alternative utilizations that we can have? What are some chain of custody to release that sort of forest practice obligation? What are we doing as far as Forest Service logs? Is there a cold deck that we can use to store these things over a year or two? Sierra's already got 24 log decks up there right now. So those log decks are going to be spread across the county in the Caldor area.
Right.
That's not the vision that we have.
Yeah.
That's not
Totally
where we want to
understand.
end.
Yeah.
So no, we're definitely diving into that pretty heavy.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Really appreciate all the hard work you've done.
Well, thank you for all the support and the leadership.
Wendy, I think Wendy had a comment or question too. Yeah.
This is a lot. There's a lot here and it's quite impressive. And the fact that, you've got this pilot program, it's just incredible. My question is, how does it at all, or how might it tie into our vegetation management and resiliency task force that this board authorized? Is there any coordination with that, or will that help inform the work going forward?
The first thing that I think of is when we had Governor Newsom up here and he was doing his tour and he was asking about the Slide Park treatments. How much cost per acre went into those treatments?
Okay.
And how much is our cost? Then he asked CAL FIRE, how much are we costing in suppression and fire, fighting these fires? And we're doing an economic analysis of post-fire recovery as well.
Great.
And we're hoping that we're working with Sierra Business Council and others to identify economic as well as other resource values that are lost in these types of events. And we're hoping that we can design a long-term vegetation management structure that has investments in protecting these things from happening instead of taking the burden of what everyone here has been talking about, and look at, what is the productivity values of these things and getting back to normalcy, not recovering all the time.
It can not only help inform our work project going forward, but advocate for additional funding for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Phenomenal work, Mark.
So,
Phenomenal.
well, thank you.
One of the things is that when I talked to Tom McClintock, he came to my office here and we've been talking about a cogeneration plant in El Dorado County. And he said, well, I don't know if it's feasible, especially $15 million. I said, wouldn't it be more feasible spending $15 million than $580 million they spent on the King Fire? And he agreed on that. So that's something we need to look, towards the future and stuff to be able to solve these problems that we have.
Well, thank you very much for all your leadership and support.
Thank you, Mark, for all your hard work.
Thanks, Mark. I had a question, and I don't know who to direct it to before we get to the next slide of assessors.
Okay.
And that would be, what's going on with power? We still don't have any, we still have some issues up on the top of Echo. And I haven't, all of a sudden, I'm not seeing power trucks up there. And I actually had a comment from a constituent last night, asking me if they were still working on making sure we get power back up on top of Echo.
Yeah, Mark
Do you
just
have
got,
any idea?
Mark just got his power turned back on in Strawberry. I think just
Is this
about a week
Liberty
ago,
Power
yeah.
or is this something?
No, this is south, this is not
Yeah.
Liberty's in the basin. This is, what's it, PG&E.
PG&E?
And
Okay.
there were trucks and trucks and trucks up until today when I drove out, but I saw one. That's it. So, and somebody mentioned they were being pulled out. So that's why I was curious.
So Supervisor Novosel, last I talked to our PG&E liaison, that they had restoration all the way up to the summit. So what you're sharing with us now is news.
Okay.
I'll
talk to you afterwards.
But we do have a PG&E liaison, Mike Webb, that we're talking to. So
Yeah,
I can
and-
certainly follow up on that.
And I apologize because I just got a phone call last night about this saying, they're pulling out and we still need power. So
Huh.
it may be just, coordination. I'll talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the
Morning.
board.
Morning.
Danielle Yando, Assistant Assessor.
Thank you for giving me a few minutes to give a brief update on property tax relief for the Caldor fire victims. Just a brief overview, property tax relief is available for damaged properties under R&T Code Section 170 and County Ordinance 4732. Based on the damage assessment work that CAL FIRE's done, some information from the building department, and work that our office has done, the initial value reductions will be on about 800 improved properties. In addition to that, we'll also be looking at reductions for vacant land parcels that are damaged. We also had parcels where the structure wasn't damaged yet, their land was damaged. So we'll be looking at those. And we anticipate some claims for smoke damage. For completely destroyed residential properties, the reduction to the assessed value averages about 85%. The 15% residual represents the value for the land and credit for impact and other permit fees that remain. Partially damaged properties and vacant land parcels will also be looked at, but the reductions will be based on a different set of criteria. So the progress so far is we recently completed on October 22nd, we completed our first batch of reductions, which was on over 630 properties. This was about 75% or so of the improved parcels and included Grizzly Flat residences and U.S. Forest Service cabins and fee-owned parcels along the Highway 50 corridor. The refund checks in this first batch will be mailed approximately the end of November or the beginning of December. The idea was to get the refunds to the property owners prior to the December 10th due date of the first installment of the property taxes. I just want to mention that all parties in the process have exemplified a really cohesive working relationship that would include all departments we've worked with, including the auditor and the tax collector. The assessor staff continues to manually review about 165 remaining improved properties. These had to be manually reviewed and required a little bit more work for various reasons, such as pending changes of ownership that occurred prior to the fire, outstanding permits, maybe some discrepancies between characteristics on what CAL FIRE's damage assessment may have told us and what our records indicate. So they're currently working on those and we'll be putting those additional 165 through as quickly as possible. We're going to continue to field calls and emails from affected property owners to answer their questions and address all their concerns. We've also mailed out quite a few mailers to vacant land property owners and property owners who had no structure damage but may have had land damage to encourage them to file a Section 170 application for a reduced assessment. If they haven't already done so, we've received probably about 400 applications thus far. Some of these reductions are being done just because we have enough information where we can make the reductions automatically without necessarily receiving an application. So we continue to answer those calls, emails. Staff was also present at various events that were organized to help the Caldor fire victims, including the local assistance center and the ROE workshops at Pioneer Park and recently in South Lake Tahoe. Our staff's done a phenomenal job of assisting the public during this disaster. And so moving forward, again, as I mentioned, the remaining properties will be reviewed and adjustments will be made as soon as possible. These damage values will be enrolled as what's known as a Prop 8 value. And it's actually on the 21-22 roll that these adjustments are made to. And they'll be reviewed annually moving forward, depending on the progress of rebuilding and those types of things. We will continue to collaborate with other departments and maintain the highest level of support for the fire victims that we can. Responding to these inquiries and providing assistance will continue to be a top priority of our office. And at this time, the estimate of property tax loss is estimated to be less than $2 million. Some of this loss may be recoverable from the state through legislation. And before I open to questions, we did have one legislative update that we received after we submitted the slides. On October 5th, the governor signed SB 303. Prior to the passage of this bill and prior to the passage of Prop 19, the owners of property that were substantially damaged by a disaster or calamity had 5 years to transfer their base year value of the damaged property to a property that was newly purchased or constructed. That transfer formerly was restricted to the county in which the damaged property was located, or if there was a gaining county had adopted an ordinance to allow transfers such as Prop 90. Those were the only counties that transfer was allowed in. The passage of Prop 19 expanded that to allow the transfer anywhere in the state of California. And this SB 303 has now extended the transfer period from 5 years to 7 years and is obviously applicable to the Caldor fire victims. So, and that concludes our portion of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Just want to go back real quick and say, because you mentioned on one of your slides that you're talking about Grizzly Flat residents and U.S. Forest Service cabins. And I just want to make a point that in my district, there were 423 parcels that were either damaged or destroyed. And 101 of them were cabins, but the others were either parcels or whatever in public, or excuse me, on private lands. So we have had quite a bit impact up there too. I just want to make that point because we have had issues with people saying, we're not cabin. So
no, on the 630 reductions that we've done,
right.
That's actually a combination of Grizzly Flats, Forest Service cabins, and fee-owned parcels along the Highway
I just
50
hadn't
corridor.
included that. I want to make sure that everyone's, because I don't want them to think that we're not we're working with them also. So, thank you.
I had a question on the 221 still habitable homes that are up there. What kind of a tax reduction are they getting as a result of this? I mean, there's got to be, I guess, a personal review of the property. Have the trees been severely damaged, et cetera, but they're all eligible for a tax reduction at some level, right?
For the most part, yes. That's why they have to be manually reviewed, because they could potentially have been damaged, a very small portion. We've seen some areas where, some siding was damaged. They just require more of a manual review than the ones where the residence was completely destroyed. So those are the ones that our staff is currently working on getting through.
Yeah. Does smoke damage also comes into effect on that too?
It does.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
considered physical damage under Section 170. Unfortunately, those are going to require a claim form to be filed, and typically we ask that somebody supply something from a contractor or something kind of referencing the smoke damage so that we can review it. But yeah.
Right. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
the
you.
information.
Thank you very much.
Oh, the slideshow back on that last conclusion slide. Good last of the morning, board.
Yeah, right.
Thank you for your patience and your intelligent questions and the back and forth of this. This is an incredibly important, obviously, issue that we're all dealing with. And I think, in the last little less than 2 hours, you have seen a lot of the behind the scenes work that has been done, but you haven't seen all of it. I think it's noteworthy that the collaboration that has been provided to you by example of what's going on is a collaboration across the departments that maybe has never occurred, certainly not at this level in this county. And we couldn't be where we are today if it weren't for that kind of collaboration and spirit of trying to do the best that we can for every single one of our residents. From what OES brings to the table, to what planning and building brings to the table, to what our water partners bring to the table, to what Mark brings to the table, just all of the elements have so beautifully come together. And it's because we have this desire to do the best for our residents that have been impacted. Moki and I, Sergeant Awai and I spent a lot of time on the front end going to the places that have, the jurisdictions that have been through this before. So it's to our benefit that other people have gone through these kinds of tragedies so that we can get ahead of the game as much as possible. And as you've heard from a couple of our presenters this morning, across the board, people who have been through this before are amazed at how far along we are in the process at this point. However, while that's lovely to hear, we are not resting on our laurels. We know that there is a significant amount of work to be done ahead of us. one of the benefits of having OES be part of this in the command structure is their ability to look for problems that might come up and plan for how to solve them. One of the benefits of having the amount of people who are working on this program, the recovery process, is the ability to just bring us all together and solve the problems as quickly as possible. Some to blunt them before they occur and some to quickly respond to them. Our role, my role with Sergeant Awai is to manage this, not just to make sure that we are continuing to be on track and doing the things that we need to do, looking for gaps, looking for where we need to put more resources and more effort and more emphasis. But really, we are staying engaged. This is a long-term process. This is a long-term process. And while you think about it, August 17th is when it started. The fire started. But the recovery process started 23 working days ago. That's it. 23 working days ago. And we have received almost 75% of the eligible ROEs already. The state has processed and approved 64% of our ROEs already in 23 working days, while other counties are also drawing on the same resources that we're drawing on to start the cleanup. We have crews in our county doing the cleanup this week. They already started. They started, I think it was yesterday. So we are ahead of the game. We are moving forward. We're doing this quickly. We're doing it thoughtfully. We're doing it completely, but our eye just continues to be on the ball. So I appreciate all the support that we've received from the board and are here for any final questions. I guess I'm like the sweeper upper at the end of the circus.
I think that the right to entry, the video that we did, we got 2,700 views. So that was pretty awesome. That's just on Facebook. So, and some of the other websites, you know, like Grizzly Flats Hub Above, I guess, and then El Dorado, Grizzly Flats Community. So I think I hope it's helped you guys. So, yeah.
Thank you for doing that. And
You're
thank
welcome.
you. Thank you all. Any other questions?
Thank you, Carla.
All right.
Thank you.
You guys have done
I
a
think
great
Wendy has a
job.
comment,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, just a final comment. You know, so often government gets a bad rap. And as I've looked here today with, you know, a large part of our department heads and here, government is not an entity. It's made up of hundreds and thousands of dedicated men and women who are doing the very best they can for our community. And that's been evidenced today. You know, all of you, most of you haven't been trained in this kind of a disaster before, and yet, you know, you've just jumped in with everything you've had and applied your creative thought and your heart and your intent and, you know, jumped in and learned what you needed to learn in order to help direct this board, know what, you know, resources you need, as well as leading our community through it on an individual basis. And I'm just blown away by that. Your heart, your dedication to our community just shines strong, and our community is so blessed by the leadership of all of the departments here represented, and the, you know, and the hundreds and thousands of people in your teams that are working with you. So just incredibly proud of El Dorado County and grateful for this incredible response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla.
Thank you, Carla. So we do want to go
I
ahead.
had a quick, I just wanted to give a quick overview of what's been going on in
Yes,
Tahoe.
please. Yeah.
So last week we had a TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency meeting. TRPA, as most of you know, is in charge of the planning processes for land use, not just environmental group, but it's a land use by state agency that's in charge of anything that has to do with the basin. And Caldor, for the first time ever, in recorded history, as far as I know, we had a fire that started over on the other side of the summit and breached the Lake Tahoe Basin. Thank God, there were no structures that were destroyed, but the fire did make its way into the Myers area, in Christmas Valley, and then over into Myers. And we do have concerns about runoff, obviously, and the impacts of Lake Tahoe. We had 4 tributaries that were affected by the fire. The largest is the Upper Truckee River. And the fire basically surrounded it and went into the headwaters. So we do have some concerns. So there was a report last week from our TRPA staff where they reported that the current modeling is predicting up to a 20% sediment increase into Lake Tahoe due to the fire, which, as we all know, sediment is one of the biggest reasons and concerns for clarity of Lake Tahoe. That big, beautiful lake needs to keep the sediment down. So for that, we had another report from our Tahoe Science Advisory Council, which is made up of all the scientific nerds you'd ever want to see in one room, including University Davis, my alma mater, University of Nevada, Reno, a lot of scientists who have been working for years and years on sediment and how our stream it works, how storm runoff works within our area. So they came back, said they're keeping an eye on it. They were actually pleased with the tributary monitoring so far, that it's not as bad as they were initially thinking. They also are going to be looking into the effectiveness of our forest treatments we've had up there. I don't know if a lot of you are aware, but we had a lot of forest treatments that made a huge difference. And you can see the impact. So they'll be doing a report on that. And then, of course, the smoke impacts. The air quality had some real impacts in our community. And so they're going to be looking at those three: tributary monitoring, forest treatments, and smoke impacts, and bringing back some reports on where we've been and how we can, again, look at what happened and see where we can make some improvements. So it is working with Lake Tahoe, with all of our agencies to take a look at the impacts of this fire, and hopefully have some future information that will help us. So just want to make that quick report.
Can you let us know when those reports are out? I think it'll be important for our board to understand.
Yeah.
The
They
impacts
did
to
an
the
initial,
basin.
they did an initial report last week, and I'll try to get you that slide presentation they gave us, which was excellent information. And then, from as it goes on, I will definitely report back. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do want to take public comment. Do we want to take a break before public comment, or do you want to keep going? What's the board's pleasure? Keep going?
Let's do the public comment and then take a break.
Okay, so Kim, if you would now open up for public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 2. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the room. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Taking public comment from 390.
Can't, oh, there you go. You're unmuted.
Gee, I almost feel all alone. Anyway, this is Ken Green with District 2. Thank you to staff in general for a great presentation. I do have one comment on the presentation itself, though, and that is that there's an assumption here that everybody's on the same page, so to speak. And next slide. It may be meaningless to some of us if people could be reminded to say slide 37 perhaps, or 38 or whatever. That would be kind of helpful for people maybe trying to follow along via telephone, and maybe that they have things pulled up on their computer at the same time. Just a little procedural comment, if you will. It would help clarify things and let people know what page they're on. Mark Egbert probably gave the stellar performance of his life today. I don't know. But page 34 or slide 34 gave all his contact information, whereas some other people gave email addresses and website addresses that were absolutely meaningless because you can't write that fast to take that information down. Mr. Egbert in slide 34 provided all the information you needed to contact him. And some of my clients definitely will be contacting them. In general, though, there's kind of a resistance, or not resistance, reluctance out there on this. You know, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. I remember that's something I used to joke with people, kind of. And yes, the staff has done a stellar job, and they are from what I understand from other counties, way ahead of some of the other efforts that have been done out there to respond to these sorts of disasters. And that is what it is, for sure. Anyway, thank you for all this information. I think that hopefully the public has been able to glean some information from this. Just remember that not everybody out there is government types. I always try to imagine myself as never having 20-something years of experience with government bureaucracy, and what are those things called? Acronyms and RCDs and QRCs and such like that. But there's a lot to be done, and it looks like the initial stuff is getting done. They've laid down a good framework to work from, and I do appreciate that. And I imagine that people out there do appreciate it. But there is some reluctance on these ROEs and long-term potential impacts on people's property because of them. I will encourage my clients to work with their various board people and district offices. Thank you very much. And this is a good start, but so is 200 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean. Remember that one. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I think we have concluded this item. Should we move on or should we take a break? What's your pleasure? Okay. 5 minute?
Yeah.
5 minute break. So we will.
Thank you all.
Okay. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so even though we are beyond our 11 a.m. time allocation for item 4, we're going to take item 3, which is funding associated with item 2. So I think that's probably the right progression. So Kim, if you would read number 3, please.
Item number 3 comes from the Chief Administrative Officer requesting the board, 1, authorize the Chief Administrative Office, County Council, Library, Health and Human Services, Environmental Management, and Planning and Building to use funding from the Caldor Fire Relief Designation to hire extra help positions for the Caldor Fire Recovery and Right of Entry process. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to approve A, the addition of 1 full-time equivalent management analyst, limited term in the CAO's office. B, the addition of 1 FTE mental health worker 1-2 limited term and 1 FTE social worker 1-2 limited term in the Health and Human Services Agency. C, the addition of 1 full-time associate civil engineer, 1 full-time equivalent assistant associate planner, and 1 FTE development technician 1-2 in the Planning and Building Department. And 3, approve a budget transfer reducing the Caldor Fire Relief Designation.
Hi, good afternoon. Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. I think you've pretty much heard the detail behind these requests this morning. So I'll just make a couple of points with regard to the funding piece. This is a request for about $1.7 million of the $5 million Caldor Relief Fund that we had set aside during the adopted budget. That would leave about $3.3 million in that designation. This is an initial request. I think as you saw, the situation is dynamic. So we have, kept an open line of communication with the departments and let them know that this is our starting point. If additional resource needs are identified, we're happy to come back with that recommendation once those are vetted out. With regard to reimbursement by FEMA, we obviously will be working very hard to recover any FEMA funding that we can for eligible activities. Generally, temporary employees and overtime on eligible activities are covered, though there is a county match. I do want to point out, though, that some of the needs we've identified may or may not be eligible uses, but they are certainly priority needs, such as the behavioral health out in the community, those types of things, which may not be FEMA reimbursable, but certainly needed. We've got a great team, fiscal team with John DeVille from the Sheriff's Office, Becky Morton from the Community Development Administration Group, who will be heading up those efforts. In addition to the positions, I did want to just point out that we also have about $637,000 in services and supplies and overtime for the planning and building department that we are recommending, and $250,000 in non-departmental costs. These go back to the evacuation and sheltering period. So things like toilets and showers at the shelters, those are not reimbursable by Cal OES. So that's an additional pool on that designation. And I think that covers it. The staff report pretty well added on to what your department's presented today.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions or comments for Sue? Yes.
Question. Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. And I absolutely think we need to, that's the whole reason we took out the $5 million in our budget was to use this for this kind of expenses. So we appreciate you bringing this to us today. Question I had was when we're talking about the positions, you were talking about annual costs and then the costs for the remainder of the year. And it kind of didn't make sense to me even that like when we're talking about one of the costs, it was $105,000, $105,000. But then the annual cost is $163,000. So is that only for a couple of months? Are we kind of backtracking this, retroing?
Yeah, because I mean, we're already almost halfway through the fiscal year. And then also for the extra help employees, we try to keep them under the allowed allocation. So we look at how many hours we can fit them in the remainder of the fiscal year. And then going into the following fiscal year, they'd have that whole 960 hours. So that's why you'll see the difference.
Right. And I forgot we were not using calendar year, you're using a fiscal year.
Yes. Right.
Okay, that makes that kind of just light bulb went off. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Anything else from the board?
Certainly demonstrated the need in the earlier presentation. So.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question about that. So at this point, Kim, I think we're okay to open it up for the public to comment. Should they choose?
Now taking public comment on item number 3. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning, board. Andy Nevis, Shingle Springs. I just wanted to note that, I think it's really important while we're taking care of our neighbors who are impacted directly by the Caldor fire, that we're also making sure that we have the staff resources to serve all the other priorities that the board has identified across the county, and continuing to provide good customer service to our residents all across the county. And I think this action today will help do that. As you're bringing staff on to address the Caldor emergency, you're going to potentially have some of your existing staff available to work on other really critical projects. So I also would second, I emphasize the importance of course, getting FEMA reimbursement where appropriate and where it's allowed. But I do think this is a thoughtful action that I would support you taking today. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. So I kind of had asked the board to bring this forward about the $5 million and how it was going to get spent to help aid with the Caldor fire. And I guess this is kind of my worst fear, that all of it's going to staff. Is kind of the impression that I think we now have with this item. And I do agree that the building department definitely needs more help with this issue. Processing that many plans for new houses can be overwhelming. On that thought, I thought, what if we had 10 pre-engineered approved plans that people could come and pick from? Is just a thought. But I was hoping maybe some of these funds might implement things like that. And maybe when we listen to the water issues that they're having out there, maybe there was some of these funds that could be used to help kickstart some of the needs that she might have in that district to get the rest of the water provided. It sounds like, I'm curious what the 13 million, that seems a lot when they've been able to accomplish quite a bit with what they've had. And it'd be nice to maybe see the county see what they need in water, that maybe there was some things they could help to kickstart the rest of the infrastructure. Someone just called and told me a few minutes ago is they're worried about heat in the houses that are out there. A lot of them heat with firewood. When power goes out, that's kind of what they rely on. And they're not even being allowed to keep it's kind of ironic that they have no firewood because all of it is being taken from their properties. So I think that would be a nice thing to address, that maybe those trees could be utilized for firewood out there. And then the biggest thing when reconstructing with the change of codes is solar and fire suppression. Solar, if that's going to be all reforested, it's almost impossible to use solar on homes in the forest. So, is there ideas like solar farm that they can draft, or can they get some exemptions because of this emergency or issue? And the other part is, as mentioned, fire suppression. They're going to have to now comply with the fire sprinklers within their homes, and that's going to require twice as much water to be facilitated out there. And are there some things that can be done in a group tank kind of thing, or is everybody going to have to rely on their own fire tank on their own properties? Those were the things I was hoping to hear from the county, is some of the things that might be done with these individuals. And I do appreciate that you did send out certified letters for those that might not be informed about all the services that are available. And And that's the other messages that I got, was that the people out there are really not informed, and they're not, and I'm, I don't know if there's people on the ground trying to get that information to them. And I do appreciate the letters that went out, and hopefully that helps. So my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning. Ken Greenwood, District 2. I'd just like to reiterate what Sue and honestly Andy had to say with respect to, caution, let's go ahead, let's get it done. But some caution and some creativity that could be added to this process. So far, it seems that this is focused on staffing, which, yes, it's needed. And what are we going to do into the future? But let's keep our creative juices flowing on this one so that we can do what's needed for the people out there and in the long term also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, would staff choose to respond to any of those? Okay, seeing none. Any
I'll just
board?
respond and say, this is our county government responding to the Caldor fire by using county services that are needed. And we're talking about mental health. We're talking about a lot of issues, planning, getting buildings back to being built. This is incredibly important. So I'm very happy that we are doing this, and I hope we can continue on. Got a little more money, and let's find creative ways to use it to help those that are in most need.
Is that a motion?
Thank you.
Make a motion.
Do we need to make a motion here?
Yeah, we want to
okay.
approve this.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve this.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, staff,
Thank
for
you,
the great
everyone.
presentation on this, and
We really appreciate it.
moving on. It's good.
Go, girl. You go.
Okay, before we introduce number 4, let me remind everybody, we had scheduled a photo session at noon. And I don't know how we're going to make all this work, because I assume this next item is going to be at least an hour. Do you have recommendations on this? The photographer is here, as I understand it, so.
The photographer wasn't my priority, so I missed that. I apologize. I would say get as far as we can in this item and recess for your photo session and then come back, or you lose another 20 minutes of your day.
We want to keep moving. It's
Yeah.
just with what? Setting up the photographers here. Photographer, as I understand it, could set up, we could get the photo shoot and then come back earlier, but I don't have a preference personally.
Whatever you choose to do, if it's more, if it helps the meeting run more smoothly, to break now that are set up and then come back into item 4, or we can break and then
Chief Richard, do you have a preference in how we do this? It's kind of your presentation and others, but.
Meeting, Mr. Chair, but my preference would be to get started and then if you need to take
All
a
right,
break.
all right, let's do that then. So sounds like we have a hard stop at noon, so we're going to take about 20 minutes of this and then we'll have to take a break, unfortunately, and break up the presentation. But let's go ahead and get started. Kim, if you read number 4.
Item number 4 comes from the Probation Department and Chief Administrative Office Facilities Division, recommending the board, 1, receive an update on Senate Bill 81, Local Youthful Offender Rehabilitation Financing Program, New Placerville Juvenile Hall Facility Project, and provide direction how to proceed. 2, award request for proposal. And 3, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to sign the attached certification regarding the continued use of the Federal Violent Incarceration and Truth in Sentencing Incentive Grant Program grant funds.
All right, good morning, Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office. I wanted to provide a little bit of clarification before I get into some of the details. So we had some new information that we received pretty late into this process, I believe actually after this first staff report was published. And so that's why this item has been continued for a little while we tried to kind of flesh through that. So under this recommendation, we're essentially kind of bringing 2 options forward to you today. If you choose one of the options, item 2 and 3 would not apply. So as we get towards the time for you to make a motion. Just know that 2 and 3 are dependent on the Placerville Juvenile Hall option, not on the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Hall option. So I apologize. That was not very clear in the title there. So we're here today looking for some policy direction on our next steps for a new juvenile hall. The last time we were before you was in April. And if you remember at that time, we had kind of provided 4 options for the board. And the recommended option at that point was dependent upon some additional information from the Board State of Community Corrections, the BSCC, regarding whether or not we could actually reinvest $4 million of our VOIDUS, the Violent Offender Incarceration and Truth in Sentencing funding, into the new Placerville Juvenile Hall. To be clear, that's not new money. We would still have to come up with that $4 million. But basically what that allows us to do is get out of our obligation in the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Detention Facility so that we could repurpose that facility for another use. If we do not do that, we're still required to run that facility as a detention facility through the year 2034. So we did receive confirmation that we could move forward to do that if the board chooses to go that direction. Now, in addition to that $4 million to complete the project, we're actually looking at about a total of $5.6 million out of that would have to come out of our capital reserve to fund the project. And that leaves about 15 million left in our capital reserve. So while that sounds like a lot of money, there is an attachment E on your board item today where we kind of tried to detail out all of the different projects that we have going on right now. And, there are a lot of unknowns, but just an estimate right now, we have a funding gap of about $47 million when you look at all the different capital projects that we have going on right now. So this is a significant investment moving forward with the Placerville facility. So the new information that we received that we did want to bring to the board, we've been having a lot of conversations with the BSCC, obviously trying to keep them apprised of kind of where we're at in this process. And they did bring up an option that we hadn't really considered up to this point. And that was taking the grant funding, so the $9.6 million that we have received, and actually reinvesting that into the South Lake Tahoe facility as a renovation project. So basically, in order to do that, the county would have to rescope the project, and we would have to show that we are essentially creating a project renovation plan that provides the same type of facility and programs that the new Placerville Juvenile Hall would have provided. So, basically we have a 40-bed facility up in Tahoe. We were proposing a 20-bed facility here in Placerville. So we would have to show that the renovation plan would basically provide that same facility, same type of services that the new facility would have provided. That option would potentially save us $6 to $8 million in general fund money. It does mean we are essentially starting this process over. We would have to go through project establishment with the BSCC, go before the state Public Works Board. So, this is basically, we are starting over with that rescope of the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Hall. So if the board directs us to move forward and explore that option, our next steps would be to kind of get together with an architect and start looking at what that renovation plan might look like, come back to the board at a later date with timing and costs. And we would put the construction of the Placerville facility on hold while we explore this other option. That's really the extent of my information. I would like to turn it over to Chief Richard if he has additional information that he'd like to provide the board, and we will be here to answer questions.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Mr. Chair, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. So I contemplated quite a bit as to how I wanted to approach the conversation this morning, because I do have some alternative perspectives that aren't really reflected in the board report. And I think the way that I want to capture the conversation is that I personally don't believe that anything of substance has changed throughout the deliberations that the board has made up to this point and including today. That's not to say that there have not been changes. I don't think that any of those changes are significant enough at this point to consider a changing our course of action. So I want to put that out there up front so that you understand the context in which I'm making my comments. So we've been engaged in this process since 2014. So almost the entirety of my tenure here as your chief probation officer. In fact, it was one of the first things that I did was pursue with the concurrence of the board, the county administration, the court system, and the probation department, a grant to replace an aging facility here in Placerville. And that process was delayed for a variety of reasons, not the least of which was the transition of multiple administrations in the county over a period of a short amount of time from 2014 to 2017, 2018. And we really began to pick up steam on the project again in 2018. And so it came back to the board in 2019. And in 2019, we made the decision with my recommendation that the right thing to do for the county's future and the juveniles in our county for the next 30 to 35 years was to shutter the existing facility in Placerville in favor of moving short-term to the South Lake Tahoe facility and in pursuit of the development of the project here in Placerville. And that's what we collectively decided in 2019 was the right thing to do. It wasn't without a lot of pain for the department, a lot of pain for the community, a lot of pain for the board, a lot of pain for the administration. But we made that decision because it was the right thing to do at the time with, again, the objective in mind that we would be replacing the facility in Placerville and utilizing the premise that 75% of the kids that are in juvenile detention come from the West Slope. That's not to say that we should provide services only on the West Slope to the detriment of youth in South Lake Tahoe, or vice versa, which is what we're currently doing. But we again agreed was the right thing to do in the short term. Now what we're contemplating is the right thing to do in the long term, and by long term, I mean the next 30 to 35 years, is to continue to provide services solely in South Lake Tahoe to the detriment of youth on the West Slope. And obviously, I think you can tell that my opinion on that is no. That's not the course of action that we should be considering at this point. But it is the course of action that's being contemplated as an additional option for you today. In 2020, in January and May, your board considered 2 additional opportunities to continue forward with the project or to put it to bed. And you chose at that point in time to continue the project. And then again, in April of this year, we came forward with additional information and an opportunity for the board to quash this or to continue forward. And as late as April of this year, your board said, let's continue to pursue construction of a new facility in Placerville. And if we are able to transfer that financing from the juvenile treatment center to the facility in Placerville, we'd like to know about that, but that seemed to be the pivotal issue of the day. Now we're coming forward and telling you that the decisions have been made in our favor, and we are actually able to achieve the goal that you hoped we would achieve, which is to be able to transition $4 million of investment by the federal government into the facility in Placerville. So that's where we stand at this moment. What I'm confused about at this point is why it appears that conditions have changed such that it is now more favorable to consider the long-term investment in South Lake Tahoe rather than the long-term investment in a new West Slope facility. And on page 3 of the board report, it says that while approval was given to reinvest the Voidus funds in the new Placerville facility, the board should still consider whether a new facility is needed. So I'm going to focus on that word needed for just a moment, because needed is obviously relative. What do you mean by needed? Well, needed is, do we have the bed space that we need? Yes, we have the bed space that we need. So I would say, no, we don't need a new facility, but we never have, according to that standard. We've always had sufficient beds to house all the youth that we need. The question was, did we need a new facility in Placerville because the existing facility in Placerville was antiquated? Yes, it was. Yes, it still is. And because of that, we we killed that facility. We retired it with the intent to replace it. Nothing there has changed. So we look at this new information and this new alternative, and we reference the fact that the economic climate has changed. Well, yes, of course it has. We just have found ourselves hopefully on the tail end of a global pandemic, which none of us would have predicted back in 2014, 15, 16, 17, all the way up to probably most of us didn't think this was a big deal in February of 2020. But now we know that it was, and it's changed everything. But has it made such a substantial difference in things that we should be looking at upending what your intent has been for the last 7 years? And I again would submit to you, no, nothing substantial has changed. Back in April, we reported to you that the fund balance in the capital account was going to go down to just over $12 million if we committed to the project to build the new juvenile hall. That wasn't a problem then, but now we're saying that it's going to be $15 million if we go forward with the project, and it's a problem now. So I'm confused by that. I'm also confused about why we're talking about an alternative when we're talking about the addition of $1.5 million to the project cost potentially if things stay the same. While when you look at economic estimates, it looks like building material and construction costs are probably going to come down from where they're at now, sometime mid 2022, maybe late 2022, probably around the time that we complete design on this facility, if we move forward with design. So $1.5 million amortized over the next 30 years is about $50,000 a year. So we're really talking about that at this point. If that's what's changed, is the economic climate is now such that we shouldn't be considering this project because we're talking about an additional $1.5 million to construct it, then I would submit to you that that in and of itself is not enough reason for us not to do this. So my curiosities, I think are valid, and I want to share them with you because I think it's worthy of your consideration beyond what's contained in our staff report. But I just want to touch lastly on this. It says that the most prudent course of action is to direct staff to put any plans for the new facility on hold and to work with the BSCC to attempt to obtain approval to repurpose the grant funding to allow for the renovation of the South Lake Tahoe facility. I don't agree with that. And I just want to be very, very clear about that. That is not what I am recommending to you. I do understand why it's being recommended to you. Don't get me wrong. The CAO's office has their job to do. This just happens to be one of those situations where we are a bit in opposition as to the direction that we think you should take. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's healthy and it's good. And I'm glad that we're having the conversation and there's nothing malicious on either side of the table in the conversation. But we definitely have a different perspective on this. And I believe that the investment that you are looking at making one way or the other has very consequential outcomes to be considered. What are you doing for your community for the next 30 to 35 years? That's really what it boils down to. So what I'm recommending to you is based on what I'm looking at over the next 30 to 35 years. Same thing from the CAO's office. And it's unfortunately what you have to contemplate in making a decision. What are we going to do for the next 30 to 35 years? In my opinion, the best thing to do is to continue on the path forward that you've been on for 7 years and build a new facility in Placerville that will service the residents, the mass majority of the youth residents in our county for the next 30 to 35 years, and then contemplate what to do in Tahoe at that point, because now you are free to do that. You no longer have an obligation to that facility. You can turn it into whatever it is that serves the community best up in South Lake Tahoe or the community writ large, from anywhere from alternative housing for people that need it to potentially a fire academy in partnership with CAL FIRE and the CCC and the forestry services that are all located up there. There's all kinds of opportunity for us to consider. Right now, we don't have that. And if you commit the funding to that facility, you're not going to have the option of doing anything different with it for, well, you will never have the opportunity. The rest of us, all of us will be done with all of this. It'll be people far down the road that have to deal with the decision that we make today. I just, lastly, and I think I can do this in just a few minutes. I want to share with you, if you make the decision to change direction at this point and have the county staff explore what it would take to get us to repurpose the grant to apply to the South Lake Tahoe facility, let me just put it into a little broader context for you. It took us 7 years to get this to this point for a variety of reasons. No one reason, just lots of different delays. But 2 years of that was process, legitimate process that we will go through again, from getting approval for the project to conducting the due diligence on the property to make sure that the state is okay investing its money into that property, subdividing the property out so that ownership by the state can happen. The things we've done here to be where we are today and ready to do today on the new project, we will have to go through and do again on a revised project and scope. So anywhere from 12 to 18 to probably more like 24 months from now, we'll be back where we're at today to determine, do we want to give a contract to a designer to do the plans on the new facility? And that's only after we have figured out, is it even feasible to redesign the JTC, a hardened brick and mortar facility built in the style of a small jail, into a program facility on par with what you have the opportunity to build in Placerville? Can it even be done? And I'm telling you, as your local expert on the subject relative to programming in a facility, not design, that we don't know the answer to that question. And you're going to have to hire a professional to come up with that answer for you before you can even start the process of addressing the BSCC, because you don't know the answer to that question. And I would submit nobody in this room does. Will it save $6 to $8 million? I have no idea. And quite frankly, I don't think anybody can say with absolute certainty that it will save any money whatsoever. What we could say is, well, we have $9.5 million in a grant, and another $500,000 we'll probably have to put into the process, maybe more. Will it save $6 to $8 million? Yes, if you limit the expense to just that and say, we're not spending more than $10 million. That's it, we're done. After that, whatever you can do at the JTC with $10 million is what will be done. Beyond that, we're not doing anything more. So yes, you could theoretically save $6 to $8 million if that decision is made. But could you get the quality of the project that you would get in the construction of a new facility for $16, $17, $18 million down here? I would say likely not. As a practitioner and a programmer, I would say likely not. That said, the experts have to take a look at it, have to come back to you with a feasibility analysis and say, yes, this is doable, and here's what it would look like. And then you can make the decision as to whether or not you go to the BSCC and request for them to go through their process. And if we can meet that threshold question of, yeah, we're essentially building the same thing in a redesign as we are in a new facility, and they agree with you on that, and they recommend to their elected board or their appointed board that that's the direction that the appointed board should vote to support, then maybe you get support from the BSCC, and then maybe you can proceed with due diligence, which again, from that point is then about 18 months to 2 years. So for a variety of reasons beyond that, but also what I've stated for you here today, I think that continuing forward and choosing the option to go to design at this point is the right thing to do. I think it's the thing we've been on a trajectory for the last 7 years, and certainly the last 2 years in earnest. And for us to change direction at this point, I think is a massive waste of time. Certainly a waste of the resources we've invested so far. And I do not believe that any of you would be as happy with the outcome once it's finished as you would be if you were to build a new facility. So on that, I will submit.
So I do have a question. I'm not sure if the other board members do, but anybody else want to go first?
Yeah, there's a ton of questions.
Okay.
Brian.
Who wants to start?
I'll start. Who did it like?
Sue.
Go ahead, Sue.
Thanks, because this is in my district. And just to give you a heads up, this last option was not discussed with me. And this is news to me about this happening. And I have been on the trajectory, as same as the probation office is saying that this is needed in Placerville. This was a temporary. issue of bringing all of our staff up to South Lake Tahoe, understanding only 25% of our population in the county that uses that facility is up in Tahoe. And it's been my hope from the beginning that when we talk about what we do to repurpose the South Lake Tahoe facility, that we talk about possibly a small area, because we're talking about kids now that need help more than to sit in a prison-like area, which is what it looks like. I don't know if any of you have toured this. You need to tour this, and if you haven't, it is by all intent and purposes a jail. It's nothing like what they want us to have for rehabilitating youth at this point in time. So it would have to be completely redone. And my issue has always been, for the 2 or 3 youths that we have up in Tahoe at any given time, is this what's good for them? And I don't think it is. So I've been behind this idea of going back and having a permanent, larger facility, a facility that could actually be of use to our programs for our probation back in here in Placerville, and to use the South Shore area as perhaps a smaller, I love the idea of what I just heard yesterday from your taxpayers. Watch the tape and listen to the discussion. I love the idea of having a mountain region. Does that have to be El Dorado County? Placer County is much bigger. They have a lot more resources. They have the ability to have something there. We haven't had that conversation. So to stop what we've been doing for 7 years and to reinvent this conversation, I just don't think it's a wise or timely discussion at this point. I just want to throw that out there and then listen to what everyone has to say, because this is the first time I've heard this. Thank you.
I see the CAO has a light on, so I'm going to turn to Don.
Yeah, I would like, if the board is, I'd like to respond to some of the comments the chief probation officer made. We have had, and the comments Supervisor Novosel made, I've had plenty of conversations with Placer County on this issue. They have no intention to build a juvenile hall in Tahoe.
Yeah.
As of last week, they had no intention to build a juvenile hall in Tahoe. One currently exists in Tahoe that is there. As the chief probation officer said, this started in 2014. I wasn't in this role. Many of us weren't. Until 3 weeks ago, I wasn't aware the grant allowed the grant funds to be used for repurposing a new building, an existing building. It was my understanding, and I believe it was facilities understanding and Laura's understanding, that it had to be used for new construction. So that is something that is information the board has not had in front of you since at least since 2016. So I disagree with the chief probation officer when he says nothing's changed, because it is new information you haven't been aware of and you haven't been able to process in your decision-making. I have been one of the strongest advocates for a new facility in Placerville when this started, because I believe it is the right thing to do for kids. If we were starting from scratch, I believe we should build a new facility in Placerville, but we're not starting from scratch. We've all inherited a building that's in Tahoe that was built at a time when none of us were here, and built at a time when the juvenile justice system was completely different.
Yeah.
The chief probation officer mentioned yesterday, a former chief probation officer was in front of a judge in Tahoe being held in contempt. I was there with them, being threatened to throw in jail because we weren't servicing the number of kids we had and we couldn't staff it correctly. You've heard me say multiple times, it is very difficult to hire staff in Tahoe, not just for the juvenile hall, for all our departments that work in Tahoe. That being said, because of the changes in the juvenile justice system, there are far fewer kids that are in custody. There will always be some. There's no question. What's it going to look like? What's the juvenile justice system going to look like in 20 to 25 years? We have no idea. I will tell you right now, at least from my knowledge, there's no indication it's going back to the way it was, because my understanding is the current model is much better for kids and to achieve self-sufficiency and things like that. The challenge you have, and it's an impossible decision, because we're putting a dollar value on a kid, and no one should be asked to do that. But that's what we're being asked to decide, or you're being asked to decide. You have a lot of other needs, as Laura mentioned, for your facilities, for our mental health patients, for our senior population. Those buildings are defunct as well. and not operable as well. How are we going to address that? If we move forward with what has previously been decided, and the chief probation officer mentioned rehabbing the facility there for other uses. Absolutely, we've talked about that. We haven't come up with great ideas. And whatever we rehab that building for is going to cost money as well. And at the end of the day, it is a secure, hardened facility that, quite frankly, will have limited ideal uses. That's just a fact. We've asked the sheriff's office, it's been several years, could we use it as an adult detention facility? And the feedback from the administration at that time was no, because it doesn't meet the adult criteria. I'm not sure if that's still the position, but those are the challenges we have. At the end of the day, what you're being asked to decide is, do you spend roughly $10 million of general fund to build a new facility down here, which I think most people would agree would be preferred, but then not have that 10 million for other uses. And if you decide to go that route, this unknown that you could have possibly used the 9 and 9.2 million in grant funding to make the juvenile hall in Tahoe better, not perfect, but far better, and exploring that. That's why my recommendation says it's the most prudent thing to do is to explore it. It's a $10 million decision. And I believe you need to do that. Brian and I typically don't disagree on a lot. And I appreciate how he said it. This is how the process is supposed to work. We have different roles. And you guys are the decision makers, and you're in a very tough decision. I recognize that, but I believe you have to at least explore it to see what the options are. Does that put the risk of using the funding for a new facility down here, or does it put the new facility at risk with that funding? Yes, I think it does. I can't sit here and say there's not a scenario where if we go this other path, that the state just says we're done with El Dorado County and we're not building it. That risk is there. You need to be aware of that. But I think it's a responsible financial decision to make. So I'm done, Mr. Chair, and you have a picture to get taken. So it's your
Yeah,
call.
we're beyond our 12 o'clock. So I think we probably need to break at this point. We'll start up again with other board questions, if that's
Sure.
okay with everybody.
Okay.
So Kim, can you give us an idea of how long this will take?
10 minutes to set up.
Okay.
So we just want to do the short break and then 15 minutes. So we want to maybe give it till 1 o'clock or which one?
1 o'clock?
Let's say 1 o'clock. It sounds like it's the timelines you gave us 15.
Quarter to 1.
Okay.
In and out, all that.
I'm sorry, Mr. We have our district attorney here. I don't know if he
Yeah.
wants to hang out all afternoon. I don't know if he wants to speak now either, so.
Do you want to be in a photo, Vern?
You okay with that, Vern?
Join us. Can we hear from him?
Let's hear from our district
Yes, I think so.
attorney, but we have to obviously give credence to other people who may want to speak as well, as long as they're staff, not the public, but staff. So we'll take the time to listen to other staff comments at this point. Welcome, Vern.
It's a pleasure to be with you in person and not on Zoom.
Great.
I want to say, trying to think of exactly how I want to put it. I've been the DA here in El Dorado County since January of 2007. So what, 14 years? It's hard to believe.
Wow.
Seen a lot of changes during that time. The facility that was built up in Tahoe, I believe, I was trying to confirm with Sue Henneke. I believe it was in, Sue, you may know, 2004, 2005.
Yeah, I'd say right in there.
Right in there. It was planned many years before, and it was anticipated that juvenile crime would be very significant. Obviously, they were wrong because we're looking into the future. But I want to mention in terms of the reason for saying, I've been DA under the Constitution. It's sometimes I don't say it. It's the chief law officer in a county. But before I sound like Grinch, and as it relates to kids, I want to say a couple things, and I'm not someone who brags, but I do want to say it because of my perspective and some of my opinions that I have here today. In the last 14 years, I've raised between my wife and I hundreds of thousands of dollars for at-risk kids. Hundreds of I don't know how many hundreds because I don't keep a record of it. We do an event between 150 and 225 kids every year, and we'll be doing it again on December 4th, this time in Placerville. And the event is targeting benefiting at-risk kids. And it's one things that they need, but the other equally important thing is it is a project that is put in place to ensure that there are kids in our county that do not only interact with law enforcement and fire and other first responders when dad is going to jail or when mom is going to the hospital or some circumstances like that. It is a very specific program targeted to introduce kids to law enforcement and fire and public safety people in a different kind of a setting. And it is in that regard designed for crime prevention, rehabilitation for kids. We do, for the last several years, other than COVID, something called Project LEAD, which is an award-winning program for fifth graders. Most fifth graders in our county go through that program. I wish all of them, eventually maybe we'll get there. But that program is a juvenile crime prevention program benefiting kids to learn about the justice system and the various circumstances. And there are in fact consequences and what justice means. And there are consequences for your actions, I should say. I was on the CASA board when CASA voted to provide services for kids in juvenile hall. I strongly supported that then, I do now, and I'm talking about kids who have been in trouble, not just kids who are victims of crime. So I could bore you, but I know you have to take a picture with that type of stuff. I have a very strong, I think, proven track record of looking out for the best interests of kids and kids who have been in trouble and trying to get them on a different track. This county has the third lowest crime rate, particularly violent crime, of any county in the state of California, the third. We don't brag about that often enough. I wrote recently a editorial, hasn't come out yet. Hopefully the Mountain Democrat will see fit to publish it. We're the third lowest. Sierra County is the lowest. They have a population of 3,000. Placer County is second, and then it's El Dorado County. Our juvenile crime, and particularly going back over the last many years, has gone down. We have right now, I think it's 6 kids in our juvenile facilities. And I'm not going to speak for the chief probation officer, but my impression is that in the last 14 years since I've been here, juvenile crime, not only do we keep fewer kids in custody, but crime itself has gone down here. And it has gone down for many different reasons. But some of them are the programs that I was talking about. Some of them are the way that we manage and treat them, juveniles. But the nature of the kids that we have that are in custody and remain in custody, at least for some period of time here in this county, they are far more likely to be violent offenders today. There are far fewer of them. As I said, 6 kids. Our average, I know that the probation department provided documentation to you. I think the numbers, I mean, for El Dorado County kids, it seems high for what our perspective is that it's 10 maybe on average over the last few years. And every one of them is an individual and is important. And I'm not minimizing that, but to spend $10 million right now, $8 to $10 million, and you know how it is, the facility that starts out let's say $8 million, the low end of general fund money at this point, when the numbers that we're actually looking at are of kids, and there is no rational. Yes, the state of California, in my opinion, has done some really dumb things that are causing crime to go up overall. Crime's gone up here a little bit overall, but nothing like what's happening in LA or San Francisco. And I feel very strongly that poor public policy, poor public decisions by government bodies make things worse. not better. And I'm not suggesting that of any of you. But I'm also saying at this point in time is investing $8 million of general fund money in a facility that will largely be empty unless we're contracting kids in from other places. And I was here before. Brian makes a very persuasive argument about why communities don't want to send their kids somewhere else to be housed. I don't know why we would think that everywhere else is going to want to send them here if we don't want to send them there. And I'm very troubled by that. I do think it's a rational thing to consider. I think Supervisor Novosel brought up a very good point. The fact that she was unaware and that needs to be looked at. I agree with her. I toured the facility up in Tahoe many years ago when it was brand new and looked at it, and it looks like a prison, basically. It does. And it also, though, looks like a brand new prison because it really hasn't been used for what it was intended for, because they got it wrong. And I get that you're looking out into the future and trying to get it right. I can tell you from my perspective, 30 years in this business, I see no rational reason to believe that our population is going to go up sufficient to build a new facility in Placerville. I just do not see it. I do see a rational reason to say, let's look at what we're doing up in Tahoe. Can we modify that building for half the cost of a new facility in Placerville, and make it more along the lines of what we're wanting it to be. I get the problems in terms of hiring up in Tahoe and things like that. But this seems like a very big investment under these circumstances, when the practical reality is there is not a reason to believe we will have sufficient population to justify the facility. So with that, thank you very much. I don't want to keep you from your picture any longer. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Vern.
Thank you, Vern.
I'm not seeing any other staff members who wanted to weigh in. Oh,
My apologies, and you don't know me. I am the public defender that works with the youth. And so I am from Placerville. I don't know, frankly, if I qualify as staff or as a public member, but I can
I'm
tell
looking at
you.
our CAO and he says you do not qualify as staff. So I think we'll take public comment certainly before we make a decision.
And absolutely, and I would just ask, I have a detention hearing at 1:15. And my concern is that as the person that represents the kids and has quite a lot of knowledge that might or might not be helpful, I just want to be able to make sure that I can be here for you. And that's why I'm not sure how to do this.
Let's proceed, please. Please. I'm sorry for the interruption and stuff. Just trying to sort things out.
And I totally get it. And I can wait until after your picture, if that would be helpful. I just want to make sure that.
Just go ahead. Let's go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So my name is Margaret Husher. And as I said, I am the juvenile public defender that works with the youth in Placerville. And so I have a lot of familiarity because I've been doing this for the last 2 years of how it's working to go from Placerville to the JTC. Some of it has been okay. Frankly, I came into this with the understanding it was going to be temporary, that this was not going to be a permanent thing. And so we've been making it work. The staff of the probation department has been very accommodating and very helpful, but we, in my estimation, have been kind of limping along trying to make this work. It does require quite a bit of effort to make it from Placerville to the JTC. So for me personally, where that effort comes in is I travel to the JTC on a very regular basis. When I work with kids, it's all about building relationships, and you cannot build out those relationships over Zoom or on the phone. And so Terry Montessoro is very good about giving me the time to drive up there and take a day a week or a day every 10 days. And it really is a day killer by the time I drive up there and drive back. For the youth themselves, it is also very, very problematic because they cannot build a relationship with a court if they're not in court with a judge, which means that they spend a fair amount of time on the road as well, coming down here for court hearings. And for them as well, it's a very problematic departure from their day-to-day activities because it really is for them a day killer. But more important than that, I think there is an overall picture of what we're looking at when we talk about what works for detention facilities. I've been a public defender and a youth public defender for going on almost 20 years. I work with statewide agencies and national agencies. So I travel a lot. I see a lot of different halls, a lot of different facilities. And what I've come to know over those years is it's not the facility, it's the person and it's the relationships that are built. That's what's really key. That's what changes lives. It's the relationships that those kids develop with typically custodial staff, with therapists, with everybody that's in their realm. It is also the relationships that those families build with the probation department and the therapists. So it's both. You work with a child and you work with the family. What we are learning out of the JTC and by sending our Placerville kids to the JTC is that those relationships are very, very difficult because the families have a hard time with that travel. Our staff has been very accommodating. They've been accommodating with a phone. They've been accommodating with Zoom, but it is not the same. When I meet with the kids and I go up to the JTC and I sit in those little rooms and I ask them, when was the last time you saw mom or dad? Very often the kids will say to me, I haven't. We don't have enough money. We don't have enough time. And the kids are very accepting. There are things more important to their parents than they are. And that is a very, very sad statement. When you listen to a child say, yeah, I get it. It's more important for mom to go to work than to see me. When that child is in need and that child desperately needs the foundation of that family and they can't have it because of the distance and the time. And as I said, frankly, Zoom and phone are okay, but they're no substitute. And Zoom and phone are dependent upon the ability of the staff to be able to have the time to give the child the phone or to set up a Zoom. And sometimes the kid, multiple kids need those phones at the same time. So you have a 5-minute, 6-minute conversation. That's not reunifying the family. That is not building and keeping those families' ties the way that they could if the kids were local and the way that we used to when the kids were local. Likewise, a lot of the probation department has to do what's sometimes called child family team meetings or transitional team meetings, where they are preparing that child to come home to the community. The community and the relationships in those communities are imperative. It's the community, it's the relationship with not only who their therapists here are going to be or are, but it's also with schools, it's with jobs, it's with training, it's boys and girls clubs, whatever it is, the relationships that are in the community, that's what keeps those kids solid as they transition out of probation into becoming adult lives. It's very, very difficult to do that when you've got that hill in between us and you don't have the community. It's very difficult for the probation department to set up. It is very difficult for the kids to meet with their new providers. It is very difficult to keep those relationships going once those relationships are established. There's a breakdown. And probation is making it work. We're doing the best we can, but that distance and that time is not conducive to really helping these kids become the productive adults that we want them to be. It is a small facility that we need. It is and we need a facility in both places. Don't get me wrong. It's the community and it's the relationship that the children have to their community while they are removed and when they come back that is so key to enabling these kids to become productive adults. So I hear you. I understand it's a lot of money. I also understand this is moving forward and we're making permanent plans for what to do. And all I can do is tell you that from my experience, the kids need to be in their own communities in order to really learn from the situation that they're in and to move forward as productive adults. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. Yep.
And Mr. Chair, I just had a communication with the public defender. This testimony is in her role as the chair of the JJDCP, not in her role as a member of the public defender's office.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to take the break. 10 minutes. We'll be back for photographs. Hopefully get through that, get the set down, and we can start again at 1 o'clock. That's without a lunch. Everybody good with that? Okay. Go.
Do we need to clear the dais?
Okay, so we'll be Okay, we are back from our photo shoot and a very brief lunch session, period, whatever it is. And so we're on item number 4, the 11 a.m. time allocation. This is to be continued. And at this point, I guess I would just ask our CAO to please give us some clarification on the last speaker. I think that was kind of confusing to a lot of the board members, but can you clarify her role in this whole thing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke to the public defender during the break. The public defender wanted to make it clear that that speaker was not speaking on behalf of the public defender's office.
Okay.
She was speaking on her role. Apparently, and Chief Richard would know more about this than I would, but apparently she is also the chair of the JJDCP.
Your appointee. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The board's appointee, correct?
The board's appointee by virtue of the court's appointment to the Juvenile Justice Commission and your 1968 action to make them cross-appointed as delinquency prevention counselor or commissioners as well.
Okay. So the fact that she represented herself as speaking on behalf of staff, that is not accurate.
Okay.
And the public defender wanted to make it clear that, and she wasn't able to listen. She was in interviews. But the public defender wanted to make it clear she cannot either support or oppose the statements made by this individual because it wasn't representative of her office.
So would you please state again what JDTC is? Juvenile Delinquency.
Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission. So it's actually 2 commissions rolled into one.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification so that we all know that who she represented in that action. So thank you. So Chief Richard, we're back.
Yes, we are.
Do you want to continue the discussion? Or are you ready to take questions?
Just a couple of other points and briefly. First one is we were talking about, again, in reference to the staff report, that the juvenile hall has been running successfully up at the JTC in Tahoe. I would agree with that statement in the staff report. We have successfully been running in the JTC. How you define success in that certainly is open to interpretation. It's hard to staff. It's difficult to get services in Tahoe. It's hard to get families to travel to Tahoe, but my staff do an amazing job. I have an incredible staff that do an amazing job of running a 17-year-old building that was questionably designed in the first place, but they do incredible work there regardless of that. That said, it doesn't come without its difficulties. So yes, we are successful, but however, to say that we would be as successful in Placerville, I'd say we'd probably be more successful if we had a facility in Placerville. So I wanted to make that point. The other point is, and it was something I reminded myself of during the break, you do have a 17-year-old facility up there. The lifespan of that building, regardless of what you do to it, is probably no more than 40 years. So you're going to put a 30-year bond from the state if you accept the state's money on that facility, which means you're going to be dealing with a 47-year-old facility if you put money into it, because the state has to pay off those bonds before you can stop using that facility as a detention facility. And that's something that I don't think much consideration has been given to. So whereas you have a 30-year commitment on that facility now that will expire in 13 years, you'll transfer that commitment to a new facility with the federal money and re-up a 30-year commitment, but you'll have 2 30-year commitments running concurrently on a new facility. And so you won't have to operate the Placerville Juvenile Hall for more than 30 years. So whereas, again, you'd have to go up to 47 years on the building up in Tahoe. So that's something that isn't in the staff report, hadn't been considered. And quite frankly, I didn't even think about until about 2 days ago. And I recognized like that's the commitment you're going to have to put on it. The bonds have to be paid off before you can stop operation.
Another piece of the puzzle.
Another piece of the puzzle. Yeah. So happy to entertain questions.
Who would like to go next?
I'll start.
Okay.
It's a fun day. So one thing I just was taken back on was listening to our DA talk about, the idea of spending $10 million on a new facility when when it's questionable on what our programs are going to look like and for how many we have coming up. And again, I agree that the South Tahoe jail that we call JTC, it's not the right, it's not the right facility for our kids. Just isn't. It truly does look like a jail when you walk in there. There's no two ways around it. And it would have to be substantially rehabilitated is what I feel. And so I have my concerns on that. But at the same time, I mean, when we've talked about this for the last 7 years, and I've been in here for 7 years, so we've been talking about this forever. And my issue I had from the beginning is what kind of service or disservice are we doing for moving the kids out of their community? And we've heard this over and over again. And there's concerns on the fact that either way, we're moving them out. If they're from South Tahoe, they're going down to Placerville. They're in Placerville, they're going to South Lake Tahoe. I keep thinking that maybe there's some happy medium where we could do smaller facilities in both. And what the DA said kind of piqued my interest a little bit in thinking, why can't we do that? If we are talking a smaller facility, can we do a smaller facility down here and a small facility up there and reach a happy agreement where we have kids being serviced in their community? Is that a possibility? Have we changed? I mean, I know we haven't talked about that for 7 years because we were so focused on this funding. If funding can be split and if there's an ability to do that, has there been some changes? Do you see if there's any way foreseeably we could do that at this point?
So I was with you right up to the point where you suggested the potential of splitting funding.
Having two facilities.
I got you.
We talked about that.
And converted to two different locations.
Right. We had talked about that 7 years ago. And one of the issues was that, you've got to decide on one or the other.
Correct.
Is that still the case in point being that, now we're hearing that we possibly can use some funding for the South Tahoe facility?
So that's actually, it's a very interesting question. The complexity behind that, because the type of funding that it is coming from the state is probably something that would be difficult to surmount, but I'm not suggesting it would be impossible. And the reason I say that is because the type of funding that was contemplated in the SB 81 grant scheme was lease revenue bonds, and as opposed to general obligation bonds that the state can let out, because at the time the state didn't want to have to get permission to let out the bonds. Through lease revenue, they can secure the funding through acquisition of the property and possessing ownership of the property for a period of time during the bond period. So they didn't have to go to the people and ask for permission.
Right. Didn't have to go to
So
referendum.
what that means is they would have to have ownership interest in both parcels for the period of time that the bonds existed,
right.
Which is what we were just discussing a minute ago about committing to the obligation of operating the facilities as detention facilities, because that's what the bonding says has to happen. So I think that it would probably be exceedingly complex to accomplish that with the state money. Now, if you were to ask me, could we invest the state money in one location and the county money in another location, I would say that'd be far more feasible to be able to do. However, even when you are building a small facility, let's say we took the new facility proposal and pared it down to 10 beds. So we're only going to do 10 beds for a period of time. The amount of savings in that would not be half by any stretch, because the housing component of any facility is really not the expensive part. It's everything else.
Right.
It's the security that goes along with building a brick and mortar detention facility. That's the expensive part. It's sort of like the staffing costs. Just to open the door with one kid, you're in that cost for at least $1.5 million because you have to have a minimum allotment of staff to run the facility. Same thing with the facility itself. To meet the regulations of the state to run a detention facility, it would cost you probably, I don't know, I'm guessing $10 to $11 million just to build a thing that was able to have beds. So
I went through this argument with the schools when we closed a school in our school district. The issue was, is it cheaper to keep the school open and not have any students in there and keep it at a minimum level? And understand that if we need to build something again, we have that building there, or is it better just to close it off, sell it, get rid of it? And we went back and forth. And what we found in the end was that it was better to keep the building because you have it there. And once you sell it, it's gone.
Correct.
And then you're starting from scratch again.
Yes.
So again, I'm just trying to think of of some way to get a compromise in this where we can serve both systems, because there are two distinct systems.
And
You know,
here's
we'll all
what
agree with that.
if I had my druthers or a magic wand, I suppose, what I would tell you is that what's in the best interest of all the youth in the county over this lifespan of facilities that I'm talking about is that you would build a new facility on the West Slope because you need a new facility. You need a facility on the West Slope and you don't have one anymore. And by the way, reopening the juvenile hall, like we told you back in 2019, is a non-starter. It couldn't even begin to pass regulations at this point to be reopened. So it's not something that you can contemplate. But building a new facility down here, regardless of size, 10 beds, 20 beds, ultimately 40 beds, and then repurposing the facility up in Tahoe into something that is more akin to a regional facility, whether that was for the purpose of, in my mind's eye, I think we should really pursue a fire academy. I think that that's a huge need in California. I think that it fits incredibly well with our mission here in El Dorado County and our geography and our topography, and one that was focused on workforce development for transitioned age kids, for kids that were between the ages of 15 and 24, and to figure out kids that were in custody and out of custody that could take advantage of something like that. Again, if I could make, just draw the world according to the way Brian wants it, I think that would be a fantastic outcome for the JTC. I don't see us not having a future where facilities have to have multi-purposes. It can't just be a detention facility here in Placerville. What I would see it as is part detention facility where you've got to have locked residential because the court demands it, because the law demands it, because the DA demands it, because the victims demand it. You have to have locked residential. But you also have the need in this area for step down and transition facilities for kids that don't have the support of families, that are in a good condition to be able to take care of them sometimes. And they need a system partner, whether it's child welfare or probation, if they've crossed over into the delinquency world, to help support them in that transition to adulthood. And so I would say that any facility that we build here in the future would have to be a multi-purpose facility. And I would say the same thing up in Tahoe, that you should transition that facility into something that's multi-purpose. In other words, short-term residential for those kids that get booked, need to be booked and released, or booked and kept for weeks, maybe a short period of time, like months, while they go through the court process, and then transition to a more permanent facility, which might be on the West Slope, to do a program for a longer period of time. Might be out of the county, because remember, one thing that we didn't have when we started this process, that we didn't have, including all the way up till July of this year, was we had DJJ as an option for those cases that were really far gone, or those kids that had exhausted the resources in our county. We no longer have that option. For those youth, one of whom we now have in residence with us at the JTC, who is looking at the next 3 to 4 years of his life in that facility. And for youth that will come to us in the future for homicides, attempt homicides, rapes, vandalism, carjackings, or have just such extreme mental health needs that they need longer term residential programs. That's right now not really a fit environment for that. So
could we downsize what we
Absolutely.
have
Yeah.
today? What we're proposing is downsize that with the option of having some sort of mixed use, I hate to say that word,
Sure.
facility up. I know I'm so used to saying it with land use. Yeah, a mixed use facility up in Tahoe to be able to meet the needs of both populations.
Well, I think
Right?
ultimately you
Sounds-
could. I mean, obviously,
Okay.
it's a question of money, but yes, absolutely. We could repurpose the facility up there for a multi-purpose use.
Because that's what I've always thought it should be, is as a multi-use, because exactly as you're saying, if we can get a program where we're teaching kids how to get out of the system by giving them a career starter, a fire academy, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's a huge win for that community. And the win for this community would be that we also have the facilities down here. So.
Well, and it's a conversation I've been recently having with the administrators at EDCO. They're looking for workforce development opportunities for transitioned aged youth and adults. We remember we're talking about adults here as well, but for transitioned age youth, where we have the NCCT, which has been incredibly successful, getting people into jobs at a rate of like 86%, where they're making decent wages with benefits oftentimes or most often, but expanding that program on the campus that we have for NCCT and expanding into the basin as well, so that we can actually provide a multitude of workforce development options. So it's not limited to construction. That we give kids an opportunity to go a variety of directions, whether it's coding or into fire, or, I mean,
Well,
we're talking
Tahoe-
about jobs that have real opportunity in this state.
Up in Tahoe, we had the culinary arts program for the
Right.
jail. It was excellent. And it's hospitality. It's what we need up there.
Yep.
Same between fire and hospitality. So we're talking right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would, okay, that would be my suggestion, is that we start to focus in on that, is how do we use both facilities?
And that's the future, to be quite frank with you, Supervisor Novosel. The future of juvenile justice is really the expansion of juveniles from 18 to probably 21. Where I suspect that before I leave this business, we will see the expansion of juveniles to 21 at least. I think it probably goes further in the future, but at least 21. And that we will see a heavier focus on probation departments and local government providing workforce development options for the totality of that population, because that's really what we've figured out is the magic to getting them sustainable. It can't be just getting them better. We actually have to make them sustainable and giving them an opportunity for a job, a career that's meaningful in this state that they can take wherever they move to is really kind of the key to
Yeah,
that.
I just like the idea of using both focuses. You obviously, like you said, you need a detention area for those that need
Yep.
detention. But we also need to be able to provide them the service of being able to have the ability to have a skill when they come out, and
Yep.
to get ahead. At least try, get on a level playing field. So, that's
Great.
what my concern is.
So I've got a kind of a piggyback question. Did we approach this as a design to cost, i.e. design to grant monies available type of project? If we looked at just Placerville, instead with the grant monies we have, what could you build as a starting point? Can we get 10 beds, 12 beds? I mean, you don't get half the cost. I understand all those things. But what could we get? Did we look at it from that perspective?
So one of the things that's required for you to pursue a grant through the state of California, specifically through BSCC in this case, is you have to have a needs assessment completed. And we paid for that needs assessment
right
8 years ago, if I remember correctly. And that needs assessment demonstrated to the county based on your population projections coming from the state, et cetera, a number.
Right.
Which is why we originally pursued a 40-bed facility to replace the facility in Placerville. But then as we watched the juvenile justice projections continue to on the
Look at your
trajectory down,
numbers, yeah.
we amended that to a 20-bed facility with the good graces of the state. The state said, yeah, we agree with you. You don't need 40. You probably need 20 with a relief of your 40 beds up in Tahoe. Your 20-bed facility will be sufficient to carry you for the period of this bond that we are going to support you with. So for the next 30 years, you can get away with those 20 because you have those 40. So from the state's perspective, based on our needs assessment, our need will grow over time just by virtue of our population continuing to grow. How we have manipulated the population of our juvenile halls right now is largely by practice of the court, of law enforcement, of schools, of the probation department. We don't book and retain kids the way we used to by practice. We've also seen a reduction in the number of crimes being committed in the community. And I love to tell people that we're the third lowest felony offense rate in the state of California. I crow about that. I think it's a fantastic statistic. I love living here just for that fact. It's made up of a lot of factors. I agree with our DA. There are a lot of inputs that help feed that, including some of the things that he's engaged in. But the reason that we don't see that churning of kids is because of what my staff do in the facilities and because of what the schools do with kids and because of how law enforcement has taken a different outlook on what you have to do with a kid that, let's say, vandalizes something or steals something, or they try to keep it localized. Not every kid has to go into custody. So we turn a lot of kids out of custody. Law enforcement keeps a lot of kids away, but that's not always going to be the case. And so I would say, just with regard to the numbers, the last thing is COVID had a huge impact on what our numbers. We have turned kids away continually so that we don't cross-contaminate the population with the kids that have to be in that facility. So when we are relieved of that circumstance, that population will naturally begin to grow again. So
So getting into the numbers, your August 21 number was 8.6 in the table you provided.
Yep.
My understanding, if the DA has provided the right numbers to us, that the current residency of El Dorado County residents is 4 plus 2 out of county.
Sounds right.
So, and I go back to May of 19, which is the first part, it was 18. So we went from 18 now to 4.
Yep.
And the question is, do you see that number of 4 coming back up?
Oh, yes.
To 10, to 15, to 18, to what do you anticipate 5 years from now? We draw the line again and put the curve. Where do you think we're going to be with the number of kids in need of this facility?
The only thing you need to really look at is the pre-pandemic numbers, because
Okay.
that really, the trends have not changed across the board as far as the number of crimes being created. There was a dip, now there's a climb that had everything to do with the pandemic and people being in lockdown and then people being relieved from lockdown. The DA is correct. We are seeing an uptick in violent crime across California. We're not going to be immune to that. Hopefully we're insulated from it, but we're not immune to it. So I think that the types of crimes that we continue to see in our facilities are going to be the type that require detention and that require longer term detention because they're going to be serious offenses. But I do see our numbers going back to pre-pandemic numbers of between 10 and 15.
Okay. Within a couple of years, is that?
I would say within, I mean, I hate making predictions, but I would say, yeah, easily within a couple of years, probably within 18 months.
No, but
Yeah.
what you're saying is the pandemic has greatly reduced the numbers, and that's unrealistic for what we look at, what we anticipate in the future. So it's going to grow substantially from the 4 that we have today, right?
Yeah, I would say when you no longer have to wear that mask, we're going to start to see numbers climb.
So can you explain that better? You said you have to turn people away because of no cross contamination. Where are they going? Or you just let them out on the streets? Is that what's happening with our system?
I had to clarify this for TPA
Yes, please.
yesterday as well. We never release anybody to the street.
Okay.
We always release somebody to a responsible adult, a guardian, a parent, somebody, because they're kids.
Okay.
Every kid that comes in the door, regardless of age, is a kid. So they are always released to an adult. That said, yeah, we return them to their families. So if they are booked into the facility at a fairly high rate, we are returning kids back to the community in short order and then helping them go through the court process as an intake case in the probation department, as opposed to a detained case in the probation department's locked juvenile hall. Whereas in years past, we held a higher percentage of kids that were booked with us. We now hold a lower percentage of kids because, well, one, we use a detention risk assessment to identify those youth that have a characteristic profile that suggests they should be detained, because if we don't, they're going to go out and recommit a crime or a delinquent act. But we also have, with COVID, pushed that envelope a little bit further out to say, look, it's just not responsible to keep bringing kids into the facility when we have a population there and we don't have a quarantine facility inside the juvenile hall. Like we quarantine them by using their room, using masks, using distance. We don't have a medical holding place for them to stay for 2 weeks, like a lot of facilities do.
So is that working though, what you've been doing and supporting them back with their family? I mean, if that's working, why can't we just keep doing that?
No, that's actually a really good question. What I would say is that we are seeing that in juvenile justice in general, and I mean like across the nation, because of what the pandemic has caused us to have to do, we are now going to not retract that envelope back as far as we had it before pre-pandemic. I think that you will see that the probation department will continue to turn kids out, just not at the same rate that we are currently because of the pandemic. So that's why I say our numbers will climb, and we're going to continue based on the trends that I see in the crimes being committed, having to hold kids for longer periods of time, which means they're going to begin to stack. So we aren't going to be able to release kids as soon as we were releasing them back in 2018, 2017. We're going to be holding them longer because they're committing more violent acts. And we're going to have to be holding them through the court process to find what is on the back end, a program to send them to. So that population is going to be held for longer periods of time. It'll be, how do I put this? A smaller number in the aggregate of the number of kids that we are cycling through,
hold them
but the overall average daily population will grow.
So I guess where I'm really concerned about all of this is that this is a statewide issue. All the meetings I go to, RCRC, we talk about it a lot.
counties are trying to figure out what to do with these juvenile halls that they don't need anymore. So I'm concerned that we're talking about having two when a lot of counties are getting rid of them completely. So, and then it sounds like we actually can provide services for a lot of the juveniles out with their families, which is more ideal in my mind. So I'm concerned. I'm really concerned about all of this. $10 million. And I'm trying to get my head around the 10 million because there's 4 that we have to pay to buy out the grant. And then another 6.
So
Help me with the 10, Laura's coming.
Let me be clear there. I don't know where the $10 million number is.
Yeah,
I think the DA said it, but it's not $10 million.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
It's closer to 8. So we would need an additional 5.3 right now. We already have 2.8 set aside. So ideally, I mean, if that 2.8 was freed up, I mean, that's, you know, anywhere from $6 to $8 million that is general fund right now that is set aside for this project or would be set aside for this project if it was determined to move forward.
And,
So
we
have
keep just talking about the building, but there's the expense of operating another facility. And so we're not even talking about that. So again, I'm really concerned about how much this is going to cost.
Yep.
And I know that you had said originally we were talking about closing Tahoe when we build one down here. But I know, how do I say this? We might go down that path and then the political scene is going to change again and there's going to be pushback for doing that. And we might get stuck with another juvenile hall in our county. And I'm concerned about having 2 to support the ongoing costs also.
Well,
I mean,
at the
there's
end-
no
at the-
guarantee that we're going to close it if we go down this path because things could change, correct? So
Well, at the end of the day, that's your decision. You get to decide now or in the future whether you operate 0, 1, or 2 facilities, and largely that's a budget discussion as to whether you give me the operating expenses I need to run a facility or 2 facilities. We brought you the closure of the facility here in Placerville because it made sense at the time in the context of replacing that facility. And the board at the time, and I recall this very clearly because I'm pretty sure the CAO was not happy about this. The board at the time chose not to declare that South Tahoe would absolutely be closed. In fact, they gave us a direction to consider looking at alternative uses for that facility, not necessarily detention uses, but just any use of that facility. So yes, if you run 2 facilities, traditionally speaking, you're going to go back to where you were before. And it's expensive. And I would say the same thing I've said to you back in 2019. That's not a responsible use of money for even from my perspective. And my job is to just run the facilities, not to tell you how to spend your money.
Right.
That's your job, is tell me how to spend the money. But I wanted you to be aware that you were spending money you didn't really need to spend in an effective way, in an efficient way. And the better way would be to save what you could, put it into the new facility, which I believe has been occurring, that savings have been generated as a result of that closure, and that we have been setting that aside to invest into the new facility, which was what was discussed in 2019. I'm pretty sure, and I can't swear to this because it's a design and a programming issue that comes once the design is known, but I'm pretty sure that we can more effectively and efficiently run a 20-bed facility with a modern construct than we can an antiquated 40-bed facility with a central control and 2 pods that have to be manned separately as pods. We can't run it as a single facility. We have to run it as 2 podular facilities, which means the cost of operation is high compared to the cost of operation of a single 20-bed unit, where I'm staffing a single 20-bed unit. Because if I have 8 kids in residence in a single 20-bed unit, I only have to staff for 10 kids. Because the staffing ratios are 0 to 10 the same. Now, once I go to 11, they double for that pod. But the point is that I think the operational cost of a new facility would be less than the operational cost of the antiquated facility we have up in Tahoe.
Still very concerned about.
Yeah,
I just,
it's your job.
We don't have a crystal ball, and it sounds like when Tahoe was built, we missed the mark. It sounds like we built this thing that is not even, well, you say it doesn't meet needs, it's bigger than we need, whatever. So crystal balls are are really iffy, and things are so different now. Even from when we started in 2014, things have changed a lot in the system. So, and I do hear, Yolo County just decided to close their juvenile hall. I think Tuolumne's struggling right now figuring out what to do with the one that they built. So I don't want to get left holding the bag in El Dorado County either.
So that's what I was talking about is repurposing. This is what we talked about 7 years ago, was fixing up Placerville, closing Placerville.
New
moving it south
facility.
temporary, and then moving back and having that state of the art for what you need type of facility in Placerville. South Tower, what we've talked about for 7 years is repurposing. That's what we were talking about is what, and as we were just discussing, the idea of a program for youth, for especially, troubled youth, whatever we want to call it, but just for youth, a program that you can get them into makes a lot of sense. And that's all I was saying, is that it's not really two different facilities.
Right.
They'd be doing two different jobs, but with youth.
Right.
One for the ones that really need to be in, and then the other in Tahoe, we could repurpose it for more of a transitional training type. Yeah.
But that's going to cost money too, to remodel or renovate. So, and we haven't even considered that dollar amount either. And then the training facility, we would have to figure out funding for that too. There's just so many unknowns. I don't know if we can pick a path today, and we've been talking about this for how long, so.
I had another question, and that is, we all know that mortgage interest rates are all-time lows. And we have a
Mine is.
USDA loan on a 40-year facility, and there's no opportunity to borrow money at a low interest rate as opposed to come up with $5.3 million out of the general fund. I gotta believe we gotta find a way to finance this, because if you can finance it, that makes this doable, in my opinion. But to say we're gonna dedicate 5.3 million out of our reserves,
I mean, $8
general fund
million,
reserves is
approximately $8 million.
No, we heard it was 5.3.
We already have 2.8 million set aside.
right,
So
okay, set
I
aside.
was just
All right.
saying at 5.6.
But with new construction in Placerville, I would think there would be an opportunity to find something that's a low interest rate type of loan that would facilitate making this happen. And when you pay it back over time at those kind of interest rates, where normal interest inflation is going right now, seems to me like it's a no-brainer. Get on board if you can.
Well, if I were good at math and finance, I wouldn't be talking with you here today. So I would, however, say.
Oh, you'd have that guy's job.
Yeah, exactly.
I think when you start talking about going into debt, Supervisor Heidel,
We already have. Go ahead, sorry.
We have, and we technically, from a legal perspective, we have not gone into debt. We are leasing a building. That is different than going into debt, which I believe, and I'm going to look at our auditor, would require voter approval. So
that's what Sacramento County's done, is they've gone.
I can't speak to what Sacramento County's done. I can speak to what I've been advised by the auditor about going into debt, and what the state constitution and different rules say is we would have to have voter approval to go into debt. We got around that with the public safety facility because we are technically leasing.
Okay, can we do a similar lease on a new facility?
That's through the USDA loan process,
right?
Which I think we've explored, and I'll let Laura take that.
We would not qualify because of the population. Diamond Springs has a much lower population, so it wouldn't qualify in Placerville.
So it's the location that gives you the qualification, huh?
USDA is for rural centers, and that's population driven. So yes, and if you remember the public safety facility discussion, there was a lot of pushback from the public asking, how is this qualified? Because of the population of El Dorado County.
And we still own excess property that's not being utilized in that same facility, is that correct?
Where the public safety facility is located? There is vacant land there that we still own.
So it would qualify if we used that as a location as opposed to Placerville. Is that what you're telling me? Maybe? I'm trying to be creative here. Help me.
We're all trying to be creative, and that's why we're here, because we have a new option of how to use this grant money. And there's a lot of options to discuss. That the chief probation officer's job is to advocate for programs for youth and adults. Quite frankly, we always forget he serves adults as well. My job is to tell you how to pay for it and advise based on your prior policy direction.
Right.
The decision today is, do you want to explore this other alternative that the board, to my knowledge, the board has not been aware is an alternative. You may say no, and that's fine. That is your decision. Or do you want us to continue down the path we've been continuing down for 2014, we're going on 8 now, from the time it started. And again, I feel this is one I've struggled with a lot. I was talking to Supervisor Thomas yesterday, and she encouraged me to tell my story. My wife and I have fostered a child directly out of a juvenile hall. So I know firsthand the experience dealing with the government, and this was out of Placer County, so there's no conflict of anything like that. Get that out there. But I know firsthand dealing with a child as a foster parent and navigating through the government process of behavioral health services, mental health services, substance abuse services, their social worker and CPS and all those issues, and how cumbersome and how, quite frankly, how broken it is. And that's not because of the efforts of the staff in Placer County or the staff here for caring for them. It's a very challenging, difficult system. And that's why that's one of the reasons why I was the strongest advocate to build a new facility down here, because I saw it. I wouldn't be doing my job, I believe, if I didn't bring this option to the board for you guys to make the policy decision. I hated having to do that because it puts you guys in an impossible position. I said this yesterday and Supervisor Parlin gave me an interesting look. You guys ran, unfortunately, you guys took on this responsibility to make this difficult decision, and it's yours to make. It's not Brian's, it's not mine.
Yeah.
And that's where we are today. If you want us to explore looking for further USDA loans for things, yes, we can do that. We can't do that with the staff we have now. Not when we're trying to build a new PUF and a new juvenile hall and relocating the juvenile court and the Spring Street facility. We can't do it all. So we have to consider resources as well.
Right. Okay, because I'm at a point, I want to make a decision, because the longer we keep kicking this can, the more expensive it becomes and the more impractical it is to do anything. I mean, if we can't make a decision today to move forward in a positive time frame that is going to make sense, then we might as well just give the money back and say we're done, because I don't see having an expectation that something's going to happen. Our financial situation in the future is not going to be any better, I don't believe, than it is today. If we can't make the decision today, extending the period at which we're going to make that decision just means it's going to be that much more impossible to make it.
I would agree with that statement, Supervisor. Yes.
Yeah, one of the things that I see too is lumber prices, especially going up and stuff. And I know you were talking about lumber prices going down, but the fuel prices have drove the lumber prices up, especially transporting the logs to the mill, being able to mill that, those logs, and then transport them to these areas that sell the lumber. So that's one of the big issues that I can see there is what about lumber prices? Is it going to be, $5.3 million and it's going to be an additional $10 million or $12 million by the time we're done building this facility? That's some of my concerns. But not only that, I mean, we ranked number 3 in the state of California on juveniles that are in detention centers. I mean, we got it great. We're doing great. But how long has it been going on? Brian, can you give me an idea how long we've been number 3? Has it been quite a few years or just happened, or, that
since I started looking at it, that's actually not as good a position as we were in. I started looking at those numbers about 4 or 5 years ago. And what I'm referring to is the FBI statistics on crimes in our community, and not relative to kids per se. In total, we have a felony offense rate that's 3rd in the state. We were tied for number 1 with Placer County at one point in time, but we've slipped.
So we've
since
grown
then.
a little bit.
We've slipped a little bit. Yeah. By the way, the good news on lumber prices is you don't build juvenile halls with sticks.
Well,
concrete and metal.
Totally understand. But it's like everything at prices.
Yes,
go
I
up.
would agree with that.
You know that. Because lumber prices, I don't care what it is, you still got roofing material and all that stuff that goes along with it too.
Absolutely.
And it's all driven by these fuel prices that are going up right now. I mean, they're talking about gas prices being up over $7 a gallon. I hear it all the time.
Anybody want to buy a truck? Just got a new-
Yeah, I have
new.
my diesel truck and I'm happy with it. So, but that's some of my concerns. But not only that, I mean, for 3 to 5 people that we house in this detention center, how much does it cost in the county per year to house it? Is it 1 million, 2 million, 2.5 million? Can you give me an idea how much?
But well, yes, I can. It all depends, but it is, the budget information that I gave you is we expend in total about $4 million a year, a little less than 4 million a year, but that's not all county money. Most of that, well, a lot of that money comes in from the state. So it's a couple $1 million of general fund money-ish, to be loose about it. There's general fund dollars, about $2 million in there.
So it's approximately $2 million of general fund money.
For an average daily population of over 10. So call it $200,000 per child per year of general fund money.
All right.
Yeah, just for rough numbers. I mean, don't hold me to those precisely, but those are pretty accurate.
You know, and I do agree on the facility in Tahoe of doing something, you know, like a fire camp. I talked about that, you know, that several times in some of the things that I spoke about. And not only that, rehabilitating these kids, be able to work with, you know, using chainsaws and then put them in a job like Mountain Enterprises or something like that, something to look forward to. And I understand, or else, you know, working for the fire department or some other issues and stuff as that. So I understand that. I think that's a good idea, that part of it. But I just can't wrap around the money issues and stuff that's going to cost. So.
Just remember, we have public comment to go to as well, depending on.
Right. So any more questions or
Just
comments from the board? at
Two
this
quick
point?
questions, and then I want to hear public comment. So Brian, recognizing that there is a cost to service the youth up in Tahoe, going back, our staff going up back and forth on the hill. Do we have a rough idea of the savings that might be gained in having a facility down here on the West Slope only? As far as operational costs?
Yeah, so I'm hard pressed to give you a really solid number, but I can give you a couple of numbers by scale that will sort of illustrate for you. It is more expensive to work in Tahoe than it is to work down here. That's a given. My overtime budget over the last 5 years has been between 30% and 50% higher in Tahoe because of how difficult it is to keep the posted positions staffed. So oftentimes I'm holding people over on their shift, or I'm bringing people in from our field who've worked a full-time gig for the week to be a supervision officer, and then they're going into the facility to cover a shift. So it's all overtime dollars. So 30 to 50% more in overtime. And it's not an insignificant number. I mean, we're talking, you know, tens of thousands of dollars that we spend every year. And then the transportation costs, we've been very fortunate. We've been fortunate for COVID in that it caused the court to allow video hearings with the kids that were from the West Slope for a lot of hearings because it couldn't be in a courtroom. As that unwinds and the court becomes more committed to making sure the kids are in the courtroom, we're going to get back into those transportation costs. And the other cost is the board approved quite some time ago, probably 2019, when we closed the facility on the West Slope, because so many of my staff actually live here and work there. If they are in a position where they are less than 12 hours between coming off shift and going back on shift, we actually pay, the county pays to maintain them up there so that they can just work their shifts. So we pay for housing costs and whatnot, temporarily, obviously, just for the day or the night, so that they don't have to put themselves in jeopardy by not having enough sleep and then driving up back and forth over the hill. So, so there's that cost as well that we never had on this side of the hill. So
that's helpful to understand. Yeah. And the last question is, because I'm fairly new to the project this year, and I know that this potential new facility hasn't been designed yet, but was the original concept always to do a dual use where there was a place for detention and then another transitional type of a housing module on it? Was that always the original concept of this?
Back in 2014, the concept was to do an all detention facility that was bifurcated into single house cells, double house cells, and then a group setting where you'd have like a bunk style opportunity for kids that were lower risk and that were transitioning out of the facility and becoming more of a congregate environment.
Okay.
That thought transitioned into this notion of doing both locked residential and unsecured housing options or daytime service options where kids get out of school and they come to the facility for treatment and service and becoming a hub of sorts,
Right,
a service hub. And that's how I would envision us building going forward, is providing a bit of a service hub in the non-secure environment, and then have the detention component. That's just a part of what we do there. And then, theoretically duplicate that in some form or fashion up in Tahoe.
Because I don't remember hearing that concept before, and that's intriguing. I like the idea of a multi-use facility. So, all right, lots to think about. Thank you.
Yes.
So I think we're going to open up for public comment at this point. So Kim, if you would announce that, please. Thank you, Brian, for all your commentary.
Now taking public comment on item number 4. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Joe Harn, bookkeeper. The CAO has recommended you entertain the option of gathering more information before spending, I think, about $600,000. Really, the item before you today is to spend about $600,000 on a consultant. And I sent you an email. I support gathering a little more information to find out if there's other options other than, we'll call it, the big new juvenile hall option in Placerville. So I just wanted to make sure you read my email. I support essentially no action today, other directing the CAO and give him a timeline of when he can come back to find out if there is another viable option other than spending the $600,000 this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, but today I'm here in behalf of, as Vice President of the Taxpayers.
I have your
Association.
registration pad.
Okay. Chris Payne here to represent the Taxpayers Association. We sent you a memorandum or on this subject. So this discussion debate actually has been going on as many years as was identified. But yesterday we had a very deliberate session, special session, and the CAO, Don Ashton, and then Brian also from probation was there to answer any questions that we had. It's been videoed. We had it on Facebook, and so you can see it. But first of all, thank you for coming yesterday, and also thank you for being there. Also, it was important to have good information. No different than the discussion we're having right now. It's kind of a continuation. But we took a vote, and it was a split vote. I believe there was 7 in 4 the motion, and I was the motion maker, and that's why I'm. Yeah, 7 4 against, and 2 abstentions. Certainly appropriately, I felt at the time. But what we got down to was it's a split situation. Some are passionately for one way or the other, recognizing the complexity they have before you. What I wanted to say right now is I was clear on my side in terms of the motion maker, and actually the one that said we wanted to do the West Slope project and continue on this path because it's been going on so long. But that wasn't the only reason. The reason was after hearing your CAO and after hearing Brian speak passionately about the different sides of this, I was floored how clear it was to me that the facility, because of the distribution of population being the 75-25, That's what kind of drove me to say, it's clear. We got to build it on the west slope and then throw in the part that you just asked, the questions related, what type of facility, and knowing it's going to be a multi-purpose type facility, it made it sense to put it here because this is the county seat. Just a second, I'm almost finished. This is the county seat of the county here in Placerville. And that's where I think it should go. And then I happen to get a few other people that, made the vote in behalf of our sending it to you. But at the same time, I realize the difficulties, but I think there's clarity here though. If you really try hard, you'll figure it out. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Hello, Gabe Williard. It takes mental health, counseling staff, health and human services, county office of education are all instrumental in getting the kids in and turned around. The reason for having a juvenile detention center locally is driving time, transport to and from court, and family visitation. I'm going over a lot that's already been done, but I wrote this a long time ago. And these kids need change and an opportunity for change and the support of their community. The lack of interest of bringing offenders to juvenile hall, you may as well be saying to the youth in our county that we don't care about you. And I don't think any of you are saying that. But we have to show these kids that we are interested and they don't go away with a preconceived notion.
That should be fine, thank you. Terry Monterosa. Terry, can you mute yourself, please? Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yes. Okay. Due to changing times since we were young, which for me was a long time ago, I feel strongly our community-based juvenile detention center should include teaching industrial arts. Not everyone is going to grow up being a doctor, a lawyer, a CPA, a supervisor, president, senator, so forth and so on. And we still need people to learn how to unclog a toilet, to put it mildly, and drive a garbage truck, plumb a house, do some car repair services so that we can get our menial stuff done, all the stuff that we need. And this will allow the juveniles to also maintain a grade level work in the institution. Unfortunately, the current environment in schools, I feel, creates a dependency on the government rather than giving the juvenile the incentive to seek freedom and independence. Not every juvenile that goes through the detention center is not going to make it, and we understand that. That's understood. Kids need to take culpability and responsibility for their actions and be given the opportunity to reevaluate what they are doing and grasp where they may be headed. And El Dorado County needs to take the lead in building this center, giving our youth the opportunity not only learn a trade, but to build strength of character and confidence with the support of the local community to turn their young lives around and become productive citizens of this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Gay.
Mhm.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Taking public comment from 390.
glad I stayed around for this one. And I think I remember, Ken Greenwood, District 2. I believe I've commented on this in the past, back to 2014, perhaps, who knows. Not an easy decision before you right now, and except I think bookkeeper Harn, as he called himself, clarified what's before you actually today. It's good that our crime levels are going down with respect to juveniles and others, and that makes this decision a little bit easier, maybe perhaps clearer. But not having a facility in South Lake Tahoe kind of takes people away from their community. And I believe the presentation earlier by the Ms. Husher was quite clear that keeping the kids in their community is very helpful to making sure that they get the best opportunity for the future that they have. So there's no easy answer here. I guess all I can say is I wish you the best of luck on whatever decision. If it is really focusing on this grant money, and if it goes away, are we really that far behind given our immediate trajectory into the future? I don't know. Again, this is what we pay you for, is to make these hard decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. So I apologize ahead of time for being a little cynical. I worked for facilities and they put me on the committee to oversee a $360,000 capital analysis of our buildings for, the needs for our structures. And when we got done, it was decided that it was kind of a waste of money. And I filed that in a box along with many other studies. So I think this is a hard decision, and I have a different view of end of life of buildings than most people. I am a building designer, and I just and my cynicism comes from how I've seen the county manipulate projects to benefit certain entities. And I look at who's facilitating this, and I see it differently than I've seen it in the past, that I do believe you have the best interest for the youth in this action. But I think I agree with Joe Harn when he says you're paying $600,000 for a consultant, and I guess I'm not really clear what that consultant is going to be doing, and what a tragedy it'd be if that ends up in another box. So I think what I heard yesterday during taxpayers is that the building in Tahoe has not really been looked at by a designer of those kind of structures for that kind of use. And so you really don't have the cost of what it would take to improve that for the things that you're looking at. And so for me to go out and make a decision, I would like to see a little bit more information on that issue. Hire someone that specializes in those type of buildings and say, what would it take? They said that the juvenile hall, which I used to work on in Placerville, is off the table. It was a 40-bed facility that we can't make it into a 20-bed. I'm not really clear on that. And I know it is, it's the government's role to provide services. And I think you need to, this is a heavy decision, and I feel for all of you actually. And I think there needs to be more information before moving forward on this item. I don't think it would hurt to get some of you, I'm sure you'll say you've worked on it for a decade, but I still don't think within that decade there's enough information to make this kind of decision. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
I'm talking from a different system. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So several comments. I agreed with Chris about if you just have to choose one location, it being Placerville, but my hope is really that you manage to have something in Tahoe too. It's almost like we're two counties when you talk about all the transportation issues and court issues and et cetera, et cetera. And I have a soft spot for youth and troubled youth due to the work that I've done. And I just don't think we should treat them as cattle. Try to do the best for them that we can, because they've had a rough go of it to get to the place where they're in juvenile hall. That just doesn't happen by randomness. It's everything that came before that adds up, that brings them to juvenile hall. And I think also we have to remember that the human brain doesn't completely develop until the age of 25. And I liked what I heard when you were talking about services that would go beyond 18. The brain before 25 is a very here and now kind of a brain, not thinking of consequences. That's why youth, for instance, with guns is very dangerous, because they don't think of consequences. They're in the moment. So anyway, anything that you can do to the extend services, and also those that are placed out of foster care at age 18 and then are just left to their own devices, don't tend to do very well. So anyway, I hope we serve our youth well. They need our help pretty badly. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, back to the board.
I guess I do have a question. Can someone explain in the on our agenda item, it says what the construction bridging documents entail? Basically the consulting contract before us. Good afternoon, Russ.
Good afternoon, Russ Backrell, Facilities Manager. So the bridging documents is a package that we have created by an architectural firm that will start very early on with sitting down with program staff and looking at the environment that we're trying to create, and start the high conceptual plan of what it is we want to build. And so they do the programming and all the needs analysis to accommodate everything that Brian's team is going to need to run this program the way today's systems operate. And then they start putting together a conceptual plan, simple architecture. Just, you know, how would this, and then how would this lay out on that property? And then a lot of this, I should say, dialogue, a lot of narrative, writing up what it is we're trying to accomplish. Because at the end of the day, you're going to take this package, which is going to get you 30–40% down through the architectural process, and you're going to put it out to bid through an RFP to a design build entity. And that's the bridging documents is something that goes along with design build construction. And so since we've chose to do that, another group will come in, a contractor with his or her architect, and then pick those plans up from that stage, and then continue with the process right through final construction documents, and then build it.
Okay, thank you for
Right.
that helpful explanation on what's before us today.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet.
So I have a question, I think, for the CAO. Would it be at all helpful to have more time to look at all this with all the questions that were raised today? And I don't know, when do we really need to get the, and decide something? We keep exploring, and I don't think we're ever going to have, honestly, the right answer, because things are constantly changing. So
had we not received the information that
the new information about the use of the grant funding. We would have been here today asking for approval to sign those documents and execute, move on to the next phase of the design, build, and get those construction documents in place. And that was based on the board's prior direction. So any additional information you need, we can talk about the census of the juvenile hall. We have that conversation every time we talk about this. And from prior board's discussion, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's 6 kids or 15 kids. The intent of the board was to have a facility long-term on the western slope of El Dorado County. That was the priority of the board, and for good reason. With this new information, but the board has also always asked, where's our off-ramps? When can we get off this freeway of moving towards a new juvenile hall before investing too much money? But when this new information came to me, I'm thinking, okay, we're going to invest another $600,000 on this. Here's an off-ramp for you guys to talk about and to think about with this new piece of information to consider. That is really why we're here right now. I'm having this conversation. I'm sure the chief probation officer wishes that information hadn't come to my attention, because then we'd be executing these. You probably would have executed these documents almost on consent, because it was consistent with your prior direction. So when do we need to make the decision? I believe we need to make it now. That's my opinion, because it's taking staff time and resources all the way through. And I don't see anything changing in 2 years to make it an easier decision. I could be wrong, but I don't. I think whenever you make this decision, it's going to be extremely difficult. I still believe that operating 2 facilities is not wise, quite frankly, irresponsible moving forward. We do not have the census to operate a facility on both slopes. I totally recognize that would be ideal. I recognize the travel issues and the transportation issues. Placer County does it. They've done it for many years. They have 1 facility, and their demographic, they have more kids than us, and they do it. They have more kids on the north side of the lake than in Truckee area. So they make it work. Kudos to our probation department and their staff for making it work in Tahoe. Quite frankly, it worked a lot better than I thought it would when we closed the facility down here. And that's a testimony to Brian and his leadership and his team. But at the end of the day, it's a financial decision. And whenever we get to the ARPA discussion, you're gonna have behavioral health advocates in here advocating for behavioral health services. And we have needs there too. So it depends, that's where you come in, how to prioritize those needs. So that's a long-winded answer, Supervisor Parlin, but in my opinion, it's time to make the decision and move forward.
So I guess my concern though is that, let's say we decide today, we're going to move forward with the Placerville facility. Can we as a board, because there's that thing about you can't commit future boards to decisions or whatever. Can we say we will close the Tahoe one, or can we not do that and we could get stuck with 2 ultimately? That's really my biggest concern, I guess.
That's a good question. You can say it.
But
It's not a meaning. It won't be binding, because by the time the new building gets built, there will be different people sitting on this dais.
And I will, well, yeah, and to be fair though, I will say that this was one of the first big things that came up when I got on board with, the 4 existing, and I was the only new one, and it was like, what? And at that time, there was actually a question raised about, could we do this in Tahoe only? So to say that we've always been on the path isn't quite accurate in my mind. There was always the question of, could this be done in Tahoe? And we wanted to see some data to see if it was doable. So the question was raised, that was 2 years ago. And it does seem like we could continue doing it out of there and keep it there. And then my understanding too is when the juvenile hall was evacuated for the fire, we had the kids elsewhere somewhere, and they got care and were
they were in Placer County.
So I mean, I don't know what to say. And then there was talk at one point, somebody brought up, probably 2 years ago too, because I was really overwhelmed that day. We don't even need one facility here. And, you know, you can farm them out. And I know that Gay doesn't like calling, like referring to cattle, and I'm not trying to do that, Gay, but it's just that, you know, we only have so many resources and we have so many other needs in the county. And I'm just concerned that, I mean, in the list of all the other projects we have going on, it's actually in the legislature item for, I think, our easy reference. It was in here, all the other projects that we have going on. So I'm really not excited about this decision at all. What is anybody else thinking?
It's a really, really hard decision.
It is.
A really
It
hard
truly
decision.
is, because I just don't want to tie our hands with all these other projects that we've kind of also started at the same time. The Spring Street facility, the PUF, all of that, we've already started those balls in the air kind of, so.
Although I mean, perhaps with this new concept of this dual use facility, perhaps there are some synergies with our increased mental health services to help the needs of our youth in supporting them. And I don't know what that looks like, because it's purely conceptual at this point.
It is, I know.
But I think we're moving in the right direction of increasing the capacity to meet the needs of our community at all different levels and different levels of care. And I didn't think I was going to go here, but I'm just going to throw it out. I am going to actually move staff's recommendation.
make
Oh,
some
yes,
more comments,
absolutely. Oh, I'm
please?
so
I
sorry.
have my light on.
Oh, I'm so
Don's
sorry.
not looking at it.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to come up with something, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Sue.
I'm sorry, if you don't mind.
Please, no, not at all.
Please.
I just, this blue little part that came in here was the first time I saw it was today. And, I had conversations and I just never heard this part until today. So I don't think I have enough information to make one way or the other about this, frankly, because we don't know what the ramifications of moving now back to Placerville may be, or not moving back rather, what that ramification would be. So I would like to see us, we have time. There's no, I don't know. Is there a moment in time where we have to decide on this? I know that there's a question of whether they will continue to allow us to move forward, but is there a dead,
So
drop dead
I need,
date?
yes, I need Laura's help. I believe we currently have an extension through October 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
October 2022.
Thank you. So we still have some time.
Well, no,
But it might be
because
programmed or be built.
We would have to enter into our contract. So that is not that much time, because we'd have to do these bridging documents. Then we have to go out for an RFP for our design build firm. And that's a months long process to go
Right.
through.
And
that.
I understand that. My question was, is there a drop dead as far as, okay, October 2022? My point is that we still have time to have a discussion about what makes sense for our community, for our kids. We haven't had that discussion recently with this board, and perhaps that's some confusion of, do we make that decision today, not based on anything other than what information we have here? Or do we ask maybe for some more information, come out to make sure, to see, to balance, to take a look what it means to have South Tahoe versus Placerville, and how we could finance or not finance that. I mean, there's been a lot of speculation, but I still don't see any data.
So I think if we're going to go down that path, we need to be very clear with staff, recognizing that our staff's time is very limited. What kinds of information we will need to make a decision?
Historically, we've had this conversation.
But-
So I don't think that's asking a whole lot.
today was the day for that discussion. And I believe Supervisor Novosel, you were the one that suggested we put that spreadsheet on showing all of our facility priorities and needs when we talked about this.
Brian,
So
I gotta ask you
I-
a question to Brian here.
I just want, let me finish, because, and we're happy to do that, obviously, but if we do that, we're going to have to come back to your board and tell you what projects aren't going to get worked on. We don't have the staff resources to manage all the projects and priorities you set, and to go back and revisit some of these issues, and to look at financing and going into debt. That's a much bigger conversation.
My point is, it's just difficult to make the decision right now based upon new evidence that I still don't have a whole lot of data on. You said there's new facts out there. I don't see the data. I just am not seeing that to understand.
The only new information I said is available is the fact that we can use the grant money for a different purpose. That's,
Well, could we split it? Can we, I mean, I don't understand. Those are some of the questions I had that.
I think the chief probation officer said earlier, we can't split it. It has to be used for one or the other. I believe he answered that way.
The question I want to ask, Brian, is it possible? You were talking about putting, converting that in a rehabilitation center up there. Why can't we build it here? Instead of juvenile, call it a rehabilitation center here.
That is
Would it be
actually
more
what I would,
feasible?
that is what I would propose is that what
okay.
we are building down here, regardless of what happens with Tahoe, that we build a multi-use facility down here.
And
That's what I would
it's gonna
focus
be,
on.
Correct?
Pardon me?
That's what it would be, a dual system then, correct?
It,
Or multi.
So my intent would be to plan for a multi-use facility, multi-purpose facility. How we get to that, there's a lot of
Right,
light
I
between
totally
here and there.
understand.
But that doesn't mean that and I think what you're asking, and perhaps, I mean, sort of round this out for you is, would we then need to consider if we had a multi-use facility here, would that negate the use of having, or the need to have a multi-use facility in Tahoe? Depends. It's entirely up to you. If you want to have similar services up in Tahoe, then you would need to have them somewhere. It doesn't have to be there. It could be somewhere else. But my point is, it would be my intent to create that down here. So at the very least, you would have that for the next 30 to 35 years.
Okay, that's what I wanted to be clarified on.
So
Thank you.
is there the potential that we could inadvertently decide to go forward with Placerville facility and then close Tahoe as a juvenile detention center, close it, and then realize we don't have money to do anything with it, and it could just sit there empty perhaps if we realize we don't have money to renovate it or anything, because we're taking on a lot of other projects here as a county and facilities, a lot. And I'm like, well, to renovate and reuse that project up there, if we use the grant to build down here, then we can't use it to renovate up there. So we could find ourselves without money to do anything with that facility, perhaps. Do you even, is that something
that's a potential? Yes.
That's what I'm thinking, going, wait a minute, there's a lot of moving money around here.
Absolutely, that's a potential. This board, myself, many of your current department heads inherited a county that had failing infrastructure after years and years of neglect.
Yep. Right.
We're trying to dig out of that hole.
Yep.
Right.
Your decision today, well, if you choose to make it, or you may ask us to come back with more, and that's fine too. If we move forward with the facility, with the new facility down here, that's $8 million, a general fund, that then can't be used for other facility needs.
Right.
That are needed, and it delays those other facility needs from being done. You'd be very justified in saying that's the decision you want to make, because there's good arguments to do that. But that's why we're here.
So this is a classic case of too many needs and not enough money. And we are going to be faced with this over and over again in the next several years. This isn't going to go away based on this decision. One of the things that I detest most is paralysis by analysis. And we've been there for 7 years. So I really think it's time to make the decision. I'm not willing to give up personally the fact that I believe we need a facility in Placerville or Diamond Springs that treats our youth. I don't want to give up on our youth. That to me is a very important element here. And yeah, we have a lot of other competing demands and stuff, but I don't want to give up on our youth, because I've had personal knowledge of things that how you can turn kids' lives around. And what is that worth? You can turn 50% of the kids' lives around that are in those kinds of facilities and make them productive citizens. What is that worth? It's worth a tremendous amount of undefinable money. And that's where I'm coming from. I don't want to give up on the youth. I do believe we need a facility down here. I think the Tahoe facility ultimately will decide what we're going to do there, but that's of lesser importance than going forward and getting facility down here somewhere. And I'm not saying it has to be Placerville. We talked Placerville. Maybe there's another location that we can get grant monies or something for if we fine tune that. And I'm not asking staff necessarily to do that. Maybe we need to bring somebody in to help us find that money. I don't know who that would be, but maybe we can find the money. But at this point, I am strongly in favor of moving forward with getting a facility on the west slope down here and getting started on the rest of this process, because to kick the can again, to me, we're not going to get anything better. We're just going to have even more questions.
So is that a motion?
I will move staff's recommendation, if we're ready for that, to include items obviously 2 and 3, which is to award the request for proposal for construction documents and to authorize the chief administrative officer to sign the attached certification. So that one, we've already had obviously the receive and update portion of it. So I think that covers it. Are you okay with that, Don, from the standpoint of the wording of the motion?
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't expect to do that, but I will second that.
okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments or
thinking.
discussion?
I'm thinking, give me a second. I'm
Okay.
thinking. I'm so worried about this. We have so many needs.
I know.
And, you know, I don't ever want anyone to think we're throwing our youth under the bus. I don't ever want that. We're not. But that statement that you said could be said about any group, any demographic.
Yeah,
group in
especially
Alberta
our
County.
seniors.
I
And
understand.
I want to be
understand.
mindful of that, please.
I understand, but I've seen personal turning
I
kids'
know.
lives around, and
I
it
hear
makes a
you.
heck of a difference. It's helping a senior is a little different capacity.
Well, we get a lot of requests for a lot of different needs.
Yes, we
so,
do.
Yeah, we do.
just,
Yes, we do.
You know, I don't want anyone to think we're throwing
You know,
anyone
and
under
how
the
can
bus.
this, recognizing that the direction before us today is to go out to work with a concept, this new concept, this multi-use facility, I think probably the direction of the board has been very clear that we want to maximize the ability to not just detain our youth, but to, as you know, to serve them and to meet all of a comprehensive list of needs that might be met in other ways in the community that.
This is not a concept. This is moving forward. The motion
Well,
that was
no, but
made.
but design a facility
Okay.
based on,
Like, wait, no concept.
no,
This
no,
is
no,
it.
but
That motion.
the
is it.
treatment concept, treatment of
Got
how
it.
they're going to treat. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and with the intent though, at least with this board at this moment, to close down the
Yes.
Tahoe facility, not knowing what's coming.
Yes.
From what I know
Yes.
today, that would be my intent. It might change 6 months from now. I mean, this is a moving target, right? But at some point, we have to draw a line in the sand.
Yeah, and here's my comfort / uncomfort level.
Right.
Okay.
This is my
We're all there.
district, guys, and I again, I think you've all voiced what I have in my heart, and that is we want to do what's best for our kids. You know, that's the bottom line, and that's been my mantra for 20 years in public services. What's best for the kids? I just know there's issues about bringing up 70% of our kids to Tahoe, and we do them a disservice, frankly. And so, yeah, you know, my heart of heart, I'd like to have both facilities open. I realize can't do that, but the idea of closing South Tahoe JTC and making it something better for
Yeah.
our kids is what I'm going to hang on to right
Yes.
here.
Maybe
right
some
now.
community collaboratives, you know, to
I-
make that
I
project
think
possible.
there's that in itself is a deciding factor for me and for that reason, that's where I'm going to go with this is because I feel there is a better use for that facility, one that will serve our kids better up there. And so I think in the long run, that's where I'm going to stick my head on right now.
And I'm not going to disagree with you, but remember, we don't have any money allocated for that
I know.
future use.
You haven't.
Just
Yeah, we
keep
haven't.
that in mind,
I
that
know.
we're talking about something that we have no funding for.
But it's
Right.
one of those
And
things where I
It's not
think
even on the list.
It's not on the list.
But we have, but there's always, one thing I've learned in 20 years of public service is never say never when it comes to funding, because everything moves every year. There's a new voter, something out there, bond that comes in and they go, you know, and we've got, so I'm gonna hold my hat on that one.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Guess it's unanimous.
Go, Brian.
Doing it.
All right. Well, thank you for that difficult discussion. I appreciate all the staff's thought and inputs on this. These are tough to deal with.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the toughest decisions I've had to personally face. So thank you for all the
Thanks,
hard
man.
work to get it to this point. We're on a course right now, so I think that
Dawn, are
feels
we gonna
good.
have more decisions on this, or is this over for a long time?
Is this
Seriously.
it? No more discussions?
No, once the design documents are all done, it will come back to you for.
Right.
Okay.
And we will have through the RFP a
Right.
cost,
Right.
construction cost estimate, and that may be
That's-
where we end up.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you all for that.
You all right?
Everybody okay going forward without a break?
We have a 6 o'clock meeting tonight.
I
Oh
know,
my
I know.
gosh.
Well, all right, so we're ready to move to our 1 PM time allocation. It's number 5. Would you please read that, Kim?
Item 5 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Parks Division, recommending the board, 1, receive an update on current parks projects and future opportunities, 2, receive and file the sports complex fiscal analysis, and 3, provide direction.
Good
Welcome,
afternoon.
Vicki.
I'm hoping this is going to be a lot easier for you.
I think
We're ready
so.
for easy.
But don't make it horrible now.
I will not. I'm Vicki Sanders, El Dorado County Parks Manager with the Chief Administrative Office. I'm bringing you today a parks update and also seeking some guidance on some future grant opportunities. So I'm going to start here, and I'll try and do this as quickly as I can. I wanted to refresh your memory on the mission of the Parks Division. We provide recreation in the unincorporated areas. We provide facilities and infrastructure, but we do not provide programming. This map was prepared for me a few years ago by the GIS department. And the reason I did it was that if there are services within a district provided by another entity, such as a city or a rec district, that would be not, services are not provided by the county there. So in this map, you will see in District 1, most of it is white. That's because most of the area is serviced by El Dorado Hills Community Service District or by Cameron Park. So the unincorporated area is the colored area. In this area, the only facility that we have is the El Dorado Trail. The SPTC runs through that area. District 2, you will see a little bit of the white area, which is again, El Dorado Hills Community Service District. And in this area, we have the SPTC, we have Bradford Park, and we have Pioneer Park. District 3 has City of Placerville. And the only facility we have in District 3 is a rail park, which actually has no facilities. It's not developed at this point. And we do have the up and coming Old Depot Bike Park in that area. District 4, you can see, is serviced by the Georgetown Rec District. And only the colored area is the county. And in that facility, we have Henningsen Lotus Park, Cronin Ranch, and Chili Bar. We also have, of course, the South Fork of the American that runs through there. So we have that program. And we also have the Rubicon program that runs in that district. District 5, we have the City of South Lake Tahoe. We have Tahoe Paradise Park that offers recreational programming and opportunities. The only facility we have in District 5, again, is Forebay. And there are some bike trails that are serviced by Department of Transportation. So they're not, I don't maintain those or operate them, but transportation does. So as you can see from this map, my job is to provide recreation in the unincorporated areas. So when I look to offering ideas for facilities, it's where the underserved are. And according with this map, the underserved are District 3 and District 5. So our current projects, the Old Depot Bike Park, if you remember, we were fortunate in Prop 68 Round 3 to get a little over $2 million to build the bike park off of Old Depot Road. We have gone out to bid on that. And unfortunately, you'll be having an item in the next couple weeks to reject those bids because they came in really high. So I am rescoping the project. We'll be back to you in January with an authorization to bid. I've just changed some of the alternatives and done some add deletes type stuff. So if we can afford it, we'll add those options in, but I need to build a bike park for the kids. And I still think we can do it. And I still know we're on target because we were hoping if we would have awarded a contract now with the weather, we would not have been starting until spring anyway. So I'm hoping to go out and bid in January and then be able to award bid and start in the spring. So I still say we're on schedule. So it's still going to happen. Forebay Park, you had allocated some of the $300,000 of the per capita money to go to putting in a restroom at that facility. There's also a group out there that are trying to build a playground and they're doing a lot of fundraising. So with the fundraising for a playground and a bike park that they want, I need to do a CEQA document on the north side of that park. So we are now entering into that CEQA document so that we don't place a restroom where their playground wanted to be or vice versa. So it needs to be one whole project. I cannot piecemeal that. So that's the process that we are in right now, is preparing that contract. There's also, my eyes are bad. You have 50,000 in there that you allocated in the budget to go towards our playground. And there's also 43,000 still there from ADA requirements every year you've allocated 50,000 for ADA improvements in that property, and there's 43,000 that was left over from last year. So that's what those allocations are. The Parks and Trails Master Plan, you approved in the budget for us to develop the new master plan. We have launched that with the Parks Commission at the last month's meeting. We're having a meeting in November that will be a 3-hour workshop on that. I'm working on that with the CAO's office. Jennifer Franich will be helping me prepare that. Actually, she's preparing that. I'm helping her. She's the brilliant one. We're really excited about this master plan because instead of hiring an outside consultant that has a cookie cutter idea of what it should be, we're going to write the master plan in-house. So we're hoping that we can make it really unique and really meet our county needs. And with Jennifer's experience, I think it's just going to be an awesome plan, and the Parks Commission will be heavily involved in that project. So we have launched that, and look for more in your communities because we're hoping to do a lot of community outreach on that one. Chili Bar, we came to you a few months ago with the feasibility study, and the direction that I heard from the board was to go towards a campground idea there. So we were looking for opportunities, as we'll discuss towards the end of this. We've also been looking at boating and waterways grants to see if I can do something for a restroom facility as we're going through the motions of in case we make an application. I feel like you can't have enough applications out there. So boating and waterways is due in February. The Prop 68 is due in January. So I'm not going to wait for one over the other. I'm going to just keep moving on any opportunity we find. So that's what we're doing.
Can I ask that at Chili Bar, from now on, we call it an RV park instead of a campground? Only because I get phone calls going,
Yeah.
why are you doing a campground there? And I'm like,
Yeah, we're talking about our
we
higher end,
clearly
upper end.
chose the RV park, didn't we, in that option?
You did. And the reason why I call it a campground is because in the grant applications, they will fund campgrounds. It doesn't specify RV parks. So I'm
Okay.
sticking with
So
what
there you
language
go.
so that
All right.
So I'll just follow you every time. 'Cause
Okay.
in the newspaper, where's
I'll
Eric?
I'll
Eric,
just do
where
that.
are you?
Can you
I
call
wanted-
it
I'll do it in
Glampground?
quotes or
It's a
something.
glampground.
Yeah, I wanted to say RV park in the newspaper, Eric, if you're listening,
Okay.
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 please.
The SPTC natural trail permits, this is a project that's been going on for quite a while and many of you that were involved with the rails to trails controversy that we have had going on forever. We have gone through a permitting process and designed a natural trail. So actually where our dirt trail ends in El Dorado now down to the county line, we do have a dirt trail designed for mountain biking. But in order to do any of the improvements like bridge improvements or crossings over, there's a couple water crossings where they need culverts and stuff, we needed to have permits. So that's what that process is. We're trying to get through the permit process, which with COVID has just been an absolute nightmare. So the current projects that you put in this year's budget was a playground cover. These were recommendations from your Parks Commission, but in District 2 at Bradford Park, there's a wonderful playground and it's the most popular park that there is per acre because it's so close to the road. The restroom is so close, but we've wanted a shade structure over that playground for the kids. So that's in the budget. I've already met with facilities. They're working on it already. We've already got bids and I look for that to go in relatively soon. HLP shade structure, we put a great shade structure down at the very end of HLP, but there's no infrastructure around it. So we put 25,000 in there. I believe what they're going to use that for is to mainly run utilities over there because we have no power there. So there's no lights. I'm hoping someday to get a restroom up towards that facility because it's a great end of the park to where it has its own parking lot. And we could have, I think that's a big revenue stream once I get it finished because people look for that to get away from the beach and have their own little area. So I think it's going to be a great site once we're finished. Pioneer Park Skate Park. I have not done anything on this yet simply because that park's being used for the Caldor fire. So we have not gone out there to look at where we want to place this with facilities because I don't want to get in the way of any improvements for the fire because they've got trailers and out there now for showers and for.
I think they're gone now, aren't they?
They were scheduled to be removed today.
Okay.
So I've stayed out of the area because I
understand, Vicky.
I don't want to impact any of that. The dog park, I'm going to be honest with you, I have done nothing on that yet because I've been in other spots at this point. The rail park, I do have a design for the rail park and I picked a location. If you've been to that spot where you come across the little bridge on Oriental to turn to go to either the community hall or down to where those other homes are. Right at that front entrance is where I want to put the playground, because I think that it would be a great visual for when you go in there. Right now, there's large weeds and you don't really know what it is. So I've discussed it with the rail folks, and I'm not going to be in their way. They're not going to be in mine. So that's where we're looking to put that playground. And I look for that to go in relatively soon. I have a design. Again, I've gotten as far as the design, picked the location. I just haven't done the contract yet. This is an opportunity we call it the Thomas property. No relation to Supervisor
None.
Thomas. I just want to make sure everybody knows that. This came to us from one of our parks commissioners in District 4, and it's a piece of property that it's really difficult to find property that's adjacent to the river. This is across the street from Henningsen Lotus Park. It's a good opportunity. I guess my apprehension is there isn't a for sale sign on it yet. I don't know an exact price on it yet, but it's an opportunity I've had it in for grant application. You'll see towards the end of this, but there's a lot of, I guess I'm not solid in my head yet as to what exactly I'd be writing it for. And I'll talk about that when I get to the grants next. So there's 2 grant opportunities coming up. They've extended the date to January 20th now, so we have more time. There's 2 different ones. There's a regional parks program and there's a rural recreation and tourism program. Now, both of these are for the underserved and disadvantaged areas. And the housing medium, there's a housing medium price on all of them. You have to do a community finder. On the regional parks, you just lose points, but you can still apply. For the rural and recreational tourism, you can apply, but you're going to have a 20% match. So on a $3 million grant, you're going to have to allocate, $600,000 before we make the application. So I just wanted you to realize that some of them, your Parks Commission has made this recommendation, and I've put it down just as the Parks Commission has wanted it. Fort Bay Community Park, we have made application in round 3 of Prop 68 and round 4. Round 4 has not been announced yet, so I still do not know where we came out on that. We made applications for Fort Bay and the sports complex. So I have put both of those that we should apply for them again, because I don't want to miss a grant opportunity. Neither one of those for the rural and recreational tourism, they will not require a match because we meet the household medium for those for Fort Bay and the sports complex. The Thomas property, the recommendation from your Parks Commission was for acquisition and development. If we put it in the regional parks, there is no match. If we put it in the rural recreation and tourism, my guess, because at this point, I don't know how much I'd be writing it for. So I've just put in, if it's 3 million, it'd be 600,000. Chili Bar is the same way. They both are above the household medium for the rural and recreational tourism. So we can submit these 8 grants, but knowing that the 2 at the bottom for regional and rural recreational tourism, if we apply for the Thomas property and Chili Bar, if for some reason you got them both, that would be a $600,000 each, so 1.2 that the board would be obligated to match that grant. Now with Chili Bar, we can use the funds that we used when we did the master plan, the planning process. So that 127,000 I can take off as part of that match. So I can use
Vicki,
that.
obviously, it's imperative that we have a business plan that goes with this as well to determine where the revenue increase is going to come from to help offset these matches to the extent we can, but also for sustainability. So that's the other part of it I'm interested in seeing at some point is what is the business plan? Because ultimately we have to find a way to pay for these facilities and services, and at least the maintenance and operation part of it, not the front end cost.
Correct. And with Chili Bar, one of the difficulties that I see with Chili Bar is that you have quite a few entities involved. So you have, ARC that needs to, American River Conservancy, that needs to make their funding back, to balance their staffing and the maintenance of their property. We the same way, but also then you put a concessionaire in there, and then the concessionaire wants to make too. So the business plan is really important, because how are we all going to be able to make it? And I know the county is not out to necessarily make money on the property, but if we could break even, it would be that's the desire. I don't have that model yet in my head for that, for the RV park.
So are you going to be using that in your master plan? I would imagine this financial aspect, that's a.
The master planning process
It'll
should
be
include
critical
some kind
part
of
of it,
a
right?
financial analysis, right?
Right.
It would be critical, but the thing is, if you get a $3 million grant to develop it, it's not just going to pay for that master plan. You're going to have to develop it.
Yeah.
Or you'd have to pay the grant back because you didn't fulfill the requirements of the grant.
But I think what Sue is asking is when we will be able to see that business plan part of it. With the master planning process,
the
it
whole-
seems to be, you know, it has to be part of that master planning sequence to cover the financial projections aspect. And that's when I think we would probably see maybe the first glimpse or something you're planning to bring back to the board sooner than that.
Well, that would be the first glimpses when once we get to that. But my point is, if we hire a consultant and we go into the master
understand.
planning
You're committed.
process, and that we're
Yeah.
kind of committed.
Right.
So there would be less of a risk if you made application in only the regional parks, because there is no grant match to that one. So, you know, it would probably be best to apply for it only in the regional and not in the rural and recreation, because then you don't have that match requirement.
Do all 4 of these projects fit both program grants equally, or?
Not equally. For the rural and recreational tourism, the Thomas property and Chili Bar don't meet the household mediums, therefore their match is required on those two.
But I'm not talking about the match part. I'm just
Oh.
talking about as far as like what the criteria are to be successful in a grant application. You know, like what are they looking for in these 2 different types of grant programs? Do any of them fit one better than the other? You know?
I think they all fit. It's just,
Okay.
I can make them fit. I mean, that's the beauty of writing a grant. I can make them fit. I think that it's harder to sell, like the Thomas property, for acquisition and development. In order to get acquisition, you have to develop one recreational facility. So now we're acquiring land that I'm not sure the exact price. So we'd have to nail that down before I make application, because I'd hate to apply for $1 million and they want 2 for it. And then what is the recreation element I'm going to develop on that property? Is it going to be a natural trail down to the waterfront? But then we still have no restroom facility and we still have no parking lot. So if they're not going to pay for infrastructure when you don't have enough recreation facilities that you're providing. So it gets really tricky on how much can we do, you know, on that property. Now, I was really surprised, but when I looked through all of the requirements, campgrounds were in there. So I could see where Chili Bar, I mean, you can make the argument, it is a regional recreation and tourism site, but it was the obligation of the board that concerned me, because now we're obligating that, you know, that general fund money or wherever funding source there is, because we don't have a funding source of 600,000. And I do know that Chili Bar would be that amount. We would be applying for that much for Chili Bar. That was about the estimate from the consultant.
Right.
So let me ask the question a little differently. If you were looking at probability of win of an award, and you looked at the 2 different types, would it be better if we applied for the regional park program for 2 projects and for the rural recreational for 2 different projects to kind of break that up? Is that part of, because what I've seen sometimes is when you apply for everything, the impression is, well, you're desperate, so, you know, maybe we don't give them anything. I don't know. You're familiar with the grant stuff, but I have seen situations where it's not best to just throw everything in. It's better to be selective in what you want to apply, because it fits the criteria better. And you think the higher probability, this was an 80% probability, this one's a 40, you know, those kinds of things, mix and match.
They are all individual. So every project, every application is separate and completely awarded on its own merit.
Okay.
So I don't think that's a problem. When I applied for round 3, we did 3 applications, and the bike park was the one that was the farthest ahead. So I believe that's what made it more competitive, is because it was ready to go. We were already in the design stages.
Okay. Shovel ready type of philosophy thing, as opposed to you don't even have a plan yet. So
Yes,
okay.
yes. So I think Forbay is, I think it's eligible for both, and I think it's a really great candidate. for both of them, because it's a park we own and it's a park that is in need. It's in an underserved area. So I think it's really got, there's great success with that one, I
And
think.
you could win both. Is that correct?
Absolutely. That's what they
Okay.
told me, because I wouldn't keep applying for them all
Right,
if I
understand. All
didn't.
right, well, that
I'm shooting for the
that
stars
raises
here,
the
you
ante a
know?
little bit, right? You could win them both. Okay. All right.
Exactly. The sports complex, I think, is the same thing. I think that the need is so great in that area. And I think that the sports complex brings a lot. Whereas we haven't gotten the property yet in the county's name, it has been acquired for this purpose by an anonymous donor. I think it could bring a lot to the region. I think that it's, we have no regional sports facilities in the county, and knowing what it's done in other jurisdictions, in most places, City of Folsom, Elk Grove, I mean, they have those big sports complexes and they're full all the time. So I think it has great possibilities. Thomas property, I don't think has as much, will have as much success, and probably because I'm a little confused too. I mean, I think it's a great opportunity. I'm not at all arguing that. It's a great opportunity. I just don't know if we're ready for it. I also worry because we don't have the master plan yet, and this is in an overserved area. So
Do we know if it's even for sale?
Not that I know of.
So, yeah.
So I don't know, and I don't know why. I mean, the owner, I guess, is the desire to sell, but it isn't listed as far as I know. So I don't know a price, and maybe someone else knows something different, but that's all I know on it. So I think it's a little bit more difficult. I think it's a good opportunity, but I don't know if we're ready for it, is kind of my concern.
Let me ask you, in the past, we had seen proposals for develop other property around Henningsen Lotus Park, not the Thomas property, but other adjacent properties, et cetera. Have those fallen off of the planning sheet from the standpoint of the need, the viability, as opposed to the Thomas property? I'm wondering if one of those other sites, the other property, would be a better fit for one of these awards, that should be submitted, but you're the expert in that area.
That other site is no longer available.
Okay, it's been
And
sold?
Yeah, it's no
Okay.
longer available. The other thing that I worry about in District 4 is also developing that other property. They wanted more ball fields and more group sports activities. And that region is so impacted already from the campgrounds, from the river use and stuff like that. So sending that being our sports complex area, we have road issues because Lotus Road, they needed to do an impact on, what it would be just for Lotus Road. So I don't think there's another facility at this time there. There are opportunities if they ever come for sale. We've been watching the Maria Dean's property, which is right next door to the ball fields. That would be a great infield piece to get. That would be one of the best pieces of property we could ever get. Would be next to
But it's not for
next to the
sale
ball
like the
fields.
Thomas property, and so there's no point in speculating on that one.
Exactly. I had heard rumor that she was interested in selling. I reached out and never got a response. So I just don't feel like it's my,
Right.
it's not my place to bug somebody that I want your property.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for bringing this forward. It'd be good to move forward on this. I'd like to, first of all, champion the sports complex. I know we've been working on this for a while, and this is such an important, exciting project. I think, it's also critical, like Vicky said, there's no park in District 3 right now, other than the City of Placerville that does a fabulous job with parks and recreation. But as far as the unincorporated areas of the county, this has a large population base. It's also a disadvantaged community. And so a regional type park that allows our kids to have recreational opportunities will be so important for this area. Beyond that, I love the synergy and the community partnership aspect of this. I think that's what makes this project so special. First of all, the land is a gift from a community member that loves our community. I mean, that's incredible. The fiscal analysis has already been done on this project. So we are so much further along than any other project before us. I think Jennifer did a fabulous job on the fiscal analysis that, weighed the pros and cons of it, showed us what we will need to do to get a full return on our money. And I think, that's how nice to have that financial analysis for us to move forward toward another grant application on this. But beyond that, the community partnership is what really makes me excited. While
the county is responsible for providing infrastructure and recreational facilities, we don't program them. And so the Boys and Girls Club has stepped up and said, hey, we will partner with you on that and we will program those fields for you. And the Marshall Foundation for Community Health is a key part of this piece, as well as the Mother Lode School District and other people that are coming on board. So true community public-private partnership, which I think is really exciting. And there's other, I've heard there's other interest in adding other facilities to this that are conceptual right now, but there's a strong community support behind this, which will be, I think, truly incredible. So I know we're waiting to hear if we've received the grant. So Vicki, is there any problem with moving forward on these two applications? What happens if we get the grant? If we would happen to get round 4 and I've submitted an application for these and these other 2 opportunities, I believe they would be disqualified simply because I would be having to reduce my scope for the sports complex. In round 4, I applied $8.2 million. So this one's only 3 million. So the scope is a lot less. So they wouldn't pay me to put in more ball fields when they've already paid me in round 4. So I think they would be just eliminated.
Okay. Recognizing that you can only submit 1 grant application at a time, it's my understanding in each of these programs. Might it be prudent for us for this board to authorize, let's say to submit 4-Bay first and then Chili Bar and then the sports complex last by January 20th, recognizing that hopefully we will learn that project has been awarded, but in case it doesn't, have that grant application ready to go?
We could do that. I could do the same thing with 4-Bay because 4-Bay was also submitted in round 4 and I'm looking to do them again. I don't want to miss the opportunity. So
Right.
Absolutely.
So maybe do Chili Bar first and then 4-Bay in the sports complex while we hopefully wait on,
And that is exactly how I would do them because Chili
Okay.
Bar would be the one I haven't written yet.
Okay.
So the other 2 I have written. So I've met in a lot of the requirements. It's a lot the same. You just have to change to different forms, add a few different verbiage here and there. But Chili Bar I haven't written. So it will be the one I would focus on first.
Okay. And my final question is, I know we weren't awarded the grant the first time around for the sports complex. What was the difference in our grant application between that first time we applied for the funds and our second round? Were there some differences?
The first time was acquisition because it hadn't been acquired yet. So we were trying to acquire the land and then build it.
Okay.
Then in the meantime, it was acquired by an anonymous donor. So we had a lot more synergy towards it because now we've got even private entities that are interested in this sports complex. So it has been acquired. We're no longer worried about the land, losing the land because originally that was the biggest concern is acquisition. We got to get it because we could lose sight of it completely. So yes, that has changed because we now have the land has been acquired for this purpose. The state did ask me they have followed up and I had to respond with a letter because they needed more clarity on that, it wasn't in the county's name. Why wasn't it this type thing? But, I wrote the letter back that yes, the county, if we were awarded, would accept the land. We just had not gotten to that piece yet, but the land had been acquired by an anonymous donor for this purpose.
The generosity of our community to support this project is just incredible. I'm just really excited about the potential for our community.
Yep.
Thank you.
District 5, Sue.
Oh, thanks, John. Thanks, Vicki.
Mhm.
Appreciate all that. It's always exciting to talk about recreation and parks because there's never enough in any county or community. We're very excited, I have to say, about the 4-Bay Park. Talk about synergy. Yeah. I mean, we have a community group out there that is just like, bouncing around. Oh, thank you. And moving forward. And we're very excited about it. And, I'm hoping that we can perhaps have a conversation later today about ARPA funding and where we can go with that, because I do think that we can get moving faster on some of these projects, especially 4-Bay, if we use ARPA. So, and like I said, we've got a lot of synergy going. They want to do it now. To wait too long, maybe slowing them down. We're trying to reel them in, but everyone's very excited because this is our newest park. So I'm hopeful that we can perhaps go that route. That will help free up something else. So appreciate that. Thank you.
District 4.
Following up on that then, because I did see that 4-Bay was in the ARPA request, and it's my understanding the only park project that qualifies in the right census. But I would kind of want to see if we get the grant that's in the rounds now and perhaps reapply because that's grant money and then that could free up the ARPA money, for another, we have so many requests there. So it's something to keep in mind. I don't want to take 4bay off the list of grant applications again. There's another agenda item with a lot of stuff going on. So Chili Bar, the board had a great conversation last time we talked about it. We really do want to get moving on it. It's just sitting there waiting for something wonderful. So, and along the lines of Supervisor Heidel, what you said about the business plan part, I think part of our problem is that, and you had mentioned it too the last time we talked about how we feel that the potential concessionaire needs to be part of how we move forward. So I'm just wondering what it takes to potentially, along with a grant application, of course, but also to help get that business plan, the business thought of what is going to happen there is, could we do an RFQ process to help us along, because that's a request for qualifications. And so what we would be doing, and I don't know the ins and outs of it at all, I just know conceptually, we say, hey, this is what we're thinking here. It's a great opportunity. And what are your qualifications, business interested people? What will you bring to the table? Because that does kind of fulfill that part that you were saying earlier, is the concessionaire really needs to have a say in how many spaces potentially there are. The layout of the bathrooms, actually, and everybody agrees the bathrooms need to get done as soon as possible. But I think that the layout of the bathrooms does depend on the concessionaire a wee bit, because in my mind, do they need a restroom facility that's big enough to have, half of it for the campground, RV park, and then the other side of it more for the rafting community to dress and, does it need to be big enough partitioned off? And I just feel that the potential concessionaire really should be kind of moving along with us. But the grant application can at least do the infrastructure part that we talked about. So I'm not really sure how an RFQ works, how much work it is, but I think it will help inform us of where we could go with this. I think it's a really big missing piece, actually. So I was hoping today we could get some clarification on how an RFQ works, and if we could actually ask the board to say, yes, we want to do that to help inform us as we go. So I'm not sure.
I'm not sure in the exact process. I believe to do, and Don.
Sue can speak to the difference, because I think an RFQ is, and it's not a very common term we use with you, RFP, but she can explain the difference between the two.
Okay.
And why we would do an RFQ before an RFP.
Okay.
Sue Haneke, Chief Administrative Office. Generally, an RFQ is done to get a list of qualified providers of a service. So you might, you might remember a couple of weeks ago, we talked about doing an RFP. And before we did the RFP, because we didn't have a very clearly defined scope, we might do an RFQ to find consultants that are subject matter experts in that field that would help us then develop an RFP for a project.
Okay. Do you think, Sue, in your experience, that doing that with Chili Bar, just because it's so unusual and we don't have a firm idea of what would be the best layout and all that, and the concessionaire just seems to be such a big part of it, of where we should go, do you think an RFQ would be wise to help inform us on what's out there?
Would the RFQ be for the concessionaire or for the project itself?
The concessionaire would be my thinking, because without a concessionaire, I feel like we're kind of like in the dark on where we want to go with this. And we had mentioned before how the concessionaire should help kind of inform where we go with Chili Bar, ultimately, the layout and all that.
Sue, let me add to that. I think the struggle, at least conversations I've had with Supervisor Parlin, if we were to do an RFP for a concessionaire, we'd have a really difficult time defining the scope of what we want that concessionaire to do.
Right. But we do want to enter into conceptual discussions. How do we introduce conceptual discussions with potential concessionaires? I guess.
And how does that figure in with the grant process?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Are they separate or are they together?
I think Well, first, I mean, we would have to talk with council about the fact that we have an ordinance, I believe, on the books about obtaining concessionaires on county property. So that might be fairly prescriptive. So we might have to first look at that ordinance to see how much flexibility we could introduce into the process. Because I believe right now our ordinance says that if we're going to have a vendor on county property, we have to do an RFP, and it's pretty prescribed. But that aside, I just want to put that out there because I know that that exists. That aside, it is a pretty unique situation, and you could start with RFQs because again, if there's nothing in state law, and if we're looking at only our local laws and we wanted to loosen them up a little bit, you could sort of make this process as open as you want potentially. So you could say, we're going to do an RFQ, we're going to get people in, they're going to provide presentations. You could do something very different because it doesn't really fit into anything that we have on the books right now.
That's why I'm trying to figure out how we can explore helping get some kind of an idea.
The
what we
thing
could
to
do
be
there.
careful is a couple of things to be careful about. If you were going to go out for a grant for this and the grant required some kind of competitive process at some point, you want to be really careful with the conversations you're having early on with any of the providers. So you don't want to go too far down any path. I would recommend if you were to do anything like this, it all should be very open and transparent and public. So everything would be, there wouldn't be any one-on-one meetings with any of the potential providers or proposers or anything like that. So again, but boiling back down to the basic question, RFQ is when you don't even know kind of where to start or who you would even ask for proposals. And you can start to get an idea of people would then send in their resumes. They would send you examples of projects they've done in the past. They would give you an idea of their capabilities. So if you did that RFQ in that formal process and you hopefully got a lot of submittals, that might help you narrow down taking that next step to an RFP, because an RFP still provides a lot of flexibility too. It's not like a bid, like when you think of a construction bid for DOT. An RFP could be the first phase of saying something like, we have this piece of land. We know we want to have a camping component and a general store component or whatever. Give us your proposals and your vision for that. So and that would include a pricing concept as well. Or, you could have several options for them to respond. So least restrictive is RFQ, more restrictive is RFP, but I would still say there's a lot of flexibility there. And then depending on the bidding process and the construction process, you might even have to, after that RFP, if the county were to construct any public improvements, you might then eventually have to go to a bid process. But part of the beauty of looking at a concessionaire is you may be able to shift that construction over to the concessionaire and do some differently structured things. So there's a lot.
I know.
I don't know if that helped because you have
there's a lot of flexibility there. And I guess the bottom line is, I look at Chili Bar and I go, I want to get going on it. It's been sitting there for over a decade. I was wrong when I said how many decades, over a decade with the county. And I know that ARC would like to get going too and work with us on this. So whatever we can do to help move this along, I think the board kind of agrees that we need to explore things with the grant.
Would it make sense to ask the Parks and Recreation Commission to conduct a workshop and to invite concessionaires to have a discussion about what the general plan is and provide inputs without a commitment to do anything?
I don't know if
Is that going too far?
I would kind of defer to county council a little bit, but I would recommend that if you were going to invite anyone in any way, it should be done through an RFQ, like an open, formal issued RFQ.
Okay.
I like that idea. And then with so to the Thomas property though, and I get what you're saying. It's so it's not planned yet. But I do know when I drive by HLP, Henningsen Lotus Park, there are folks already using it as if it's public property and if the county owns it. So that's my biggest concern with the Thomas property is I kind of don't want to leave it out of the picture. I'm not sure how to make it a more successful grant, though. It sounds like you're thinking it might not be a great grant application at this time. Will there be another round to do later? Or
I
how's
think
that
this is
work?
the last rounds
This
of
is it,
Prop
huh?
68 for this
Okay.
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my concern on Chili Bar, I think those are great ideas to do the RFQ or RFPs, but we've only got till January.
Mhm.
So I kind of have to go ahead with, the campground concept that you liked, RV park,
Right.
because if we were successful in the grant, we're going to have to build that.
Okay.
So I mean, I guess it's timing wise, I don't know if we have enough time
Right.
to get that much of a vision, because we kind of have to make a decision to move ahead on the grant application or not.
So do you feel that for Chili Bar to do the grant, you have enough of a concept? Is there enough flexibility in it? So when we do get a concessionaire, there's still some flexibility for them to fulfill,
Yeah.
the numbers and all that
The
stuff?
RFQ could come after the grant.
Could it?
Perhaps.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe that's the way to do it.
Because I need to go for the infrastructure, because I mean, even like some of our conversations that I've had with ARC on whether or not they'd be interested in being a concessionaire for the campground. And the comment was, well, yeah, but you have to build it. So, we're going to have to probably come up with the infrastructure costs. So
Okay.
I think it would, I don't want to let that concessionaire stop us from applying, because this is a good opportunity. I feel to move forward to do something for those pieces. I mean, when I took this position, that was my main thing, was to try to take care of these pieces of property that we've had on the books for so long.
Yeah.
And that was with, the 26 acres off of Red Hook and Bass Lake. Chili Bar is my last one that, I want to, before I retire, I want to know that I'm not
Yes.
leaving this
Yes.
old baggage with somebody else. So I'd like to see something done.
Okay,
with
so
that
if you
one.
feel that you've got enough of a concept to get the grant application, that's awesome. And then would we end up maybe following up with an RFQ or something to figure out the concessionaire?
I think if we want an award, we
If you-
definitely would.
If you want to, yeah, I mean, we
That
can do that even
Okay.
outside of the grant process. I'm just saying I won't be able to wait on the grant application for
right, I
that.
would not
I'd
want you
have
to
to
wait.
keep moving
Please don't wait.
forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
got it.
are these grant awards 100%, or do they sometimes give you 75% of what you asked for? Or is it full amount?
No, it's full amount.
Okay, that's good to
Okay.
know. All right, so if we get something, it'll be the full amount we're
Yeah,
asking.
they're
for.
not going to cut
Perfect.
it.
Good.
Cool.
Any other discussion from board members?
I think it's a great thing you're doing, Vicky, especially with the Chili Bar. Because I remember as a kid going down there, that park was thriving at one time. It was beautiful. And a lot of people don't remember that, but I do. Especially, the swimming hole there. And not only that, I used to take my car down, when I was in high school, and we used to wax it there, and stuff. And a lot of us kids did that. So I think it's neat. And also a lot of people don't know there's a trail right along the river there. It goes back a long ways.
Yep.
And with some maintenance and stuff like that, I think it's going to be a great thing for the community and a great thing for our county. So thank you for doing that. Another thing I wanted to touch on is I talked about the rail park a little bit. You know that. And the biggest thing is I'd like to put an old town in El Dorado where you have a Tasbury shop, a blacksmith shop, a wood making shop, and all these different little buildings and stuff where it goes back to the old time days, especially like it's in Coloma. And it would be great, especially if we could eventually bring that train all the way from the Trobe, all the way to El Dorado, Shingle Springs into El Dorado. Think about the tourism and the revenue and the money that could bring to our little community, especially in El Dorado, like in her district. So I think that's something that I've talked about for years and years. And that lumber could be milled right there at El Dorado Northern for that facility. So.
And the Transportation
Yeah.
Commission did a study on that, presented to the board several years ago.
Yeah,
And it's
exactly.
fall and kind of dormant. So yeah, no, I would
I
agree
know.
with you.
And your rail group, El Dorado Western, has been working towards doing their full-size
Right.
train runs from El Dorado to behind Walmart. So I know they're in training right now. They were hoping to be able to do something by Christmas, but I don't believe they're going to be ready yet. But where I'm putting the playground will not impact your vision.
Right, I know,
Because
it's up on the hill. I know, we already. talked about it.
I've moved it, so it's not in your town. I moved
It's
it
not in
down.
the town, right, exactly. But I just think it would really be awesome, especially, you're talking about history.
Well, and they
And-
just paved that. Department of Transportation just paved that road there to the
Yeah,
community hall.
exactly.
And
Did
it
a
is,
great job.
that trailhead was open during COVID. And it's amazing how many people go there now. The town has really been discovered And so many people go and park to hike up to the Walmart shopping center and that from that area.
Right.
So it's being
Yeah.
widely used.
Yeah, the trail's used a lot. It
Mhm.
really is. So awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Are we ready to open up for public?
One
Go
other
ahead.
quick, Red Hook property, where are we at on that process? I know we declared it surplus, I believe, recently.
You declared it surplus. It went to the planning commission. I believe it was in October the 26th, maybe. And it was passed there because it had to, I forget what the item was. Facilities took it to the planning commission and it was passed. So I'm not sure where it goes now. I don't know what the process is. I don't know if it comes back to you or if it just goes for
There-
surplus.
The state has made disposing of public property extremely difficult. So there's
Yes, I
multiple,
know that.
Laura and
That's
Jana
true.
San Pedro are leads on that, working very closely with what's next since the
Okay.
planning commission.
Because
moved
that
it
my
forward.
hope is, as communities, is
Yep.
that we can take that money and put it towards the Forebay. There's so much need in there in our brand new parks. So we're excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to open up, Kim, for public comment on this one.
Now taking public comment on item number 5. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Randy, good to see you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Randy Paces. I'm the current chairman of the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Committee. And Chris Payne let me know that this item was on this afternoon. And so I made an effort to be here and didn't realize I was going to be listening to a lot of juvenile hall facility stuff. But anyway, first and foremost, well, personally, and as I think speaking on behalf of the Diamond Springs Committee, we just absolutely applaud everything Vicki does. She does so much with a small staff, a small budget. She's just done amazing things. But I specifically wanted to talk about the sports complex. We're definitely supportive of the work she's doing there. But we want to remind the board and we want to make sure everybody doesn't get so far down the road that they can't move back and address this issue. And that's the fact that there has been in the planning stage for a number of years a road circulation element that we refer to as the Union Mine Connector. And it has to deal with providing some continuity, some road circulation that goes on the south side of Pleasant Valley Road, extending from essentially Fowler Lane and Diamond Springs all the way down to Union Mine Road and potentially over to Highway 49. This particular park site, the sports complex site, is right where the Union Mine Connector is kind of a conceptually planned stage to be. And the conceptual layout we've seen for the park would tend to indicate that it might create some blockage towards the future realization of this Union Mine Connector. So I think it's critically important anytime you're looking at recreation facilities, park facilities, et cetera, that you don't forget that there are other aspects that are very important. And especially in Diamond Springs and El Dorado, it's the traffic circulation element. Right now, again, the conceptual plan shows the only way in and out is Oakdale Road that goes out to Pleasant Valley Road. And it's basically a stop controlled intersection with Pleasant Valley Road. Those of us old enough to remember Charles Brown Elementary School, parents getting in and out of there, it was always
used to be called Marshall Road before it was Charles Brown.
Yeah, and always a traffic jam, always a traffic jam. And now we have Union Mine High School right there. And granted, we got the traffic signal constructed to alleviate that traffic. But those two in close proximity are going to be a real problem when the sports complex has these tournaments, et cetera. So don't get so far down the road that we might find ourselves creating a huge problem, an unintended problem by building this project. So please pay attention to the Union Mine Connector. the traffic circulation issues, and having direct circulation to Union Mine High School. Don't just funnel it all in on Oakdale. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, former Parks and Rec Commissioner. Randy's my neighbor, and we only live a block or two apart. But when I heard about this and I heard about Vicky's putting together, I took a look at the agenda item for the taxpayers, and I thought, wow, this is very thorough. And that's what it is. It's a very thorough presentation about what our needs are and looking into the future. I believe in my world of with Parks and Rec that we have made so much progress, because we're not just talking about projects, we're actually working towards grants and getting grants, and then moving forward, like with the Old Depot bike park. In some form, we're going to get it.
Yeah.
Now, what we do have, and to Randy's point, we have infrastructure, and we've looked at Diamond Springs Parkway and how it fits with the Old Depot Park, and I'm talking specifically about District 3. And then now we have Randy's concern about the location of the regional park, which a sports complex, which in my mind, it can be worked out. It just has to understand, let's make sure that if we're going to have a route through there for transportation purposes, which honest to God would be great, because this would serve this park even better. But we could still go forward because of the phasing aspect of the regional park, to be able to develop it as along the lines that it's currently been proposed, but check against the transportation to make sure. The other part of it that I wanted to talk about was essentially, I am, as I told you before many times, I founded with Randy and a couple of other neighbors, the Sterlings, the Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council. And so there has been a little bit of work that I've been doing most recently in the last 6 months with Lake Oaks Mobile Home Park, and its adjacency to this property that we're talking about. And certainly there's been some writings most recently, hopefully transmitted to the owner from the Lake Oaks LLC and their management to talk about fire safety and wildfire cleanup. Something you and I, Supervisor Thomas, have talked about. And most recently, not too long ago, maybe a month ago. I don't want us to forget that fire safety continues to be a #1 priority for our communities. So we would want to make sure that that is taken care of. But in terms of my last few seconds, I love her new proposal for the El Dorado Depot area and the location of where the kids' playground would be. It makes a lot of sense, and it's going to be very visual, and therefore we'll have the ability to secure it and make sure that it's safe. Those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia McKeever. I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner, actually from District 4. And I wanted to respond a little bit to some of your questions around the Thomas property, and then talk a little bit about the master planning process. So as far as the Thomas property is concerned, guilty as charged, it was me. The property is available for acquisition as a park. It's not on the market, that is true. I was the one that the landowner contacted and said very specifically that he would be very interested, really wanted to get this land into the county park system. And I think that we don't have any further information than that because nobody has asked officially. So one of the things that I'm here to do is to ask you to keep this in the pipeline. I think that staff is correct. It's not as far along as some other projects because it just came up fairly recently. One of the reasons that we are trying to move it forward quickly is because there is a viable grant opportunity here that we may not see again, anytime soon. We really have no way of knowing that, since this is the last round for the Prop 68 that we've got in hand. It's the bird in hand thing. I also wanted to communicate that it was unanimously supported by the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee, actually in more than one meeting there. So there is very substantial local support for the project. And I also wanted to point out that it would more than double the riverfront that's available for public use. It's about 30 some acres. It also has direct access to, or would have direct access to, Highway 49. So would not have to go through any residential neighborhoods in order to, actually put a facility in there. So I would ask that you, whether, whatever you decide in terms of grant applications, if it is not in this round, that you do keep the project in the pipeline so that we can continue to develop it and pursue it for any further or future grant possibilities that might come down the road. And I would note also that in listening to your conversation about the concessionaire model, that this would be a place where something like that could be applied to great effect. So I would also like to just talk with you for a moment about the master plan process that has been mentioned several times. I am very happy to hear that it's important to you. I'm very happy to hear that sustainability is an important component to you. And I'd like to ask that you consider a way to communicate with the Parks and Rec Commission, who is going to be sort of the first, I guess, county official group to review this process, that you communicate with us in some way. And I'm not sure what the right way to do that is. I'm sure that staff has ideas, so that we know what your goals and directions are early and often. Many of the documents that we'll be following are somewhat decrepit, like me. And I think it would be beneficial for us to know that, in fact, some of the things in these documents are still the directions that we should be moving in. I also think that we would be well served by a discussion or some communication with you about broader directions. I think in your materials for the meeting today, you might have noted that HLP has seen an absolutely skyrocketing level of use. And since I'm a local resident, I've seen that myself. And I think the county is going to need to have some clarity about whether it wants to meet that increased demand for outdoor recreation that we're seeing and satisfy that demand, or at least, move in that direction, or resist it.
Please wrap it up, Julia. Your commentary is all very good, but we're trying to keep to a timeline. So
I appreciate that, and I apologize for going over. So I will just leave it at that we would really appreciate that communication with you before early in our process.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Board. Hello, Vic. I just wanted to publicly, my name is Sean McCartney, work at the Boys and Girls Club, and I wanted to say thank you to Vicki for all of her work on this project. And just to reiterate to you all how excited the club is to be able to be a part of this with you, and hopefully we get the grant. A couple of weeks ago, I had a gentleman come into my office and state that he wants to be a part of this project by donating money so we can have a gymnasium.
This is on the sports complex, right?
What's that?
This is the sports complex project you're talking about.
Right. And so this would allow us even more opportunities for a year-round revenue stream to support our program. 4 gymnasiums, high school size, and 8 volleyball courts. So just an additional opportunity for us to do some really good things for our kids. And, I was here, I think at 1 for the 1 o'clock talk, but you guys were talking about juvenile hall. And so I could tell your passion, right? And I could see how much we want to support our children. And that's what the club wants to do. And we will continue to do that every step of the way. Look forward to kind of seeing how this goes. But I can tell you that our mission at the Boys and Girls Club is to always do what we can for every kid that walks through our doors. And at the sports complex, it will be for every kid that comes to our county. And I just think the opportunities that we have, not only for the kids that would never have a chance to play on a good field, but even the tournaments and all that stuff that's going to be a part of this. There's lots of wins that'll come. But I think ultimately for us to build something for these children is a legacy that you all should be proud of. And I look forward to being a part of it with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sean.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Laurel Brumbaum, El Dorado County Chamber, and we would like to testify in full support of these projects and going after the grants and the kudos that have been already been shared about Vicki. We also feel very strongly that she's a great asset and very passionate about this community. And I'm really excited about what the outcome of the economic impacts are going to bring for the sports complex. So we're really looking forward to working with her on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Seeing no further public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Bruce. Bruce, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, Bruce, you're still muted. Can you unmute? Let's go on to Sue, and Bruce, please try to get your microphone fixed so that we can go ahead and communicate with you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor, and oh my gosh, I just spaced. So this is a great job that she does, and I appreciate all the work that Vicki has put into all of this. I had the privilege to work with her a little bit back in the day, and we were next door to each other with facilities and parks, and did a couple projects, and she's been pretty consistent trying to get these projects and that are a benefit for the community. So I think these are all awesome. I did have a question. Well, back to I support the look at traffic capacity in Diamond Springs, El Dorado. I think I've been asking for that for, I don't know, 10 years. And there was almost a study done on it, but it wasn't quite for the road capacity. So I think you might want to take a look at that, because there's been a lot of projects that have been approved for that area. So you want to make sure you have the road system working for more traffic. And then my question initially, why I pushed the button, was the Planning Commission did approve the property in Pike Pines to go into surplus. And I know Supervisor Novosel brought that up of what she would like to see, but is there actually a board direction for when that property is sold, where those funds will go? Because I don't know if, Pollock Pines is nature's wonderland, where they, it used to be you could roam the forest all over the place, but more people have moved in there, not so much anymore. So I just am curious if there's something that from those funds that will benefit the kids in Pollock Pines. And I think that's my biggest question. And I'm excited about all the other projects. And I hope that Vicki can get the grants on these. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, very good. So back to the board. We do have a proposed direction as an action item. Is there any other discussion?
Vicki, do you want to address the conversation we've had? And I don't know if we've had specific board direction. We've had conversation about funds, and that was a while ago, about the idea of the funds from the 23 acres, whatever it is, that this surplus.
The Red Hook.
And yet being able to use that for the park specifically because of all the.
I don't believe we specific had board direction that it would go into the 4-bay park, but that would have been the hope that at this point, if I were queen and it was sold tomorrow,
Right.
I would put it right into that playground to help that community group so that we could get that playground built as soon as possible. That's if I were queen for the day and the property sold and I got a really good price for it and all that other good
Well, let's
stuff.
hope you're queen tomorrow. But that's been a conversation, but it has not been any
Yeah.
specific board. It's just been conversations about how their community would really benefit from taking some funding from the community and putting it towards the children's activities.
Right, and because the originally that 26 acres was to build a community park and it had gone through all the planning stages and everything until it got to the point that the construction, because of the terrace effect, it was going to be too much to build. That's why we abandoned that. So again, it was a false security for the, false hope for the community of Pollock Pines. And then it just so happened that EID sold that, put the property of Forbay on the surplus list and we were able to pick it up. So fortunately, we've been able to substitute the 26 acres with 13 acres at Forbay, and it has a lot of potential.
And that's where I think exactly community is going as Hayes substitution. We love to see it come back. So
Yes.
let's see what happens.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
All right, we're ready. I like the idea of perhaps keeping the Thomas property in the pipeline. I don't think we have enough to go on. It puts us in a really bad negotiating state if we don't even know how much it is. So with that, I would like to move that we approve and authorize the chair to sign resolutions for grant applications for Chili Bar, the sports complex, and Forbay in both park programs.
Okay, so the only thing you leave out is the Thomas
property,
Okay,
right.
all right, very good. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I want to
we
make
have a
another
second.
motion.
Okay, so we have a second motion, all right?
Because I do want to leave the Thomas property in the mix, and you said not to, right?
I did, yes.
Okay, so I would like to go with, the staff's recommendation was actually do all 4 projects. And I do think that when you looked at the aerial map, doubling our riverfront there and the demands at HLP, I don't know if you guys were there during COVID or at a holiday, the place is packed and the public actually, they use it as if it is a county property. My concern is if it gets in private hands, that we're going to have some problems down there. So I do think we have a broker's estimate CAO on that for a rough value as a starting point, perhaps.
Yes, we do.
So we could use that amount as something to start with a grant, I guess. Is that something we could use?
That would be
or-
the best number we have, but
Yep.
if we have to include a dollar amount in the grant application, that would be the best number we have at this time.
Okay, so we
Can
could
we-
use that.
Can we make that number public or?
If I knew it off the top of my
Okay.
head. I wouldn't.
Because I've not heard
The-
this before, that we actually had a
My
broker.
recollection, this is my recollection, the broker's estimate was like 1.5 million is my recollection. That's off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's my recollection.
didn't
too.
go
If you
back
give
and
me a
look.
few, if you give me a few minutes, I'll get Laura over here. She has
Right.
that document.
Okay,
But I do think that it is a great opportunity to, the demands at HLP are huge. And I just think that we should leave it in there. I don't think, my understanding is we're not competing against ourselves with these grants, so it's not gonna hurt. I know it's not as well formed though, but I don't think we should leave it out.
But we would have a match on that would be required on both programs. Okay.
Correct. You'd be
Just
looking
wondering.
at,
Yep, yep.
if we were fortunate and we received the Thomas and Chili Bar in the rural recreation and tourism, you'd be looking at 1.2 million obligation.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in the other grant one, not.
There's no match.
There's no
So
match
in
for
regional
that.
park, there is no match.
So
Right.
the other one, there isn't a match.
depends on which
So it
one.
just depends on what
So
we
if you
get.
want to, I can apply for it in the regional parks program and not in the rural and
Would
recreation.
that make you feel better?
Then there would be no
Yeah, I don't want to be
match.
on the hook for $600,000 on
Okay.
this. No.
I could
yeah.
go for that.
Okay, and I'll second
Um,
that motion based upon Julia's comments, because I do think that that's important, that they've offered the opportunity to us. I hadn't heard that before either. It was all kind of nebulous. Maybe this is just a pipe dream, but if we've done a broker's estimate and there was an offer to enter into an agreement of some kind, into a sale, well,
So we've done a broker's estimated value. There's been no offer for anything with
Right.
county
No
staff.
negotiation.
right, but I mean, the
Alright.
personal contact that happened sounded like they were an interested seller. as
So
opposed
if
to
the
not.
board, would want the county staff to pursue that, we would schedule a closed session item to enter into negotiations. That would be a separate discussion.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Broker's estimated value, there's actually 2 parcels, of the
Oh.
Thomas property.
Okay.
One parcel was 1.3 million, the other was 550,000.
Okay, okay.
And we've done no fiscal analysis. We don't have a project on that property.
Correct.
Right.
So it's 1.85 total?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just do the one.
Just do the one.
Right, so
We
that's,
can just do the one grant. then,
right,
where we
without the
don't have a
matching,
match.
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I really think we should, if the owner of the property wanted to see it in our park system and we are already using it. I mean, I hate to say it, but you go by there anytime, the public is there using it.
But we're not using it. I mean,
No,
we're not,
the
I'm
public
not
stuff's
pushing
there.
anybody to that property. So
No.
I don't want you to
Right.
think
No,
that I.
it's just
we're
you go
not
by there and
saying-
you see people and I drive by there and go, God, they don't even know it's private property, but
Okay.
you know, we're not gonna go.
Because we're not sending
Yeah.
anybody from HLP to that property.
No, I'm just
Okay, clear,
concerned that if it gets purchased by a private entity and they take ownership of it, we are going to, it's gonna impact HLP. There's no doubt about it. So I think it'd be good to try and see if we could get that.
right. So it's a regional park program grant that we would
That
apply
one,
for
okay.
Thomas
For
property.
Thomas property
only.
only.
Yeah.
I think that works. And then
all the other ones.
And all the others.
Yes.
And then also could we perhaps put in some board direction to start an RFQ process to feel out Chili Bar better? Is that
Absolutely.
okay? Because that just
Alright.
seems like the missing thing in our conversation.
You're not giving me a timeline on that one,
Nope,
right?
No,
Okay.
no, the grant applications are.
That they
high
take priority.
Yep,
We'll get to the
yep, top
RFQ.
Thank you for
priority.
that.
Because I think we have to check with legal counsel and other things on what provisions we have to follow rigidly or not.
Yeah, let's
So,
say we're gonna explore the RFQ process. How's that?
And I would amend my motion to also include exploring the RFQ for Chili Bar.
Yeah, and I'll
Okay.
rescind
Say
my
that?
second. so-
Okay.
Okay,
So I seconded Lori's, so we'll take the second motion first. So Kim, can you read that back for us maybe? So it's all clear
yeah,
to the
what did you,
public?
what did you get?
All that gibberish? Give it your best shot.
Thank you Supervisor Parlin.
You're welcome. Hey, where's that Word document?
A motion is made by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Heidel to approve the matter, but to include the Thomas project only in the Park Regional Program and direct staff to explore an RFQ regarding concessions for Chili Bar.
Woohoo, good job.
Well done.
That was great.
Okay, so I'm going to call for the question on this one. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, we have one no, and so the motion passes. So we'll go with the second motion as approved, 4-1. And I think we're
It's good to see these going
concluded
forward.
this
Yeah.
item.
It is. Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you for all the
Thanks,
hard
Vicky.
work.
Very exciting.
Yeah, and your limited staff. I know you don't do it all alone, but you have very limited staff. That's a given. So, yeah. All right, so with that, we're ready to move on to our 2 p.m. time allocation at 3:35-ish. So Kim, if you would read number 6, please.
Thank you, Vicky. Take a 1-minute break.
Sure. All right.
Yeah.
5-minute
1
break,
minute?
5-minute
Oh, I
break.
thought you
1
said
minute
1
never
minute.
works. 5-minute break. All right.
Five. Stretch your legs.
5-minute break.
Stretch legs.
Everybody be back in 5, please. So are we ready for item 6? Okay. I'm trying to remember if you've read it or not. I think
Okay, no,
we've introduced
sorry.
it, but
Item 6 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation from the Economic Development Division relative to small businesses protection funding requests, and 2, consider and approve all or a portion of the Chief Administrative Officer's recommendations for allocation of the funding.
very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. And Kim, can you pull up attachment H, please? The American Rescue Plan Act overview. I have a few slides to introduce the topic and really provide some background and remind the board and the public of the last discussion we had back in July, which was before all requests were in, and it was very early on in the process. While she's doing that, you've made some I want to commend the board on the conversations you've had today. You've had some very, very difficult policy decisions, and you've talked them through and debated them, and that's the way it's supposed to work with these hard things. And you've made the decisions, and you've done it in a very professional and courteous and respectful manner for all parties. This is going to be another difficult one.
Mm-hmm.
The difference with this one today is you don't have to make any decisions. I hope you make some, but unlike the CARES money that we only had 3.5 to 4 months to spend it, we have until 2024 to obligate the money and 2026 to spend the money. And this is the first time you guys are having an opportunity as a board to review the requests and look at them. I went back and forth on how to have this conversation. There it is. Okay, I went back and forth on how to have this conversation and talked to a couple different CAOs. I think Sonoma County's, oh, they're probably done by now. They had a very similar discussion on their ARPA requests today. And the thought was, do we just say, here's all the requests and let you guys try to figure it out? I would have preferred that personally, but then I wouldn't be doing my job. I felt with the volume of requests and the amount of money we had, it was my job to make some initial recommendations for you guys to at least consider. My feelings will not be hurt if you change them. I do believe they are sound and consistent with the direction you gave in July. That being said, the direction you gave in July was before the request you received, so you may want to change that direction. And so keep that in mind as we go through this. So if we go to slide number 2, please, Kim. Just a reminder, El Dorado County was allocated approximately $37.46 million. We received about $18.7 million in June, and we're scheduled to receive the second installment, for lack of a better word, in June or July of 2022. And as I said, the funds must be obligated by December 2024 and spent by December 2026. The allowable uses for the funds, and this, well, I'll go through this real quick. Support the public health response, address negative economic impacts, replace lost revenue, provide premium pay for essential workers, and invest in infrastructure specifically related to clean drinking water, improving wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, and providing high quality broadband service. Subsequent to that infrastructure being provided, additional information came from the U.S. Treasury that ARPA money could also be used for outdoor spaces such as parks if they're within qualified census designated tracts, and that they have disproportionately been impacted by the pandemic. There's only one park we have that is in one of those qualified census tracts. You just heard about it, and it's Fort Bay.
Yeah.
So as important as we may feel all the other parks are, and how nice it'd be to have some flexibility there with that money, those other parks are not an option.
This was not a prioritized list, right? It was just these items. Okay.
Correct. Not a prioritized list. These are the items that can be used for. There has been recent communication from the U.S. Treasury, because right now you will hear it referred to as the interim final rule. So the final rule on how the money can be spent has not been approved by the U.S. Treasury. What has been said is if decisions are made under the interim final rule, those will be allowable if for some reason it changes when the final rule is adopted. So don't be afraid to make decisions today, but understand it's in flux and moving as we go along. Okay. So on July 13th, when the board discussed this, the direction was to avoid a complex distribution of funds, make sure the requests are consistent with the strategic plan, allocate funds to replace lost revenue. Now, since that time, the formula came out to how to calculate lost revenue. And while I was hopeful we could use it by funding stream, for example, the road fund lost revenue because people stopped driving, and the road fund is primarily from gasoline sales tax. So road fund revenues dipped during the pandemic. Unfortunately, that was not the case. It's reviewed on an agency-wide level. So since our property tax was up, our sales tax was up, our TOT was up, we do not qualify to replace lost revenue. So that is no longer an option for your board to consider. Allocate funds for small businesses and nonprofit support was a priority of the board. You also directed all recipients to pursue other funding and only request ARPA as a last resort. And then during that meeting, you approved the addition of 2 full-time positions to support the administration of the ARPA funds. One from an accounting bookkeeping standpoint, an auditing standpoint, and another was more as an ombudsman to help field questions from the public. I think that was specifically in regards to the small business program, to make sure we try to hit everyone who, or at least be in contact with everyone who'd be interested in receiving some of those funds. So after the board gave that direction, letters were sent to all department heads and county partners and stakeholders asking to submit their requests. And it was a very broad list. And you see that in the responses we received. The respondents were asked to identify how their funding requests related to the county's strategic plan and complied as an allowable use with the American Rescue Plan Act. As with any grant application or something like that, some requests were much more substantiated than others. Some did not put a nexus to our strategic plan. Some did not cite where it was allowable. My office went through and made some of those decisions on our own. And we can talk about that when we get into the requests if the board desires. For the board's awareness, all water infrastructure projects were coordinated through the El Dorado County Water Agency. My office does not have the expertise to evaluate and prioritize those. So I really appreciate Ken Payne's efforts. I'm saying that a lot lately with Caldor and now this in fielding those requests and prioritizing them with his subject matter expertise. The requested funding totaled approximately 118 million, a little more than that. And as I said, I believe the recommendations before you are consistent with this direction. Hey, Kim. So the recommendations, and there's also a slide that shows this, the amount requested and the amount recommended, and the staff report includes that as well. Broadband of 5 million, we can go through the list and we'll talk about it more in a few minutes. The one piece I added to that is that I believe if the board supports it, that all recipients should be required to submit quarterly status reports of how they are progressing in the spending of any money the board chooses to allocate to them. These are large dollar amounts. And the purpose of that is, one, we have to submit quarterly reports to the US Treasury about how we're spending the money and what it's being spent on. But for the same reason the US Treasury wants the quarterly reports, I believe we want the quarterly reports because now I'll pick on Ken Payne. Let's say the board allocates the $9+ million for water infrastructure, and a year in, he hasn't spent anything and we see it lagging. You can then reallocate that money for other uses if you so chose. So it's a reason to keep on track and give us time to reallocate the funds if needed. Okay, Kim. So in summary, for the opening comments, all recommendations are consistent with prior board direction. If the board approves these recommendations, I will recommend deleting one of the positions that was added, because if you approve them at this high of a level, I won't need as many staff to help support all the efforts. And this is not a threat, it's late in the day, but if you start spreading, remember last time we talked about spreading it like peanut butter and giving everyone a little bit of something, that becomes extremely administrative burdensome, right, increases the audit risk, and we will need to hire additional staff to assist with that. With the exception, and this gets into my thought process a little bit, with the exception of funding for public health and the fire districts, the goal was to allocate funding that would provide long-term community benefit, and long-term means 15+ years. You see a lot of infrastructure stuff here, broadband, water infrastructure. even the $180,000+ for this Tahoe JPA is for them to move into a building to be able to house the ambulances long-term, because right now they have nowhere to house the ambulances. So that was really the thought process I took. I believe this is a once in a career opportunity to have this kind of money and flexibility. How do we use it for our best longest term impact as possible? That is recognizing many of the requests from many of our stakeholders are very warranted and very valid. My recommendations aren't meant to dismiss those or minimize those. It's just trying to find a balance and what's the long-term benefit is going to be. Okay, if there's no questions of me, we have lined up some presentations from NeoConnect, our broadband consultant, Ken Payne, really the larger request, so you can get an understanding of what goes into those dollar amounts. And again, you don't have to make a decision today. The recommendation is allocating all the money. You may say we're going to allocate this project and hold off on some of the others. That would be fine. But hopefully you can at least hear the justification for them. And then we can go from there and talk about requests that were not recommended if you so desire.
I guess there's two parts, right? Allocation and then funding in the first phase, because I would think you would want to know if we want to move forward with funding certain things on an ASAP versus let's wait and see what happens with other grants or whatever that come in. So
yeah, I mean, I would think, for the public health response, we're in the middle of the public health emergency.
Right.
Holding that one off doesn't
Right.
make a lot of sense to me.
I agree.
And you wouldn't want to hold off on the water agency requests too long, because these are big projects. To get them spent by 2026, probably better for them to start now.
Right.
Others there may be different needs.
I was looking for some kind of traceability on these, and I'm assuming with broadband, just as an example, $10 million requested, $5 million. There's no direct traceability to that within the long list of requests, right? It's an aggregate. Some of these you can trace back, some of them you can't, but in that case, I think that the presentations will help us better understand.
That's what I was hoping, Supervisor.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other board thoughts or comments before we?
No, I know there was some stuff that we talked about before, especially some of these community centers that suffered during the pandemic. A lot of them, there was no revenue coming in. They couldn't rent the facilities out and they were really struggling. And I know we talked about that before, so.
And Supervisor, that, in my opinion, that would be included in the small business / nonprofit support.
Right, yeah, our economic, a small business nonprofit,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, that's good. I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, so let's.
All right, so we'll start with Ken Payne.
Okay.
Because he's not even in the state, I believe. I believe he's.
Oh.
He looks too tan to be in California.
I can guess where he might be, but go ahead, Ken. You don't have to identify it.
Geez, Don, I was going to say kind words. Thank you, Chairman Hoyle, members of the board. I appreciate the time and effort. This has been quite a process for us to go through this. I'm here to talk about the investments in the water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. Kim, is it okay if I pull up a PowerPoint real quick? It'll go over some of the criteria and process we did. A fairly quick overview of what we did. I want to echo Don's perspective on how we decide for projects. It's a policy decision by the board on how we want to move forward with projects. And so, the projects that we have before us are what were submitted, what I believe were fair projects, and it's really up to you to decide when you want to move forward with these. We did look for the best use for long-term perspective on this, and so it's always important for that. So the criteria that we had, I don't know, can you see my PowerPoint now?
Yep.
Okay, so we did this. We went through a process, broad range of projects. The interim rule was fairly specific on water, wastewater projects being eligible for certain federal programs like the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. So the projects that we identified that were related to water, wastewater had to meet those kind of criteria. The U.S. Treasury also highlighted eligible projects, the lead replacement project, CyberNet, green infrastructure and projects that assisted communities that have in need. We also took it a step further for the necessary investments, and referring to the projects that we have as investments for our community, and related to the level of service that we could maximize the dollars that, like Don said, this rare opportunity to use these dollars. So in July, we actually called for a workshop with the water resources entities that we dealt with, not only the water purveyors, but some of the NGOs and some of the environmental groups, some of the CSDs, a broad band of groups that we have been dealing with over the last 5 years, and had a workshop, invited them to the workshop to participate. We established other criteria based off the input that the board provided in with conversations with the county staff, including Don and his staff. We were looking at the total budget, the annual, the amount requested. Did the projects provide regional benefits, include partnerships? Did they benefit the outlying other county areas? Did the projects have, what was the status of the project? Is it shovel ready, or were we trying to go for construction, or was it a planning project, or is it addressing a problem that has recurring issues? And of course, we had to meet the minimum requirements, the ARPA requirements. The funding status too of the project, were there alternative funding sources? Was it a project that has continued to recur or come up on capital improvement plans, but was always losing out because of competition for general fund needs? Did the project obligate the county or the entity into long-term O&M needs, and how were they going to pay for those? Did it provide regional economic benefits? And was it supplemental? Did they identify any supplement to local dollars, particularly in the rural areas? This money just kind of give that little kick so that the agency could move forward with the projects that they've been planning for. So our call for water resource projects, we had certain criteria. Each of the entities submitted projects, a project or projects, and they were due by August 6th to our office, and they followed for certain criteria that we mentioned before. Wanted to make sure that they understood when they submitted a project, it does not guarantee funding. The water resources projects and stormwater projects we were focusing in on. And every project that was submitted was subject to further evaluation and prioritization by the county in collaboration with the agency. And with regards to the 15-year outlook that Don had mentioned, we wanted to make sure that the projects that were submitted were at least identified in the Water Resource Development Management Plan or the West Slope Stormwater Resources Plan that the water agency had adopted as policy documents on a county-wide water resources plan. And we were also looking for projects that had the highest community needs. So the project list that you have before us, we were looking at $9.62 million, which is a little over 25% of the money that was allocated to the county, a pretty significant amount. The total request we received was a little short of 24 million. We thought the $9.6 million project was kind of the maximum recommendation that we would give to the Board of Soups for consideration. And even in those projects, we developed these tiers, lack of a better term, tiers on how to prioritize the projects for consideration of phasing, like Don was saying earlier, that there's no rush for some of the projects, but because of the time frame you have, depending on tier 1 and 2, 3, and 4, and 5, we had 5 tiers. You could make a decision now on some of these projects. Some of the long-term projects are in the first tier. And so these are the ones that are listed here. We have the Fairgrounds project, Rubicon Tank project, Lower Meeks Bay Pressure Reducing Station, Slide Park Intertie, Outingdale Dam Rehabilitation Project, the South Upper Truckee Erosion Control Project, clear well booster pump station, and a reservoir lining. So as you can see, they're with various agencies within the county. The Fairgrounds project is a project that we were looking to get shovel ready that would address some of the recurring long-term flooding issues and water quality issues that are associated with the fairgrounds. And it was one of those projects that we all recognize there is a need. It's a regional facility. It was a collaboration to look at this and prepare a feasibility study with the city of Placerville, El Dorado County, and the water agency. And so what we're looking at now is some basically a design level to prepare it for a shovel-ready project so that we can pursue grant funding. A lot of the grant funding associated with water resources nowadays is looking for shovel-ready projects. So we put that as a high priority. It was one of the projects that didn't have sources of funding, a dedicated sources of funding like a water rate or a connection fee or something like that was associated with it. The Rubicon project is a project that would take us through construction. The Lower Meeks, the Slide Park, and the Addingdale projects, those are projects to prepare to pursue grants also for construction or for implementation itself, i.e. for design. And these were projects that were viewed as fairly high priority that served a lot of higher volumes of population within the area. The Addingdale project specifically was identified because of its isolation and as a rural community out there, subject to its vulnerability during droughts. Even these past years, EID has been managing the Addingdale community with the loss of water, or loss of access to water. And we're afraid that's going to be recurring as we go through longer and longer drought periods. And then the remaining projects, the South Upper Truckee Erosion Control Project and the Clearwell and the Reservoir Lining projects were projects that would go through construction and implementation. That would actually be putting things in place. The largest project that we have on the list is the Clearwell and Booster Pump Station rehabilitation for Grizzly Flat CSD. I do want to make it clear that these were projects, particularly for Grizzly Flats, were identified prior to the Caldor fire. So these are needs that we had before the fire, and they still exist today. It's associated with aging infrastructure and loss of pressure and loss of reliability of their facilities. So the booster pump station, and consolidation of that pump station, and putting some controls in there are something that community has been struggling with to try to even design and build for itself, because it is the common problem of the small rural area trying to pay for large infrastructure. So again, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to ask for some money to move forward with that project. Grizzly Flats does have about $500,000 set aside for that. That may change because of the reserve funds declining that they've been using because of the Caldor fire right now. And that's something that we'll have to work out with them as we move forward with that. So the reservoir lining project is a long-standing project. Leaks, it's a plastic liner basically that they have to replace in there. So that first tier is about $5.3 million. The second tier we have is some projects that the Tahoe City PUD, 2 projects with them, and then Georgetown Divide PUD. Those include the Rubicon Wells backup power project and the Westlake Tahoe Regional Water Treatment Plant. Those projects would prepare the project to pursue grants for construction and implementation. Again, trying to get these large projects shovel ready. A lot of these small communities, we have to make that investment to get it to the design phase, through the design phase, to get them ready for grant opportunities. That has been a recurring problem that I've discovered in dealing with the county, particularly in the small areas. I was trying to prepare, to go ask for money, and understanding the process that you have to get the project to a certain stage to be able to capture those funds in there. And so this is our first opportunity to even take advantage of of that process itself. So those two projects are add up to about 200 and 500, 700,000 each. For the Georgetown Divide PUD project, the controls, that's the water system controls the system. That's kind of a look at, it's a planning level project, $50,000 to go through the first phase of some of the needs they have on assessing some of their facilities and helping us prioritize some reliability on their aging infrastructure out there. This is a question that we as the water agency, Georgetown, has been asking us for some funding assistance to look at that. We've been asking this question, asking for them to do an assessment of their infrastructure and help prioritize it before we would make additional investments in there. So this is a good opportunity for that. Those three projects take us into tier 2, and the combined total with tier 1 would be about $6 million, a little over $6 million. And then the third tier is the Pioneer Trail. This is not a wastewater project. It's an erosion project. This is a construction project up in the hill. A lot of it's due to some of the changed conditions, some of the improvements that have been done there that have caused some erosion and and water declining of water quality in that area was important on a water resource basis. When we first were introduced to the project, it was a struggle to figure out how to even get it off its ground to try to find funding for this type of project, because it doesn't fit any category that we've encountered on traditional water resources projects like this. So, and then and with that project in tier 3, that takes us to 7.6 million. And then the Tahoe Cedars distribution improvements, that's a series of improvements for Tahoe City PUD. That adds another 2 million to take us up to the 9.62 million request. That's dealing with pressure problems, water pressure problems, and small lines, dealing with fire flow vulnerabilities that area has within the El Dorado County portion of their water district. And so that's an actual construction project, a portion of a construction project. They have a larger budget of 25 million to encompass their entire service area, but we're looking at the areas within El Dorado County. That county actually straddles both, that water district actually straddles El Dorado County and Placer County. So we always have to be careful where we're spending our money on them. And they've been careful on this request to make sure that the request that we have is within the El Dorado County areas. The remaining projects in tiers 5, 6, and 7 are other projects. They're large projects, fairly large projects. They're taking us up to $23-24 million. And at this point, unless there's extra money available, and we're already at a 25% mark on our request there, made a decision not to include those in this request at this time, unless the board or unless there's other discussions that follow. But we have time to address those and have those discussions at a future time if funding is available. So that's basically the projects that we have. This is the rest of the that takes us up to the $24 million projects. I have descriptions on each of these projects, unless the board wants to go through each of those. I think the staff report, those already summarized in there. We've all had a long day, so I won't do that to us. So unless you have questions, that's concluding my presentation. I'd be glad to entertain any questions you have.
Questions from the board?
So Ken, if you were to maybe not do all the tiers in that proposal, because it's quite a large amount, which tiers do you think are the most significant that we get do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're all tired because I understand what you're saying. So,
That's awesome.
I'm going to go back to what Don had said. We have time, and some of these projects are design projects, and I would strongly recommend tier 1 and tier 2.
Okay.
And tier 2, a little bit less emphasis, but I think those are important projects. Particularly Georgetown, we just need to get them going on getting so that we can address some of their aging infrastructure issues. And Tahoe City, they're just like the rest of it, they're struggling on there. So those 2 projects in tier 2 are really trying to get them to a position so that we can help them pursue and apply for grants in there. The tiers 3, 4, and 5, we can come back to those at a later time.
Yeah.
Like Don said, if there's projects don't spend their money and there's an opportunity and one of these surfaces up as a higher priority, we can address that at that time.
Okay, no, that's good feedback, because we might want to have some flexibility there and keep those on the back burner perhaps. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm hesitant to program all the funding today. It would be nice to perhaps reserve some. You never know what the needs are going to be. And so I think I'd like your recommendation, Ken, to perhaps approve, the first 2 tiers and leave some for a rainy day.
Yeah, and I agree. And I agree with you, because Grizzly Flats really need it right now. So
yeah,
we don't know what all the needs
Right,
may be.
exactly.
So Ken, I'm going to ask what I think is a tougher question. Most of these agencies are ratepayer funded agencies. And I guess my question is, what assurance do we have that the ratepayers, wherever they may be, aren't also going to be subjected to additional costs? You have ratepayers as part of the funding that's additional. But if we're stepping up to take care of water projects that are in ratepayer districts, how do we know this isn't double dipping somehow? How do we know that there's accountability? That's the part I struggle with.
That's part of the reporting process that we have to go through during this entire process. That's an excellent question. That's why we were so structured on our questionnaire. The questionnaire that we provided, I have a link for it, but we needed to understand. We went through, and I have to commend our consultant Stantec, went through all the CIPs and looked at how they were structured. I went through the CIPs too to look how they were structured. We wanted to make sure that, like you said, that we're not trying to supplement rates or some other programs on there. A good example are the projects with EID. Some of these projects are so far out that they weren't included in their original CIP, in the funding portion of the CIP. They were identified needs, but they weren't included in the funding portion. So, and that serves a very large population. 2/3 of EID's customers are particularly on that intertie. And we just experienced why that project's so important to a vast population of the county. So yes, that's part of the reporting. We don't want to make sure that we're not double counting. We also have to monitor it so that this is a federal fund, so we can't use the federal funds for matching funds on federal grants. That goes back to your previous agenda item on that. So it's not just cutting a check out or giving an open door to them. There are some restrictions and some monitoring that we will be doing on behalf of the county on these projects. And we're experienced in this, and
Let me give you an example. Suppose Grizzly Flats CSD gets somehow a big boost of funds, right? Somebody donates money, whatever it is, right? And we've already allocated a certain amount of money to go to that. I just want to make sure that there's an adjustment there, that we're not going to be enriching a district because they got an additional donation from somebody, a source of funding that we weren't aware of. And now we've just solved the problem, plus made a given community wealthier than the other communities that didn't get anything. So, or organizations. It's the balancing of this that's so difficult.
And I'm going to flip that around, that if that happens, then that money ought to be deducted from the ARPA funding, and it goes back into the pot. And that's probably a good
I'm not sure
scenario
we can
for
do that,
some of
can
us.
we?
But excuse me. So with Grizzly Flats, we're using that as an example. We were very careful not to double count the requests that we have that we're currently requesting through Cal OES or from FEMA. These projects are separate from the funds that we were asking under those grants. That is a very touchy game when you're asking for money from different pots that you're not double counting, and that includes your pot. So.
And I would just add, Supervisor Heidel, one of the thoughts, and I didn't share this at the beginning, is as much as possible, the county would provide these funds to the appropriate agency on a reimbursement basis. So if the board said today, we want to allocate funding for tier 1 and tier 2.
Yes.
And then it came back that Grizzly Flat got $500,000 and $500,000 was in tier 1, we could revisit that and say, no, you've got this other money for that project. We're not going to give you more.
Yeah.
So that would be one check and balance to prevent what you're talking about from
But
happening.
once we've issued the money, you probably can't have it refunded, right?
Correct. It will be difficult to get back
Right.
for sure.
Yeah.
But I want to put a caveat on my statement about a reimbursement basis. Some of these projects are so big and some of our districts are so small, they may not have enough cash to put it all up front. So
Understand.
there's going to be some more discussion in that area.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's pretty tight accountability on this because it could get to the point where we're accused of giving monies that, basically make one district much better off than another district who didn't get anything because of multiple sources of revenue. So, all right, that's good. Okay, I think we're ready to go on to the next presenter.
Thank you, Ken.
Then next will be broadband and with Kyle and Diane.
Okay.
Diane's on Zoom, I believe.
Yep.
There she is.
Good afternoon, Board. Kyle Lindland, Economic Development. I'll be handing it to Diane here in a second, but this is just a follow-up from our August 24th broadband item that we had where we got some subsequent feedback from the EDA, which is why the $10 million to the $5 million ask is there. They advised us on a project that would not fit their scope or advised that it wouldn't be very attractive to them. So the Tahoe one is, we're going to apply for that one. And then this design and engineering concept, which Dan will talk about, is what the ask is for, essentially, to help leverage us for other grant funds. So with that, I'll hand it off to Diane and she'll speak.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see all of you. So I'm going to give an update on the broadband funding opportunities and our recommendations. And as Kyle mentioned, the ask is for $5 million to do the final design and engineering for the densely populated areas and the priority areas that were identified in the broadband plan. I'm going to give you some other updates on other activities that are underway so that hopefully you can see how this fits in with the grand scheme of things. There's not only the ARPA funding that is available and earmarked for broadband, but there are also other pools of money that could be leveraged. And so what I'm going to be talking about is not only the design and engineering piece, but then how it fits in with everything else that is happening and going on and the overall strategy and roadmap that was completed a few years ago. All right. So as Kyle mentioned, we were going to continue to leverage the EDA program to build upon the success that we have already seen for the Cool, Garden Valley, and Georgetown areas. As you may recall, we received an EDA grant to build out middle mile infrastructure for those three areas. And we were encouraged to apply again and perhaps target the South Lake Tahoe area. The previous targeted grant funding was 10 million, and they came back after we sort of ran the idea by them to try to target a $5 to $6 million project. And with that project, we were looking at using TOT monies and as match. There's a 20% match requirement from the county or from other stakeholders. And so we went back to the team and identified other routes that would fit in with more of the targeted project of a $5 to $6 million amount. Let me finish that. There we go. So the original project that we were looking at is on the left here, and it identified as many commercial parcels as possible, and it was about a $10 million project. We've revised this to include other parts that are in the county in addition to commercial parcels within the South Lake Tahoe area and within the city. And we were able to scale the project down to a $6 million project. And we actually were able to target more parcels than what we had previously targeted. So we'll continue to pursue that and continue to refine that project, working with the Tahoe Prosperity Group and the other stakeholders in the area. But that's what we're looking at right now. And we will be most likely applying for funding very soon. The window has opened with EDA. And so we want to take advantage of that opportunity.
Those are all last mile projects, right? It's not middle mile stuff.
Yeah, so technically, this is a middle mile project.
It is. Okay.
Yeah. EDA will fund middle mile projects, and they will fund infrastructure in the public right of way. They will typically not fund the cost to build from the right of way or the street to the home or business that's located on private property. So we're aligning the project with their funding. So this is technically a middle mile project, but we will, work with the private sector to provide last mile services to these parcels.
The state would fund the middle mile projects, if I recall. Is that correct?
So this is a little bit, so EDA will fund middle mile projects. So this is an EDA project. The state.
The last mile.
Oh, go ahead.
The previous presentation, my understanding was that the state was going to fund the middle mile stuff, which is the major trunks. And then the particular agencies of interest had to fund the last mile, getting it to the homes, getting it to the businesses.
Yes, that's somewhat correct. It's maybe the definition of middle mile is where, we've always had trouble in this industry. You're correct. The state of California is going to fund middle mile projects, which are essentially connecting communities with fiber along, they'll try to parallel the highway. Right. They'll fund, large, long distance middle mile projects. And this works then hand in glove with that initiative where we're taking it just a little bit further into the community, but we can't fund the drop fiber located on private property through the EDA program. But this is working, I guess, from a strategic standpoint, it works well with what the state of California is doing in funding their middle mile. EDA is calling this a middle mile project because they won't fund the private property fiber connection.
Thank you for that clarification. So there's two forms of middle mile, so to speak. There's state funded, and then there's the more local, regional, whatever. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I thought it was called like the backbone or something at one point too. The state part was the backbone. So I don't know. We got a lot of parts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that all of the parts are coming together.
That is very good news. Yes. Thank you, Diane.
Yes. But that's a good question. So this works well with what the state is planning to do, where they will, fund the fiber to be built to this area. And what this EDA program is doing is it's getting closer to the parcels within the communities. The second recommendation, and this is actually the recommendation for use of your ARPA local COVID relief funding, is just as Ken had mentioned with the water projects, with broadband projects, you need to get these to final design and engineering stage so that you can apply for grant funding to build out and construct these broadband projects. So we are asking the board to consider completing the final design and engineering for the densely populated areas and then the priority areas that were identified in the broadband plan. And the cost of that is $5 million. And what it will do is it will further prepare the county for additional grant funding opportunities. So a large part of the state of California's $6 billion is the middle mile. There's other funding that's available through the state for last mile services. But again, most of the projects are middle mile. We wouldn't be providing design and engineering for that. This is for design and engineering of last mile fiber to the home services to most of the households within the county. And then in addition to the state's funding for broadband, there's the capital infrastructure bill that is part of the ARPA program. There's still $65 billion that's being discussed in the infrastructure bill for broadband, but there's a lot of money that's coming. And so the stars are all aligning, if you will, for you to potentially make a huge, significant improvement in broadband services by leveraging the private sector in grant funding that's available. What we would recommend in terms of timing is we would recommend starting with the priority areas. And these are areas that have very little broadband, if any, and complete the design and engineering for those areas, and then target those to align with other funding programs that are coming available for last mile services or fiber to the home services. And I think we talked last time, there was discussion about for some of the very rural areas in the county that there could be a consideration of use of technology such as satellite or wireless technology. And I think that that is a good strategy for the county to consider. One of the other recommendations that we talked about last time is to start putting together a speed test campaign to refute some of the federal and state maps that are showing areas that are served. And this is underway. The county has hired a company to conduct a speed test campaign, and that data that will be received from that speed test campaign will help us even further in applying for grant funding.
When will that data be available? Is that a 6-month project, 3 months? Give me just a general idea.
So Kyle, you probably can answer that better than I could, but I believe that we'll have that data within 30 to 60 days.
The contract's being reviewed right now with
Okay,
county
but it's
council
short
and
term,
IT.
30 to 60
yeah.
days is short term.
So once we execute that contract, we'll start marketing
Okay.
that effort.
All right, good.
Is that going to
That's
be
good.
countywide?
Yep.
Including Tahoe, because we already
Yeah,
had a
the
speed
whole-
test up there.
I think we'll try to
TPC.
incorporate some of that data.
Okay.
From talking to TPC,
Right.
or maybe if folks can participate as well in that one. I mean,
Yeah.
the more
yeah,
data, the better.
I mean, it's probably going to be the same. We haven't
Yeah.
had any increase in speed up there. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then, as I mentioned, there's other pools of money in the ARPA funding. You could further invest in priority areas. The rules are just being announced for the capital infrastructure funding. That is another source in the American Rescue Plan Act. And so I think all of these activities are aligning so that you could leverage as much grant funding as possible, leverage the program, the EDA program. And then the idea is to work with the private sector to provide last mile services in a public-private partnership fashion. So this is just, I hope, hopefully this is also familiar to you all. We identified the priority areas. Those are areas where there's a significant amount of population that have very little broadband services. And so we would target the design and engineering for these areas first, so that we would be ready to go for the other grant programs that are available. And then we would finish the densely populated areas, and those included Cameron Park, Diamond Springs, El Dorado Hills, Placerville, and Shingle Springs. And as I mentioned, the idea here is to then issue an RFP for a public-private partnership where you may select one or several providers to provide services, internet services to homes and businesses in the densely populated and priority areas, and then seek additional funding in terms of capital contribution towards that effort. And with that, you should be able to implement a significant amount of the plan that was prepared a few years back. So that is what I have. What questions do you have?
Anyone on board? I think you covered the
Yeah,
basis for us.
it's
Thank
pretty
you, Diane. Very,
straightforward.
very
Thank
good
you.
presentation. Good summary.
This is great.
It's exciting to talk
Yep.
about all this.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, the
It really
timing,
is.
we got ahead of the broadband
Way
thing, and I
ahead.
think that puts us in a really good position. And if we get all the design and engineering work done,
Yeah.
we're going to be at the top of the list, I believe, in receiving grant monies because we're ready to go, equivalent to shovel ready or something of that type. And that's important in that grant application process. So,
Yeah, you know, money flowing for broadband. so
yes.
Yeah. when
Positioning
speaking-
ourselves well.
We did. We positioned ourselves very well. Thank you, Diane, and to the entire group, the broadband
Yes.
group, because,
Yeah.
you know, in talking to CSAC and talking to other counties, we're way ahead of the curve.
Way ahead.
So it's-
We were proactive in this whole area, I believe. and
That's kind of the
it's
theme
gonna pay
today. El
dividends.
Dorado County is, you know, really getting that, we got it
Good work
going
to the ad hoc
on.
committee. Yeah, way to go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Diane.
Thanks, Diane. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll continue with Kyle and his team on the small business nonprofit
All
support.
right.
Hello again, board. So economic development has been leading the business protection work group since our CAO created this when the pandemic began, and we've been meeting consistently since the beginning of the pandemic. Just a reminder, the group consists of the El Dorado County Chamber, the El Dorado Hills Chamber, South Lake Tahoe Chamber of Commerce, Tahoe Prosperity, Golden Sierra Job Training Agency, El Dorado Community Foundation, and both the city of Placerville and the city of South Lake Tahoe. And we've had participation from all groups like throughout the last year and a half. It's been amazing. And many of them are here today. I know Cleve was here earlier, but he had to take off for another meeting. So, today we're here to discuss the request of the allocation of the ARPA funds to continue support of our county small businesses and nonprofit community. Our working group has continually stressed the fact that small businesses and nonprofits are the backbone of our economy. And it's our honor to advocate for them and seek support to keep them in business, providing critical services to the county. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Bill Roby, who's going to present the slides from the group as they did administer the last program and help put us together the logistics of this one. So, Bill.
Thank you. It's almost good evening, supervisors.
Yeah, getting close.
I'm reminded today how thankful I am that the board is, this foundation is 2-hour meeting. So I have great empathy for you sitting there a long time. I'm not sure how I move the slides forward. Up, this must be it. Okay, that's okay. I'll walk you through it.
Kim, I believe attachment E, Kim, small business retention slides.
So my presentation really focuses on process. And as we do that, I'll give you a quick Caldor fire update. So we're nearing $4 million in total donations.
Wow.
So we have executed about 2 million at this point. About 1.5 of that is for individual assistance to individuals that have been directly impacted either by the fire or the mandatory evacuations. And as Supervisor Turnbow knows, who has me on his speed dial, we're doing a lot of work around that South County area right now. And a lot of work with the 2 organizations, Sue and South Lake Tahoe as well, especially Tahoe Magic.
That's incredible, Bill. Incredible.
Yeah, you've done a great job, Bill.
It's, you know, I work with an amazing team of 6 other individuals. And as we all know, it's an amazing, generous community that we live in. So the grant process, and this is really what I'm going to run you through, is, you know, why have a grant process for small business? And it's really to address a couple of particular sectors, lacking adequate access to capital, lacking access to broadband connection, and largely concentrated in industries that are most vulnerable to pandemic effects. And we see that across the spectrum, especially when we're in a community that's really built on a lot of people moving through the community on the way to Tahoe. A lot of the small businesses really are directed towards that. In the South Lake Tahoe area, they're almost primarily hospitality oriented. So we had a lot of impact on the small business throughout the coronavirus pandemic. When go on to the second one, there we go. Stage 1, the research and protocol development. And this is how the foundation is engaged with the small business retention workforce, is to research and disseminate to them the criteria for formulation in accordance to the American Rescue Act, provide what benefits would be provided to the small businesses during the CARES Act. So what did we provide previously, which was a year ago in August? And what were the outcomes of that grant making, which if you don't recollect, it was 5 million that went back out. And then we create a grant protocol. So we work with the Small Business Retention Work Group as the back end office. We facilitate the design of the application and help them in the review process. So you'll see in this next slide, this is the research we did on the dissemination criteria for the American Rescue Plan of 2021, and what are the allowable factors for a small business grant process. And I'm not going to go into those individually. Provide in the next slide, this is the benefits that were provided in 2020 under the CARE Act's funding. There were 280 local small businesses that received grants. And the amount of appreciation that was expressed by these small business owners was astounding. It was not unusual for people to come by the foundation receiving their grant check, sometimes almost in tears, because this is what was really their lifeline during, we were just coming out of the lockdown. They were really trying to get their feet back underneath them again. The average grant amount was just over $17,000. Out of those 280 small businesses that were supported through your process, we know of only 4 that folded, that closed their doors. And that's an amazing percentage of return on your investment, providing that funding back to the small businesses. So that's a 1.4 failure rate. And for any ROI, that's a pretty good rate of return. The timeline of the grant process is created with a Small Business Retention Work Group. The application is created. And one of the new things that we've learned during the Caldor fire is creating video tutorial. So it's not enough for us just to put out a grant application to the community. By providing a tutorial, we walk them through the application process. That we did not do in this first round of 5 million. We fielded a lot of phone calls, many hundreds of phone calls, helping companies and small businesses walk through their application process. Marketing the grant. In that first round, we relied heavily on the Chamber of Commerce's, and also there was a lot of door-to-door that I personally did, going to small business to make sure they are aware of this. In this round, we're looking at a whole different process of coverage across the spectrum of El Dorado County, and paying particular attention up on the divide in the South County area, which may have lacked that information in that first round. So we have plans to secure digital and print media buys for all of El Dorado County, and also target specific areas within the county. So you'll see those areas in the South County and the North County that we'll be targeting individually as well. The review process, we try to make that as easy as possible for the Small Business Retention Work Group. We are, again, the back end office. We provide them with the data so they have a clear understanding of what they're looking at, where the applications are coming from. Any requests that will come to us, that can we divide these by zip code? Can we provide them by street location? How many are hospitality oriented? How many are restaurant? We can provide that data just by how we can assimilate this through our management system at the foundation. What we do is grant making. This is our wheelhouse. So it's easy for us to go through this process and provide them that detailed information that they need to make a good, sound decision. And then it goes through the notification process. And this is something that's very big with us at the foundation, is how we notify prospective grantees that are going to receive a grant, and that they're acknowledging that, and they're acknowledging also an obligation they have to notify us how they're spending the money and if there is a problem in the process. When we first looked at this back in August of 2020, we realized at that moment in time, we were coming out of the lockdown. A lot of businesses have lost their clientele, and the purpose that this board put forward, that 5 million, was to strengthen the small business community of El Dorado County. And I think we can all agree that with all your jurisdictions, these are the people that are the backbone of our community. They're the ones that hold us in place. And there's a new danger that's now starting to arise for them. And that is cancellation of their business fire insurance. So we have been notified just in the last week of 2 businesses that are going to be losing their fire insurance and having to go to the California Fair Plan. If we start to see this across the spectrum of small businesses in El Dorado County, we're going to have a big problem because they're not going to be able to survive without financial assistance. So this is going to weigh heavily on them. So we know that the 2 that we're aware of are in Pollock Pines. And if you look at the moratorium that was established by the state of California, it's on homeowners. It doesn't include a business. So we do have to be ready to address this need because it's going to become critical. When you're operating on a very small margin, there's not a lot of room there for error. So as a foundation, we're very concerned. And I'm sure the Business Protection Work Group as well. In doing a round of funding, providing this sort of financial assistance to the small business community, that is just the first step. The second step is to provide them an educational process. And that we would like to engage with the chambers in providing them some expertise, bringing in people that are tax experts and small business taxes, experts in social media to explain how they market their companies, experts in merchandising, so that we can just not provide them the funding, but also help to grow their capacity. We grow their capacity, we grow their revenue stream, we grow their revenue stream, the more income comes into El Dorado County. That was in a nutshell. I did that pretty fast. So.
Bill, I have a question for you.
Sure.
I've been very concerned, and I did a lot of outreach to and connected Kyle with community centers and nonprofits because they were heavily impacted by having to close, couldn't have their fundraisers, but yet they still had to pay their bills, and fire insurance was a big one. So I really want to make sure that they are connected with this funding also, because they are such a hub in our communities. And some of them, I mean, I heard stories of people, they took their own stimulus checks to pay those bills, you know, their personal money, and because they had to shut down. So I just want to make sure that those nonprofits that are so important out there in the communities, especially the more remote rural areas, get connected with some funds. And your presentation was so focused on small business, and that's important, don't get me wrong, but I just feel like these little community centers get overlooked, and I don't want them to.
Yeah, but when I look at the sector of small business, I include most of the nonprofit community within that. So that's my bias in how I use that language. Nonprofits accounted for less than 2% of the grant process that was completed last August.
Yes.
And the reason why that occurred was because of the PPP. So the funding was coming out of that allowed them continue to provide services for the community. Plus, you also had a slightly decrease in individuals seeking those nonprofit services. So as the lockdown was occurring, people are afraid to be in an office space or be in a one-on-one situation. We saw our nonprofit communities not serving the amount of clientele that they were previously serving in the year prior to that. The PPP loans came along, bailed out a lot of the nonprofits. we're still in a situation where they're not able to really fully successfully have fundraisers. And now we're starting to see a rise in the number of clients who are seeking services, especially behavioral health. And so we're out of equilibrium. We're going to have a lot more nonprofits applying for assistance this time around.
That would be my guess too.
The foundation is also supplying financial support to the nonprofits. And that is why we're basically here as a foundation, is to support the nonprofit community. So we're paying very close attention to those. During the coronavirus pandemic, we've lost one in the county, and that was Windows to My Soul. We have a couple that are teetering that we need to prop up and continue to support. And especially around the area of behavioral health. That is undoubtedly going to be a big focus of our funding this next year.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, go ahead, Wendy.
First of all, big thanks to the working group. You've been working just incredibly hard on this, and thank you for wrapping your heads around the needs of our community and recommending this path forward. Couple of comments. Has your group talked about at all weighting the applications this time to those that didn't receive funding this last time? Has there been any discussion on that?
I'm always reluctant to speak for a group as just one member, but I would say I would think they would be open to that.
Okay,
I think
don't
when
know if
you're
it's a good idea
doing
or not,
grant
but-
making, that is just always a good criteria to see who you funded before, what was the outcome, and do you provide additional funding?
Yeah, just food for thought on that.
Yeah,
I don't know
you
if
always
it's a good
want to
idea or
look
not,
at
but-
maybe who you missed.
Right, exactly. And I know that the application, the criteria will be different this time than last time because the needs are different.
Yeah.
Last time, there was a stipulation on the criteria that awardees needed to remain in business for 60 days after the grant or they had to pay it back. Is there any thought on having that kind of stipulation in this round and maybe a longer period of time? Since things are more stable, things were so in flux last time.
I would say yes
Yeah.
to that. I would, as a foundation, we would want them to be able to execute that grant over a 12-year. I mean, not 12 years.
12 years.
So
That is a
12
big
years.
change.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it feels like it's been about 12 years. 12 months.
Okay.
So a year.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
And then last.
Typically our grants go for one cycle, not 12 years.
And then last, just more food for thought that perhaps going forward, it might be really nice for Carla to work with the foundation to tell our story going forward, because I want folks to know that the county is behind our small businesses. This money has come from the county, and we're in partnership with the foundation and the working group, but that we're a partner with them, because so often we get a bad rap, and want folks to know that we're there for them, that we value their small businesses and their nonprofits. And
I think that's something we did a really good job of communicating this last round, that the foundation is acting as a facilitator. We're not the determining, it's the people that represent them,
It's
the
a
Chamber of
partnership,
Commerce's,
Yeah.
and other businesses that are advocates.
I want the community to know that we've got their back too on this, because
Yeah,
this
we
is an
will.
important
Yeah.
sign of that.
There's,
So-
we have learned that not only through the small business retention grants that have occurred, but during the Caldor fire, it has been a phenomenal relationship with the county. It has been a constant communication. And we're so appreciative of that. It just makes us so much more effective in our grant making and in distributing the funds into the community when we are coordinated.
And we so
And I
appreciate
keep-
you being boots on the ground and making
Yep.
that happen.
I
Bill,
keep
when-
hearing from the
with our
other community
chambers.
foundations that were much further ahead than they were at this point in time.
Yeah.
We couldn't do this without you and our
Right.
chambers. So thank you so much.
I want to add a clarifying statement. These are federal funds that the county has the privilege of distributing. So
True,
It's not
true.
county money per se.
no.
We have the
I always say it's
responsibility to
it's
distribute it.
taxpayers'
So
money.
It's taxpayer funds, but we are.
taxpayer
Yeah.
funds.
The county values them and is allocating
Absolutely.
to support our
Absolutely.
small business and our nonprofits because they
Yes.
are a valued part of our community.
And it's the
Exactly.
same way as we look at donor funds. It's not our funding that we're giving out. It's somebody that's a donor of ours that we're distributing money on their behalf. So we're very responsible, whether you're a donor or you're a taxpayer.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, and I totally understand, Bill. There's so many small businesses who were impacted by this, you know, during that particular time, especially, you know, mine was off almost 50% because all my customers and clients were all seniors. Well, seniors don't have their cars worked on. They go anywhere, you know, because of the pandemic. So, but there was a lot of other businesses, the same thing. They were very highly impacted and stuff. So anyway, thank you for all you're doing. You've done a great
You're
job.
welcome. It's really an honor.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, in regards to the small business nonprofit support one, just please make sure you note the recommendation in the staff report. While it's 4.1 million,
yeah.
the recommendation is to, from that, allocate about 813,000 for the fairgrounds, which is a nonprofit. And Jody Gray is on the line if you have any questions, but my thought in that is they were definitely impacted by COVID. There's a lot of infrastructure needs on the fairground that need to be met. So that Jody is here to answer any questions if you have. Her and I did talk. She did agree that it could be on a reimbursement basis as needed. And the thought was the Fair Association would identify their infrastructure projects and come back to the board, to your board, with recommendations of how to spend that money. So,
are there any other large nonprofits that you're aware of at this point? I mean, there's a lot of nonprofits out there I'm sure are going to be in that mix, but
yeah, you know, my opinion, and I could be wrong. I've talked to a couple of them, the larger ones, actually fared okay during the pandemic because they were sophisticated and they had the resources to go get other funding that was available. I'm thinking primarily of the Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Yes,
they seem to do okay. The smaller ones struggled.
Yeah.
With it for
El
sure.
Dorado Community Hall was one of them that struggled a lot because they were going out and getting people to help them just pay their bills, electricity and stuff. And so it was a big struggle for them to even survive. And luckily, they're still there, believe it or not. So.
And as Mr. Ashton pointed out, a lot of the larger nonprofits have reserves. And that's something that we encourage that they have is at least 8 to 10 months of operational reserve on standby. And a lot of the nonprofits have endowments with us. And throughout the coronavirus, we let them know if they needed to pull money from their endowments as a loan, we would grant them that wish. So we want to
Very
make
good.
sure that they stay stable in the
and
community.
Jody's welcome to speak if she needs to, but I think knowing it's in there is a major piece of that.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks a lot, Bill.
Yeah.
I do. I wanted to say a couple things. One is I really appreciated hearing the fair in the water agency, because actually Don and I have talked about the two largest issues that we probably have at the fairgrounds are asphalt, which hasn't been completely redone probably since it was built. We patched it a lot. And then of course the drainage and the water problem. And as I talked to Don earlier, those were two things that I thought were very important. Besides that, we have other things that, like, as Don said, if I could come back to you with some better figures, I have some ideas right now if you wanted to hear, but we could definitely do it later. And as you know, we came in starting this pandemic with a pretty good reserve and had to use it for keeping the fairgrounds alive for a year and a half without funding or without events and missing 2 fairs. Even with the fire camp this year, we're still going to be about $100,000 under what we expected to end our year with if we would have had our fair.
I think we'll defer that discussion in detail to a later date, Jody, given the hour and stuff, but appreciate your willingness to step up and help us understand that better, because we definitely want to support the fairgrounds and all the necessary resources as much as possible, because that's a major attribute of our county. And I think a lot of people really enjoy it. And so we'll try to keep that happening.
They provide a lot of support to our community. So we
They do
certainly
in any
recognize
number
your
of
value.
ways, hosting events, et cetera, et cetera. So yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is environmental management. Go through a couple slides.
Mark is back. Wow.
much
What
fun
time this
today.
morning was that?
Except this time it's good afternoon, Roy.
Yeah, right.
Whereas everybody with COVID has had slowdowns in businesses, the Union Mine wastewater treatment plant has not. We have gone from our initial permit limit was 10,000 gallons a day. Later on, it went to 16,000 gallons. And now we had eventually get an approval from the water board for 20,000 gallons. Everything we're asking for is to basically support the Union Mine wastewater treatment plant. If you're not familiar with this wastewater treatment plant, it is part of the major infrastructures for the county. If anybody lives on the west slope and has a septic system, chances are your septic is going to that site to be processed. We have 7 different asks we are asking for a total of roughly $27,430,000. We realize we will not get that.
Okay.
That's a given. Based on the CAO's recommendation for $2.6 million, that would take care of our number 1 project and priority. That would be the new headworks. Based on the timing where we have right now, I'd just like to go through that really quickly, then just skip through the other 6 very quickly. Essentially, the headworks is where septic comes into the system. The system we currently have. Oh, got the slides going.
You want
So-
slide 1, slide 2, where do you want to go?
There we go. That's perfect.
Okay.
This is the current system being installed after being retrofitted. This is where the septic comes in the system, where it's offloaded on the trucks. It has large screw drives and grit chambers that separate the material out. Grit is just what it sounds like. It's grit. And it's just very, very difficult on the process. Next slide, please. This is what we're looking to replace it with something similar, something newer, something more up to date, something that's going to do a much more efficient job in removing the grit from the system. With less grit in the system means our digesters could operate more efficiently, and our mechanical systems aren't literally being ground up in process. Next slide. Just another example of a vortex grit separator. And then next slide. This will also allow us to have 2 separate areas now to bring septic into the system, allowing us to shut down one and keep operating the plant and vice versa. This is important because when we're down, people cannot move the septic to where it needs to be and it gets backed up. As I was saying, during the COVID times, our numbers went through the roof. And part of that was because of the real estate boom. Every time you transfer a property, they'd have to do a septic inspection. They have to do a septic inspection. They have to pump the tank out.
Right.
Things you never wanted to know about septic, but you're going to
So
learn.
the demand for treatment went way up.
The demand for treatment went way up, and in the
Period, yeah.
process, we had 2 centrifuges go out, and we had other situations going. Next slide, please. The next second priority we're asking for is basically to update our centrifuges. These are basically large mechanical devices that separate the liquid and solids, and they do it by spinning them. You get a lot of grit into them, and you have problems with scrolls and things literally coming apart. We also have the drive systems for the centrifuges, which are basically electronics from the 2000s. What we're learning right now as of 2021 is that nobody supports these anymore. It recently cost environmental management $7,000 just to have a contractor come out and roughly program one of the centrifuges so it's still operating thanks to a PSPS power outage, spike the system and kill one of our controllers. So to replace both of those would be roughly $3,800,000. It would be nice, but we're operating right now. I'd still like to say our number 1 priority is our headworks. Next slide, please. Speaking of PSPSs,
We all know this guy.
that is a large quantity or large capacity diesel generator that would basically allow us to operate the plant, at least keep the digesters running and blowers running to keep the activated sludge alive. So we can still keep maintaining the system and still take septic even during power outages. If we go with power for generally, I believe it's more than 3 or 4 days, the activated sludge that's in the digester starts to die off. The system goes from aerobic to anaerobic, which means the bugs aren't doing their thing. They're not breaking down the sludge properly. And the only way for that to start working again is for the air to start going through it and for us to getting loads of fresh septic in there to manage it.
Rejuvenated. Yep.
Yep. So cost on that one was roughly $750,000. Next is for metal treatments. With tightening environmental standards, we're sending a lot of our wastewater off-site now to EID for them to treat down at their Deer Creek wastewater treatment plant. They have very specific limits that we have to maintain. What you don't know is septic is very high in zinc. And Zinc has to be below, I'm just gonna say X level for it to go out there. Every 3 or 4 months, we take one of our large 2 million gallon wastewater tanks out there, fill it up, and our master chemist who's sitting over there, Rob Brillenauer, and plant operator, adjusts everything within this 2 million gallon tank to the right parameters, does the batch testing, and then we're allowed to discharge it off to EID. If EID does not allow us to do that, we have to discharge it to our 2 spray fields, providing the spray fields aren't A, saturated, it's not in the wintertime, and B, our systems are working properly. With our spray fields, we're having issues with chlorides. So that's another issue that the water board's working with our permitting agency. So this system here will not only assist with zinc, but it can also assist with chlorides, allowing us more flexibility to operate more efficiently. Next slide, please. The digester. We currently have 2 aerobic digesters out at Union Mine. They're difficult to operate. One of them has a flat bottom, which means the sludge doesn't coagulate on the one end. It'll just basically fill up flat. And in order to clean it out, you have to drain it, and you actually have to lower a bobcat in there to move the stuff out. It's quite a nasty job.
Yes.
Not to mention the aerators get clogged, the distribution pipes and everything corrode, et cetera, et cetera. A new digester of new design will have the slope floor, which and an access from the end, which will allow easier to clean out. We'll also have a distribution grid for the aeration to allow us to lift it out, clean its surfaces, and put it back in the thing. So, and that is a roughly $7,500,000 project. Next slide, please.
I know.
Next slide. This is looking at one of our 2.2 million gallon wastewater treatment tank or wastewater holding tanks at the site. We currently have 2. And we're constantly playing, especially during the rainy season, the juggling act of keeping one full, moving one off the ID, and keeping another one, and keeping the other one in reserve, and balancing back and forth. Ultimately, all the wastewater prior to leaving the site will be in one of these 2 tanks. A 3rd tank will just allow us to have extra storage capacity. So when that tank fills up, it just gives us a buffer space, which based on the 20,000 gallon a day limit that we have, in the future, it will be necessary. Right now, the plan I basically acclimates like a race car running in the red. We're processing so much septage that we're constantly trying to run the plant at its maximum capacity. When you do that, just like we know, things break. Next slide, please. And this is one of our sedimentation ponds. Basically, these are for wastewater, stormwater runoff on the site. They go through these ponds, filter out, sediment drops out, then they get discharged to Martinez Creek. They're supposed to be cleaner than that. The last project would be basically to clean those out and bring those back up to spec and allow them to work more efficiently and treat the wastewater or the stormwater that's on site, moving off site more efficiently. And that one is roughly about $580,000. So in a nutshell, that is what environmental management is asking for. The main priority being the new headworks. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Very detailed. And a huge need, obviously, we have to address another day, but yeah, it's got to be addressed. And people don't like rate increases and stuff, but yeah.
Okay, and then Health and Human Services, you've heard a lot from them last time, but I believe this is a quick summary. I hope it's a quick summary.
Can we just go like, yay, go?
So I am going to say good evening. Don Simone, Health and Human Services.
I'm sorry, I just have a quick question about how long do you think your presentation will be?
Well, 3 slides, and the first one is just the introduction. So
Okay, and we're running
no
up.
more than 10 minutes.
Okay, just allow for public comment, because we do have the 6 o'clock meeting and our Zoom's gonna.
We got used to 40 slides from you guys,
No, I
remember?
know, I
So
know.
We've been through it, so yeah, just keep it short. If you can,
I know.
please.
I will say, my entire career, I never thought I would follow someone that said, keep the digesting sludge alive.
Yes. It's got to be anaerobic. Keep that in mind. It's got to be anaerobic. Yeah.
So like I said, we have 3 slides.
Yeah, it's got to be aerobic, not anaerobic.
Yes.
Yes.
3 slides. I'm just going to kind of do introductions, get a little bit of context. So as you guys know, ARPA was really designed to respond to and assist in recovery from COVID and the pandemic, really in two main areas, health and then economic impacts. So you might be thinking, okay, so Health and Human Services, what's the nexus? Well, in Health and Human Services as an agency, our public health division and our behavioral health division are obviously steeped in the health response to COVID. And then if you think about all of our other divisions and programs are really designed around the economic impacts of COVID. If you recall, some of the lowest wage earners were the most significantly impacted during COVID. Well, those are a lot of our clients in many of our other programs. So we put together as an agency an ARPA ask of $26.4 million. Through the process, working with the CIO's office, we were asked to prioritize. We are in front of you today asking for 11.6 million divided between the two. You can see the numbers. And then with that, I'm going to introduce both our Director of Public Health, Olivia Byron Cooper, to go into detail about these. And then she'll be followed by our Behavioral Health Director, Nicole Ibrahimi Nukan, who will go over the stuff we've kind of already talked about a couple of weeks ago with realignment, but she'll go in a little bit of detail, and then we'll be here for any questions you guys have. Thanks.
Thank you, Don.
Good evening. Thank you for the wastewater education. I appreciate it. Legistar items, I think 3 through 17 under the HHSA heading provide you with a detailed look of what I'm proposing. But this evening, I'd like to provide you with the strategy and the vision behind the request. But I first want to acknowledge and thank all of the public health staff, county redirected staff, volunteers, partner agencies, and your board's leadership for the collective response to the COVID pandemic. It's been a very difficult few years, and we hope to better be prepared and more responsive when similar events occur in the future. There are 4 main objectives we hope to accomplish investing these one-time funds. We'd like to secure on-call as needed contracts and extra help staff so that we can meet future demands responsively. I'd like to avoid spending these funds on permanent positions because they're short-term. And I also like to avoid drawing from other departments' resources as we did in the past. So I think that spending it on contracts and extra help positions is a good way to go. We'd like to invest in our existing staff so that they have the skills and equipment to respond to future demands and build evaluation into everything that we do so that we achieve desired outcomes and continuously improve. We'd like to strengthen our data and analytic capacity to enhance transparency and communication. And finally, we'd like to ensure equitable access to our services. In my time as the Director of the Public Health, the EOC opened for the second time. We've experienced the roller coaster of a number of different surges. We planned and implemented countywide vaccine clinics. We've suffered and are recovering from the trauma of the Caldor fire. And there are new expectations around booster and pediatric vaccines. All of these experiences solidified one thing, and that is that public health must be scalable and nimble to meet whatever demand comes our way. We have to be able to scale and shrink our workforce quickly to match the need of our community. And that's why I plan on securing nursing and epidemiology contracts and I hire extra help staff as needed so that we have a team of skilled professionals at our fingertips without the fiscal impacts of staffing full-time positions. I believe this is the most responsible and sustainable way to ensure that we have the workforce needed to meet a constantly changing landscape with short-term funds. This brings me to my second objective. We must invest in our current workforce so that they have the skills and equipment necessary to be effective and efficient. It's imperative, especially in times of crisis, that we have the ability to react quickly and that our response produces desired outcomes. We need to evaluate everything that we do and constantly look at how we can improve. This is going to require staff development and access to real-time accurate data, which brings me to my third objective. We must strengthen our data and analytic capacity by upgrading our platforms, improving our data sharing capabilities, enhancing coordination with other members of the healthcare system, and obtaining access to real-time accurate data so that we can all better understand what's going on and communicate that understanding quickly. Finally, we must ensure our services are available to all who should wish to access them, preferably by taking the services to the people as opposed to the people to the services. We would like to continue supporting the Hubs program by expanding office space at the 5 locations to offer HHSA services through these satellite sites, as well as supporting our mobile vans to ensure we are reaching our most vulnerable populations. Public health has a handful of grants, including the epidemiology and laboratory capacity grants, which are specific to improving our ability to respond to emerging infectious diseases. All of our existing grants have very specific allowable costs. The ARPA funds complement these existing grants because they fill the gaps which aren't covered by these existing funding sources. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but before I do, I want to acknowledge what a responsibility it is to receive these funds. We will evaluate the performance of programs and services, and part of this evaluation will be reporting to your board and the public through a transparent dialogue, and we will be happy to provide that update as often as necessary to ensure public health maximizes the use of this investment.
So my one question, it looks like you're getting about what, 80 or 90% of your ask. If I just separate out the public health, is that roughly right? That the 4.3 million as opposed to what your wish list is, which looks like it's maybe 5 million, something like that. So you're getting the lion's share of what you're asking for with this particular allocation. Is that correct? Okay, that's what I want to make sure my math was right.
I was just sitting here adding it all.
Okay, we're only dealing with the public health piece of it. So, okay, good. That's I want to make sure we were getting that.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Olivia.
Thank you very much. I think your philosophy of not doing full-time, workers and contract makes a lot of sense. So you can be nimble and we're not locked into something that's not sustainable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to do that.
No, thank you.
Have a good evening.
Yep.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Nicole, I bring you Newcomb Behavioral Health Director. Appreciate the opportunity to give you a little bit of background information on the behavioral health ask, ARPA ask. I know it's been a long day, so I'll focus just on the pinpoints and then please ask me any questions that you might have. So Don already indicated the initial ask that we created was much larger, but working with the CEO's office, we looked at really prioritizing our highest needs. And we're looking now at a total of $7,264,000 that will really help us address the current and then future needs within behavioral health. And clearly, again, Don also really pointed that out for behavioral health. This is something that the pandemic really impacted within the individuals and the community. And so we want to really focus on how we can address those needs as best as possible with this possibility of funding. And it also ties into, I was here as part of the HSA budget presentation on October 21st. So much of what you're seeing today really is a kind of connects to what we presented to you when it comes to behavioral health. So we're looking really at requesting bridge funding to cover the costs associated with our psychiatric health facility, the PUF, and our IMD stays for our adult individuals that clearly are very much impacted by the pandemic and the results of having that additional cost. If you remember, we had a significant increase of PUF admin days and IMD costs because of the COVID, the pandemic, and the reasons of not being able to either replace somebody, find somebody placement, or individuals in IMDs that had to lock down because they had a positive COVID case. And so now our individuals are there, and certainly their psychiatric needs are exacerbated being in a situation like that and exposed to a situation like that. So this funding, which really is the ballpark of that funding, we are looking for 3 years of bridge funding over the next 3 fiscal years, including this one, to really help us address that cost and free up potentially the realignment costs that otherwise would have been used for these funds. And then we're also looking at developing lower levels of care. And again, I addressed this with you in the presentation a couple of weeks ago. We really want to strengthen that step down ability and that system of care that we have in El Dorado County. We want to be able to look at facilities that allow for individuals to stay in the community, to wrap them through our outpatient treatment services, but possibly also, and that's where the crisis residential treatment facility comes in, address that crisis component within a facility that doesn't require yet for individuals to be a locked facility. We can use the Medi-Cal funds in these situations so it doesn't become such a burden for our realignment budget.
So that would be a significant improvement of our system of care. The crisis respite program, if I may remind you, is a model that uses peers. It's really a low-level model to address individuals that are presenting with more significant symptoms, where we can anticipate that they are not stable in their current housing situation with the outpatient treatment. They really need a 24/7 component, which this offers, because the peer staffing would be 24/7 in that facility. But they're not quite that they meet the requirements of having to be in a crisis residential or even in a locked facility. So we feel that that would be a really good component in our system of care. It would be kind of most likely a home in the community that we could either purchase or we could lease, depending on what available funds we have. And then the transitional housing programs are a similar model. Now, they're not necessarily staffed, but there are the housing components that allow for individuals that don't have a secure home right now. They don't have a supportive system right now, partially because of the presentation that they're still struggling with. But we want them to stay within our outpatient treatment services here in El Dorado County. So if we build transitional housing programs, we have more ability to minimize the need for individuals to be placed outside of the county. We can have 24/7 housing here for them that is linked into our system of care. They come to the wellness program, they are seen through our psychiatrist, and we can continue to work on stabilizing individuals and then possibly even step them down into other kind of situations here in the county. So these are really funds that would really help us address these needs within our population and possibly free up the realignment funds, then also to address more of the outpatient treatment needs amongst our entire population, children and adults. And with that, I'll leave it to any questions that you might have.
I do have a question.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Nicole. So on the last three, when you talk about, expanding transitional housing programs and crisis respite and crisis, all three of the last four categories. Sorry, it's been a long day. So are you talking about actually expanding housing itself so we can have more access to those programs locally?
So these were types of housing that are housing for a temporary time. So I don't want to be misunderstood to say this is long-term housing, right?
No, but
it is, absolutely.
So we're actually talking about acquiring buildings and having those kinds of programs, but actually buying or renting those facilities so we can have those programs in it.
We would love to purchase or lease depending on what we can find. Absolutely. Here in El Dorado County, we want individuals to stay here, have a place where they can securely live, and then access our outpatient treatment.
Such a critical need in our mental health.
Can I add too? We already have some transitional houses, so this would just be adding to the stock that we have.
Expanding that, the physical infrastructure of that. Great, thank you.
So Nicole, I recently was in Sonoma County and I visited their homes for the homeless, which are tiny homes. And they're transitional. It's more of transitional kind of a village with, they use storage bin, what do they call them, the big giant sheds.
Containers?
Containers,
Oh,
thank you,
the
container
containers.
housing.
Okay.
Yeah, and I thought it was really great in that, in they were using them for the kids that were aging out of probation. But I thought, any kind of transitional housing, it made sense. And I don't know if we've looked into that, but tiny homes or villages, whatever, especially for transitional, it just, they have a program where they kind of stepped them down. They started with single spots and kind of moved them into restroom facilities and all that slowly. But it was a really great program in that it had the same sort of thing where it stepped them. Is that what you're looking for then?
That's one of the pieces.
Okay.
I really am impressed. Thank you for sharing that, because yes, definitely. Because the dilemma is that we can find a family home with 3 to 5 bedrooms. We have individuals that really don't do well in that close-knit environment, that just get too triggered. So if we have the option of having some tiny homes for those individuals that do better on their own, but with connection to us, versus a home where they can live with each other. Sometimes wonderful support systems are built in these homes where people share bedrooms with, have a 3 to 5 bedroom home and they are together, right? But that's not for everybody. And so it really gives us, if we can build the variety, have a little bit of this and also maybe have some tiny homes. So we will look at the funds that will be available to us and really entertain any thought. And that's certainly on the plate.
Yeah. What is the price on, I see there was one for $2.5 million for adult crisis residential facilities. Is that a part of that then? Is that the cost on it?
Say that again?
For the cost of something like this.
So
Looking at your
you-
prioritized
Yeah,
list,
looking at-
saying
I was looking at
2.5 million for the
Right. We're
crisis
actually in the
residential.
middle of assessing in terms of what the cost for the crisis residential would be.
Okay.
That's part of the Spring Street complex and assessing with facility.
Yeah, and I would also say, so what the number, how we arrived at the number of 7.264 was our bridge funding ask was 6.264.
Right.
And then we negotiated down our the infrastructure to $1 million.
Of the 2.5
But I would
million.
I would ask that we be given during this process some flexibility because if we don't need as much, let's say on the bridge funding, then we could invest more in the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
and again,
Yeah.
we can come back and report on that, but that's where we ended up.
It's a great
Need more.
opportunity
Okay?
here.
If you need less, just don't need more.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
you can always go
Well, it's a great opportunity. And I think if one thing that COVID has taught us is we need to make sure we keep our behavioral health is
Yes.
just critical
Yep.
and in all shapes and forms. So yeah, definitely come back.
Thank you.
Very exciting. We can move forward to address more of these needs.
Yeah,
Right.
Very
it's
practical.
exciting.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Presentation. I
much.
think
Thank you.
given the time, go ahead.
I was to suggest that the board open up to public comment now.
Yes, that's what I was gonna do.
Perfect.
So Kim, can you please open it up for public comment?
Now taking public comments on item number 6. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Please, public comment will be taken from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good evening. I will make this brief. My name is Maureen Dion Perry from Camino. And I know that the process of allocating ARPA funds is incredibly complex. And I want to say that I'm really pleased to see the allocation to behavioral health because it is such a great need with so much lack in our county. So that is really wonderful. I have to say, I was a little disappointed, a lot disappointed, very disappointed, that there were no specific monies allocated for a shelter for our homeless neighbors. We are so far behind in the state of California. The fact that we do not have any shelter. We have one of just 4 counties in the state who do not have a shelter for adults. And the time has really come to step up for that money. And it is very consistent with our county strategic plan to implement solutions to address and reduce homelessness. And I really would like to ask your consideration to allocate some ARPA funds to do that. We're again faced without a shelter this winter. And we are going to be again doing the winter lodging program. We're fundraising for that right now. Be grand if the city and the county could come up with a little bit of money for us as we try to meet this need that our county and city has so much needs to pay more attention to. And the time has really come, I believe, for the county to step up and fund a shelter. Yes, there's grants. Yes, there's other funding, but we know the strategic plan is coming. Yes, but there's no doubt in my mind that it won't say we need a shelter. We need a shelter, as simple as that. So I really hope you will consider the allocation of ARPA funds for a shelter for our homeless neighbors. The time has come. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Wow, good evening.
Good
Long
evening.
day, right? Ditto to what Maureen said, absolutely. And it was a great presentation that all 5 agencies made. And I wanted to thank Bill Roby for his work with small businesses. I'm a small business owner and I was a recipient of some of those funds the first time around. It was very helpful. And yes, that final bit that Nicole spoke to was really heartening. regarding the various day treatments and housing situations. I'm jumping to that one. Way back when I was doing my internship to become a licensed marriage and family therapist, we did have day treatment here. We had the Phoenix Center, Mallard, off of Mallard, where, do y'all remember Phoenix? Anyway, it was quite a learning experience, and we need day treatment again. And I think that would really tie into what many of us who are here, regardless of the homeless, and need for them to, yes, have a shelter, and until that can be accomplished, at least to have a place to go during the day. Which they are the neediest, some of the neediest people we have with their mental health issues. Not all, but many are. So I don't need to take any more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. I'll make this succinct too. I have a budget and admin meeting to get to myself. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Eric Aston, President of the Board of Directors for the Cameron Park Community Services District. I want to make sure I inject, thank you, Dawn Ashton, for your work in this and your really succinct, respectful communications with us. It really does help. I'm here to address the response we received as to why our CSD was not included in the current allocation of resources from the ARPA. What we were told is that Mr. Ashton's efforts to follow board direction to invest in county infrastructure, we've seen all the presentations to support that, that has impact 20, 30 years down the road. All of these are good investments. I don't dispute any of that, aiming at facilities and assets and programs. So in that light, I ask you to please consider the role our CSD plays in that infrastructure, in those facilities, assets, and programs. We can, of course, talk about the simple health and well-being of our residents through our programs, which has been so vital in this last year and a half, just to keep people alive, literally. The places and spaces and programs for people to be healthy. But we can add to that our senior nutrition program at our community center, which is also a power shutdown center for the popular PSPSs. We also are a voting center. And of course, with the most recent challenge of the Caldor fire, our community center was the first location to open up and host evacuees to capacity. Our staff did a phenomenal job of once again pivoting to adjust and serve our county. And I know I share the sentiments of our staff that we counted it a privilege to do that. We've done all this while suffering the significant loss to our district this last year and a half. COVID shut us down in the most critical quarter of our fiscal year, our fourth quarter, and we lost over $500,000 of revenue that we just will never recover. Now, what's frustrating and discouraging to us is that the few avenues that have been given to try and recover some of this aren't going to help us much at all, if at all. Specifically, even in the state's formula for special districts, they don't include the first few months of COVID, which is when we incurred the greatest losses. So there's not much less for us there. It's lessened our ability to maintain critical assets. It's compromised our cash flow. It's contributed to reduction of services and hindered our ability to rebuild out of this. We are not a growing district like some of our neighbors. With our current boundaries, we don't have development space to provide increasing revenue in years to come. We will never get this back while we are still responsible to maintain the same parks and buildings and programs and providing safe spaces for our community for 10, 20, 30 years down the road. So my simple appeal to Supervisor Turnbull, Supervisor Parlin, thank you for representing us so well. Ask you to consider in these discussions directing some of these funds to help our CSD recover from this. Supervisor Heidel, in your redistricting proposal, you gave attention to our community specifically, mentioning how other proposals would split us in half. I know you recognize a unified voice from us is important. So I ask you to consider that same attention here. And for Supervisor Thomas, it's been a while, and Supervisor Navasel, I'd be happy to talk with you outside of the 3 minutes, just to tell you about the impact of this and how much difference it would make for us, for you to consider reallocating some of this. We are anticipating we will be called upon again in our county in the days and years ahead to step up again, and we will do it gladly. So I'm just asking you to do the same for us in this situation and to do what ARPA is meant to do, to help us rescue us and recover from this so that we can continue to serve well for years to come. Our general manager, Jill Ritzman, is here too, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors.
My name is Steve Teixeira. I'm here on behalf of the Lake Tahoe South Shore Chamber of Commerce. And my colleagues who were with me asked me to also speak on behalf of them and all of us who belong to the Business Protection Work Group, which the county established when the pandemic first struck. We're very proud to be members of that group, and we appreciate the support we've gotten from Kyle Zimbelman and other members of the CAO staff in the work that we've done. It takes a really strong person typically to be a small business owner and operator. And it takes some pretty tough people to work for them too, because they experience a lot of the heartache that the owners do. I've known a lot of these people for a long time. I've seen them go to one knee because of the hardships that they have just been one after another, COVID. And then of course, the tragedy of the fire and the dense smoke that we suffered, leading up to the fire. A lot of people, actually, I don't know, say a lot, a number of people had already left South Lake Tahoe before the evacuation because they couldn't take the smoke. Just when the summer got going and looked like business was coming back, then the Delta variant, then the smoke, then the fire. And I know that this is not just a Tahoe, but this is throughout the county. In all of your districts, people have been suffering. I think you've done a really admirable job today, wading through a lot of really important requests on a number of fronts. I've been here since 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. At any rate, it's really tough to be an elected official and to make these tough decisions. We sort of liked the 4.195 number. That was a number we liked, but we understand you're trying to, do the best you can with a lot of very important requests. So, on behalf of my colleagues in the Business Protection Work Group, we appreciate your consideration. I think the businesses know they have a role to play in this county. They want you to appreciate them. In this case, with some funding. You gave some funding before, as you heard from Mr. Roby, and that really helped. And we think it can help again. So, and it's interesting that the Chamber of Commerce does a lot of things. We're actually doing a virtual town hall to help people with their mental health challenges. On the 12th of this month, we're actually doing that because going down to one knee, you really start to wonder how you can get through it. But at any rate, we appreciate your work and again, appreciate the opportunity to serve the county as part of the Business Protection Work Group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Well, good evening, supervisors. CEO Ashton. Maurice Johnson, Fire Chief of the El Dorado Hills Fire Department, Rescue Fire Department, and the Chair of the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority. I got that right. I come before you today as a friendly. I come before you today as a partner and really more of a statement more than anything else. So as I'll fall in line with everybody else, praising both the Board of Supervisors as well as the CAO's office and his staff and what you guys have to do here. I know it's tough, but I just want to give you a couple of thoughts. Your firefighters and paramedics are the guardians of the county's residents. I'd like to remind the Board of Supervisors that your firefighters and paramedics are the front line. They're the ones that run into difficult situations without hesitation. As you consider the funding request, please consider the impacts and effects that the COVID-19 pandemic as well as the Caldor fire has had on your fire-based EMS system, as well as your fire departments. Your firefighters are the ones that run into danger with the Caldor fire over and over and over. Some lost their homes, but they're still on the front lines. We've made some funding requests, both for the fire departments as well as the JPA. And when you think about those, please just consider those facts, the impacts and the effects. Not only the Caldor fire, but also the COVID-19 pandemic that has hit the fire agency so hard as well. We look forward to further discussing these needs of the fire departments as well as the ambulance JPA, your fire-based system. And I do want to leave you with this one sobering thought because it ties in with a lot of the things that we've talked about today. The rate of firefighter and law enforcement suicides for the last several years has surpassed the line of duty deaths. The impacts and effects of the last year and a half has been tremendously debilitating on your local fire departments. That is not always visible. That's not always something that your firefighters like to talk about, or even acknowledge. Fighting a fire is different. You can see the enemy. You see exactly where it's at. They go in, they attack it, they put it out. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a debilitating effect on our firefighters. They're going into a situation they don't know what they have. They don't know if they're protected. They're worried about if they're taking something home to their families. They're worried about passing things around to the other firefighters in the stations. They're worried about, honestly, not being able to protect the citizens they raise their right hand and they're sworn to do. So when you make your decisions, I just consider that. And again, I want to thank CAO Ashton and his staff for everything that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Johnson.
Good morning. I know it's been a long day. I've been here 3.5 hours. Jonathan Gainsborough. It was wonderful to hear Supervisor Novosel use the word homeless. Spoke of Sonoma County having a successful program with containers for the homeless. It's not a disgrace to have a homeless problem. It's a national problem. 20 years, 30 years ago, we had no homeless, but 20 years ago, we had Elliot. We all had Elliot. There was just one Elliot. And 15 years ago, we had one Elliot, but then he died. But now we don't have 1 or 5 or 10 or 50 or 100 Elliots. We've got 500 Elliots. All of the great disbursement of funding here is fine and well. I'm impressed by Nicole and the behavioral health, speaking about a respite crisis center, which they have in Sacramento, which we have to have immediately, but we don't have it. It's a shame. It is shameful. It is shameful that we don't have a crisis intervention, the facilities that we need. You talk about mental health. We're just at a flashpoint in our society. But to have $50 million in reserve fund and to not be speaking about sheltering the 500 homeless that we have on the Western Slope, it's shameful. I'm ashamed to be a citizen of El Dorado County. The founders of this county, when they discovered gold, they didn't just treat people as lepers, as the leper colony on Upper Broadway. God is calling you to do something now. Not in 2 months, not in 3 months. I was at the pathetic federated meeting last night where they're trying to get shelter for 500 human beings. There are brothers and sisters. What's wrong with me? Why can't I weep? Why can't I weep? Why can't you weep for them? They're your brothers and sisters. The pioneers of this county would say, shame, shame, shame. We're 10 or 15 years behind. Are we going to be 20 or 25 years behind? 58 counties, and we are either number 56 from the best, 57th, 58th, or 55. We're one of 4 counties with no year-round shelter for our homeless. Shame on us. Shame on us. God is saying to you, if you're a Christian, if you believe in God, one nation under God, Tahoe has 3 motels for their 100 homeless. We have no motel for our 500 homeless. God is saying to you, do something for God's sake. Move. You've got $50 million reserve fund. You don't need ARPA. You don't need Claire's fund. You don't need this fund. You've got the money. Put a roof over the homeless and do it now for God's sake, if not for your own children. The youth in this county are ashamed that there's no shelter for the homeless. Do something now, please, and for God's sake and for your own sake and for posterity and the voiceless who have no voice. We should all weep. Let's do something, please.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Seeing no further comment in the boardroom, taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ryan Wagner.
Hello, and sorry I couldn't join you in person. I was one of the people who was affected by
some of the United flights over the weekend, so I apologize for not being there in person. Very quickly, I just wanted to recognize the fact that we were on the list for a portion of our request, and I'm very appreciative to that. And I've actually also want to recognize Don Ashton for his process and the communication through this process and the involvement with him. And I want to thank him for that. The other portion of our request, the 183 portion of our request was for the infrastructure and a lot of the infrastructure upgrades that also the county is considering. I'll attempt not to put any of that at risk by the second part of the ask, but the second part of the ask is $2 million, and it's in regards to premium pay. Back in July, I spoke briefly on it also and wanted to make sure that it was a consideration, understanding that the premium pay has a cap on it, so not everybody qualifies. And just to read something really quickly out of the ARPA section that relates to this, fiscal recovery funds payments may be used by recipients to provide premium pay to eligible workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency. These are workers who have been and continue to be relied on to maintain continuity of operations and essential critical infrastructure sectors, including those who are critical to protecting the health and well-being of the communities. That's directly out of the ARPA document. And it goes on to say these workers in particular have borne a disproportionate share of the health and economic impacts of the pandemic. Such workers include public health and safety staff. I have a new perspective on that since the Caldor fire, and we wrote this ask prior to that, and that's really of the beginning of this whole pandemic was what's the definition of an essential worker and performing essential work. And I can tell you, when the town's evacuated, you get a different picture of what that is and who's left. And the people that would benefit from this premium pay are one of those that were there giving direct patient care, transporting, evacuating Barton Hospital with both known and suspected COVID patients, and did so in a very short amount of time. And in the following day, evacuated the community members that were most at risk, that didn't have transport, that were not ambulatory. There were also potentially COVID patients. So this premium pay is something that would go directly to the pay to those employees who are employed by your ambulance system in South Lake Tahoe. And it affects very few first responders, as there is a cap. And if given the opportunity to show you what that cap means and who would qualify, I would love to have that opportunity, but I ask that this be considered. There's also a national workforce shortage in EMS, just like there is in a lot of things, but this is something that would also help with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan.
Now taking public comment from 562.
Hi, good evening. Mike Deando with Operating Engineers, Local 3. I'm speaking on behalf this evening for the Trades and Crafts Bargaining Unit and the Corrections Bargaining Unit. And my voice might be a little hoarse, so I apologize. I've been speaking a lot today. So also I'd like to speak regarding the American Rescue Plan Act in regards to premium pay, because there doesn't seem to be anything in the plan for the counties to pay their employees out of this fund. As we know, the county is going to be receiving $34 million over the next 2 years and received about 50% of it already. There are provisions that allow employers to pay their essential employees from these funds for working during the pandemic. This is a clear understanding that the amounts can be paid and including a cap. I emailed Mr. Ashton on 5/20 of 2021 with a proposal to pay the essential workers of the Trades and Crafts and Corrections bargaining units that I represent. He did request for me to move these correspondences to Mr. Caruso in HR, which I did. I understand that Mr. Ashton doesn't support my proposals that I sent to the county. And he has some of his recommendations in front of you today. I understand that these recommendations are very important, but I wanted to express to you today that the employees of El Dorado County are just as important. Your county stayed open to the public and provided services from the beginning of the shutdown, and that most experienced in California. Most employees delivered, excuse me, your employees delivered both to the public and to the county and continue to do so as we are still under a pandemic. As we speak today, there are still multiple exposure events that continue at work as I receive these notifications. I hope you make the decision to allow for some of these American Rescue Plan funds to go to your employees. Keep in mind, early on, we knew very little about this COVID-19 and anything about a shutdown. A lot was unknown. There was no playbook, but your employees met the demands of their public service and worked on the front lines. There was a lot of stress and anxiety your employees faced. They had the fear of they could get the virus and possibly take it home to expose their families. Your employees need to be recognized for this, and the American Rescue Plan allows them to do so by receiving premium pay. If El Dorado County would allow their employees to receive this premium pay, it would go a long way and show this recognition. I ask that the Board of Supervisors allocate essential pay for the employees in the Corrections Bargaining Unit and the Trades and Crafts Bargaining Unit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And given the hour, I'd like to finish the public comment, and then I think we need to talk about continuation because we need to have a bigger discussion. I'm not sure we can continue it tomorrow as a tag on, but we'll have to reschedule it.
Already on it. So when we finish public comment.
Okay.
Yep.
Now taking public comment from Joe Irvin.
I got anxious board members over here.
I know. Yeah, good evening, Chairman Heidel and Board of Supervisors. This is Joe Irvin, City of South Lake Tahoe, joining you via Zoom. Be quick. I want to start with supporting the statement that your CAO, Don Ashton, made regarding this is a tough task in finding a way to use these funds in the best long-term benefit manner is something that I know I support and our city would support as well. Regarding the proposals that were proposed in the recommendation, the small business and nonprofit grant program is something that our residents, businesses, and city would support and recognize that as a valuable use of the funds. Regarding broadband, this initiative aligns clearly with the city's strategic priority 1.1, which it states we need broadband for all. We would fully support the $5 million for broadband allocation of the ARPA funds that the county is being asked to look at. And then the Health and Human Services request totaling 11.64 million. We are in full support of this. We work with behavioral health staff. We see the proposal as HHS is showing it, that the county would be able to enhance their ability to address mental health and homeless issues. We would be able to work together to provide in-field mental health assistance, working with the South Lake Tahoe Police Department through our South Tahoe Alternative Collaboration Services. We coordinate on that with behavioral health staff and El Dorado County staff. This is an approach that has been designed to really not be a one-size-fits-all, but helps us to strategically tackle the individual needs, and that in-field work is something that we are in favor of. This initiative also aligns with our strategic plan. Strategic priority 3.1 states that we want to work collaboratively to address mental health and homelessness with our regional partners, and we clearly consider you one of those. And I thank you for the time and wish you all a great evening.
Thank you, Joe.
Now taking public comment from Buzz Chernoff. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, he's unmuted. Go ahead, Buzz. Yeah, Buzz, we can't hear you. You're unmuted, but evidently your microphone's not working. Yeah, Buzz, we've kind of run up against a hard stop, so I wish we could have gotten your comment, but I think we're just going to have to offer apologies and move on. Sorry, your microphone wasn't working. All right, back to our CAO for a recommendation as to how to proceed from here.
So, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that the board continue this item to November 9th, a week from today. The public comment period is closed.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there, I mean,
Yes.
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
So,
We agree. So it's
Okay.
only the deliberation of the board.
The
and-
deliberation of the board and go from there.
So we'll have to figure out where it goes in November 9th agenda, but I think we're all agreeable to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, fine. Any other final comments from the board before I adjourn the meeting, knowing, we have to have a motion and I think a second, right, to continue? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good point. I move.
So- Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
All right, motion and second to continue. To continue to this matter to November 9th for strictly for board deliberation and decisions or direction to staff. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously and this meeting is adjourned at 5:54.
Thank you to
PM.
everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate y'all being here.